Fantasy Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Happy Thursday. Appreciate you starting the morning with us. Payne and Pendergast, I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. Ben Gary on the steel wheels as always. You can always join the conversation in the YouTube and Twitch chats on the text line.
What's that about steel wheels?
Ben's running things on the steel wheels.
Oh, the steel wheel. I've never heard that before. Okay.
No? Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. It's the phrase. You know, everyone always says ones and twos.
The steel wheels or the 808s or the, yeah.
Yeah.
Ben's rolling on 20s. He's doing everything.
That's right. He's got the wheels of steel back there and keeping us on the track here, making sure everything goes smoothly. Everyone says ones and twos, you know, so-and-so in the ones and twos, but for the purpose of sports radio, not so much. I think that's more of a music thing, right? And it's also kind of everybody uses ones and twos, so I go steel wheels.
It's like the Astros pitching with their ones and twos. Who's their best pitcher, second best pitcher, fifth best pitcher at any given time? They're going 1 or 2 innings maybe. Hey, if you could get to 5 innings, if any of these guys facing the Nationals could get through 5 innings, it would have been a damn miracle. But we sit here in the wasteland of National Series where your 3 pitchers, just 1, 2, 3, were absolutely abysmal and now we're just wondering what the hell the Astros are going to do about it.
Yeah, it's who do you feel good about at this point, right? I mean, so the Astros lose yesterday 8-2. Spencer Arrighetti got knocked around. He now has an ERA of 8.74, so nearly 9 in his last 7 starts for Arrighetti. After he started so great, this is a sharp regression to the mean. So we've been talking the last couple of days about like Burrows, Ime, and we never really pondered Arrighetti, but he continues to scuffle. I don't feel so great about him anymore. There's not a lot of guys you feel very good about in this rotation at this point as we head towards the All-Star break as the Astros end up losing that series.
Arrighetti, I mean, we talked about Arrighetti just because this is what he does. He goes through these streaks of good and bad, and like it looked like he might have been lifting himself out of a bad streak, but then he was right back in it last night. And I keep reminding myself that the Nationals they've scored the most runs in Major League Baseball, or at least top 2 at any given time. And it's potent, but you'd like to think, okay, if this is a team that you're going to make aggressive moves at the deadline, that it's worth it and that you can slug it out with teams like the Nationals, who aren't even a good baseball team. They're just they've got a really good offense and they've got paltry pitching, and it like right now it just does. After that series, this is not a team that feels like, oh yeah, just with a couple little tweaks, here we go, we're off to the races, and we're stuck in a position yet again where, just like last year, when Dana Brown was saying that these guys call that's kind of where we're hoping to get a boost in the pitching. And it's been a steady procession of guys coming back from the IL this year. And so far, as we wait and see Hunter Brown get back into form, the trips back from the IL haven't done a damn thing for the starting pitching.
Yeah, Javier pitched last night, just an inning at the end of the game. He looked okay. He's looked okay in his 2 appearances. Not great.
Might get a start on Sunday.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. Dana Brown is playing it very close to the vest. He said Javier might be an option. I think he said Blanco. What was the phrase he used? Something like has an outside shot of being the starter on Sunday. Yeah. Something along those lines. They haven't mentioned Lance McCullers' name publicly that I've heard. They talked about
Wisniewski.
Yeah, and that AAA pitching prospect. I'm drawing a blank on his name at the moment, but he was just the pitcher of the month last month at AAA. They're talking about him potentially as an option as a spot start for Sunday. So we'll see who actually gets that start. But all those names you mentioned, the guys already in the rotation, like how many do you trust? We obviously don't trust Burrows. That's why he's in AAA. I don't think we trust Ime a whole lot at this point. I don't know if we can trust Arrighetti. And then because of those injuries, like how much faith or trust can we really put in Javier and Blanco and McCullers and Wisniewski?
Yeah.
And Lambert's another guy pitching really well, but then it's like, yeah, But you're kind of waiting for that other shoe to drop because he just hasn't done this over the course of an entire season. Hunter Brown's the only one, but even he hasn't been great since coming back from the injury. I don't know who or how many you can trust right now in the starting rotation.
At the very least, there's no way. I have a really hard time envisioning right now feeling good about Imai at any point during this season. And even if he gets better, the thing that's bothering me the most about him, honestly, is that Burrows or Arrighetti or anybody else will sit out there and they'll just take their medicine. All right, you're having a rough day, but we just flat out we can't afford to just be burning up our relievers every single night. And they sit out there and they take their medicine. Imai, in the times that he's been pulled after 1 or 2 or 3 innings, it's not like he's racked up a pitch count up into the high 80s or anything. He's been pulled with 37 pitches. He's been pulled with 30 in the 30s a couple of times, in the 50s once. That's where I'd start to get to a point. I was trying to evaluate myself in these situations. If I were an Astros player where you're trying to always be a good dude and not criticize your teammates and everything, I would say I would be internally grumbling right now when Imai goes out there and it's not going well for him and he gets yanked. And meanwhile, maybe I'm a guy that's been left out there to die just to try to preserve the bullpen, no matter how bad my performance is and everything. There's the performance side of things, but then there's also all right, man, you made this mess. You got to deal with this, instead of treating them like all these additions that Dana Brown made in the offseason where he just threw numbers at it. Let's bring in all pitchers. And Lambert's the only one that's really worked out. That there's at some point, what are you going to do to get yourself out of this mess? Dana Brown's fix for this pitching problem has really just been hoping for guys to get healthy or just signing and trading for a bunch of nondescript guys in the offseason. And then you spend the first half of the season realizing, oh, okay, well, Lambert's the only one we can really depend on. So sorry about that. Hey, we saved a lot of money on 5 guys who aren't doing a damn thing for you, but we saved a lot of money on them. So in the sum total, could you maybe have spent that money on a starting pitcher or something, like a bona fide starting pitcher of those 5 guys? It seems like the math is relatively simple.
Yeah, that's true. It's like quantity and quality. They brought in those 6 arms. They have a combined ERA of nearly 6 this year. 3 guys are already out of the big leagues. And it's like, well, you brought in 6 different guys. You tried it with 6 random pitchers. And Lambert is actually, I don't think he's technically included in that 6 pitcher list.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
He was signed to a minor league contract. So it's you're like, well, hopefully 1 or 2 of these 6 hit, or you could have just devoted your resources to one more secure option and felt a little better about the rotation. Kind of like Sonny Gray. They were in on Sonny Gray, reportedly got beat out by the Red Sox, and now Gray is the second best ERA in the AL. It's like, man, it'd be nice if we had that guy in the rotation here. But to your point, an article came out yesterday that Dana Brown said the Astros' main need is still a left-handed hitting outfield. Holes in the lineup, too, especially in that outfield. We know statistically it might be the worst in baseball. But have we gotten to a point now where starting pitching has superseded or has become the bigger concern for this team than an outfielder?
Yeah, I feel like the hitting is a 1 in 9 proposition on any given night, and the one guy can help you and boost the lineup in other ways, et cetera, et cetera. But just with this starting rotation the way it is right now, I don't see how you make it through a 7-game series. I think if you're going to get implosions from it, you're going to have at least 2 implosions on any given night or in any given series. If I take a 7-game series and try to figure out whether I can trust Imai or I don't know if Burrows came back up or if Javier's in there as the starter, but do I trust that 2 of those guys are not going to have an implosion in a 7-game series? And it's really hard to envision that. So. Look, we've seen the games the Astros have lost despite scoring double-digit wins when one of your starting pitchers is having an implosion. Starting pitcher for me right now feels like the biggest deal in terms of just you could bring in hitters that could do some good things for you. but they don't do a damn thing about one of your starting pitchers imploding. Unless you can, who are they going to bring in that you can count on, scoring 5 runs on a night when your starting pitcher gives up 7 or 8?
Yeah, right. You have Jordan already playing at an incredible MVP pace, and that's not enough. They scored 11 runs the other night. Yeah, it's still a case of pitching still wins World Series. If you look at recent World Series champions, their ERAs are all towards, like the top 10 in the league. You still got to be able to pitch well, and right now the Astros just still haven't been able to pitch good enough.
Yeah, just from Kawahara in the Chronicle. Since May 21st, the record's 26-18. The starting rotation's ERA in that time is 5.60. Like they've been winning these games, but it's just not sustainable. It's not sustainable versus good teams. And great, you've been doing a good job of winning series, and that's cool. A lot of them are against either mediocre or bad teams because you do play in the AL after all. But lo and behold, you go to your old nemesis over in the National League. And it's just a completely different story.
Yeah, that's true, right? They played a decent team in the NL here this series and dropped 2 out of 3, and the starting pitching obviously couldn't hang. The Astros starters still have the second highest ERA in the majors. It's hard to win like that. We gave the example the other day of the 2006 Cardinals. They're the only team, though, that was able to, in their case, go all the way and win a World Series with a lousy pitching staff. You still need to be able to pitch to win, and they just haven't done that consistently enough. Now, to your point, it's a good thing they're in the AL, and they've still been able to win series against these lousy teams. It's part of the reason why the Astros have the 4th worst run differential still in the AL, and yet are 2 games out of first place because that division and so bad. But the Rays series was big this past weekend, no doubt, but then this was another opportunity to continue that momentum. You're on the road against a decent Nationals team. You lose the series, and I was thinking about this, and I looked it up yesterday, but, they've only had winning series against winning teams 3 times. The Guardians, who are 1 game over 500. The Cubs, who are having a good year, but remember when the Astros played the Cubs, they were in that middle of like a 10-game losing streak. And then this past weekend against the Rays, which really was a good series. If I'm nitpicking, you could point out this comeback on Saturday that was the difference in the series victory. But my point being in all this, we're on July 9th. We're almost at the All-Star break. You can only point to 3 teams with a winning record that the Astros have actually taken a series from. So while we talk about all these series wins, and that's great, it's been mostly against the Royals and the Tigers and the Twins and these teams that are just lousy. And when you play a Nationals team, pitching staff gets exposed.
Yeah, and I think part of it too, man, there's... Like last night, Bryce Matthews, misses out on a fly ball in deep center field, and there's a part of it with this team where it just feels like they're stuck in this gray area of all right, you're going to play your young guys, you're going to play your guys with upside. That's great, that's cool. You're hoping that Bryce Matthews is starting to turn the corner as a hitter, but it just feels like it feels like you're doing the kinds of things that you'd be doing in the middle of a tank or a reset, and getting and that's part of the whole philosophy anyway, is he gets young guys out there as soon as possible and lets them learn on the fly. That's a great Tampa Bay Rays philosophy or something, in the way that they typically, not this year, but the way that they've operated in a lot of ways. But this is the Houston freaking Astros, man. It's not supposed to be like this. This is not a hey, let's just roll things out there and see how they do, and eventually it'll all work out. And then especially when you're having conversations about whether to be active at the trade deadline or not.
Yeah, that's been one of my biggest complaints for the last year or two, that they should be a big market team or operating like such, like a top 5 team in the league, and yet they're trying in recent years. The payroll's gone down 3 straight years. They're trying to be more like the Rays or the Brewers or even the Guardians. And the Brewers and the Guardians and the Rays, they all find ways to win while spending less. But the Astros at times have really made it harder on themselves here in recent years by trying to spend less when, look, it's not my money, it's easy for me to say, but I don't think that should be the case. It's the 3rd largest city now in the country. It's a big market. You've had success the past decade. I put you in the same category as the Cubs and the Mets and the Yankees and the Red Sox and all those teams. And those teams spend. They're not in the bottom of the league.
Well, that's where the Astros are kind of stuck in a weird spot, though, too, where Jim Crane has spent into the competitive balance tax pretty regularly.
Yeah.
It's just that also they're a large city, but not one of the biggest markets. And they're right there, right between the top and the mid-tier ones. And they spend aggressively for their weight class, but it's still not enough to just ever you just don't have the revenue to keep up with the Dodgers and teams like that. The Dodgers, their revenue it's something absurd. It's like 50% higher than the next highest team, or other than outside of it. It's ridiculous. So I'm always torn on that. I do feel like sometimes they get stuck in the world of half measures, and instead of just going full bore into it, they're just always looking for the bargain or the semi-aggressive signing or whatever it might be. And it's been an uncomfortable gray area for a few years now. And we say this as Justin Verlander announces his retirement, the original pivotal big move. It was actually a pretty financially easy move for them to make, or it was an easy trade for them to make back in the day. But that was the first really, really bold move that just pivoted everything for the Astros as the golden era began.
Yeah, is there a Justin Verlander out there to be had this year for the Astros? Because, boy, could they use somebody like that. Not Justin Verlander in 2026, but that type of move when it happened nearly a decade ago. The feedback, you can always text the show, 713-572-4610. And right now, Astro fans, Seth, they're having a hard time. People are already saying time for football. Football was another message that came in. Someone said complete crap, really. Somebody said I have to watch a mid-team in a bad division with no chance. It's meaningless. So a lot of negativity amongst the Astro fans suddenly this morning.
It's a rough time. July is a really, really rough time to be languishing in Major League Baseball. The kids are home. They're annoying you all day long. There's just it's hot. You don't want to go outside. There's just everything. There's nothing else going on in the major sports world other than this. And at least in the last couple of years, the Astros have done us the honor of making a push this time of year and get you feeling good about things. And but again, that's where it goes. It gets so frustrating and annoying that they have been making a push in terms of wins and losses, but they've just got these incredibly huge chasms in your starting pitching rotation that make it really impossible to look at this as anything that's going to be sustainable through tough parts of the schedule or certainly in a playoff series.
Yeah, it is. Some of it's kind of the fool's gold of sure, you can make the playoffs, but this still does not seem like a team that can truly compete. By the way, thank you to the texter that reminded me. It's Ethan Pecco is that minor leaguer I referenced earlier. He was the pitcher of the month for June, but his ERA is still 4.78 in AAA. But he's somebody that I know Astro fans are trying to get excited about of man, our starting pitching's not very good. Maybe this kid can come up and really develop into something. We'll see. And lastly, on the text line, someone said the Astros are a bad team. They're a turd. You keep turning this turd over in your hands looking for something. So
that's the problem, though. They're not bad. They're mediocre.
Yeah.
Which is the worst place to be. It's just the absolute worst place to be and you just keep trying to swap out for a Sanchez for a Loper Fido, or let's say, hey, let's see which one of these nondescript pitchers can come in here and take advantage of the Astros car wash. Remember how they always just take all these guys like Charlie Morton and turn them into the best version of themselves? Those days are gone. That was the withering, dying breaths of Brent Strom as an Astros. They've all evaporated out of the building. There's none of the Brent Strom magic left in there anymore. Whatever residue they were smoking off of his old seat in the clubhouse, it's been spent.
Yeah. The good old days. Hey, let us know on the text line what has become the biggest Astros need now. Who do you actually trust in this rotation? 713-572-4610. Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Coming up, we referenced this yesterday, but we really didn't dive into it. ESPN's been doing this top 10 ranking each day, and they did put out yesterday the top 10 edge rushers, which bodes well for the Texans, but also begs the question of how much pressure is on this Texans team here and now. We'll talk about that next. Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, West Point, Lincoln is Sugarland. If you are down in that Sugarland area, if you're in the market for a brand new luxury vehicle, effortless luxury.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
ESPN ranked the top 10 edge rushers in the NFL according to executives, coaches, and scouts. And no surprise, the Texans got plenty of love. We'll get to that here on Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. And you, of course, can always join the conversation, 713-572-4610 on the text line or in the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. We referenced this yesterday. You know, ESPN's doing these top 10 lists each day. And we mentioned this in passing, but we really didn't have enough time at the time to get into it. Yesterday's list for the top 10 for ESPN was edge rushers, and they poll executives, coaches, and scouts. No surprise, we got 2 Texans on there. I think everyone was expecting that. You're just kind of waiting to see the spots. Will Anderson Jr. ranked number 3 on the list, which is better than last year's ranking where he was 8th. And Daniil Hunter, 6th on the list, which is also an improvement from last year when he was 9th a year ago.
Yeah, and I think the Micah Parsons, who was 2nd, Myles Garrett was number 1 overall. That makes sense. And I think that, you know, it's funny, you and I both went over Micah Parsons' stats afterwards because it felt like he missed more of the season than he actually did. He only missed 3 and a half games, but it just felt, because it was at such a pivotal and crucial point for the Packers, it felt like it was longer than it actually was when you're really paying attention down in the stretch of the season. But I think the one quote where I think Will is still ascending to, but the one quote where they describe Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons, this is an NFL coordinator said, these are 2 guys that never really get blocked in the NFL, and it's those 2 guys, Myles and Micah. You do what you can with movements in quick game, and it's not enough. And this is the part where Will is very, very close to being that guy, but he's also a guy that's still adding some polish to his whole pass rush game. And it's a process. You know, Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons are better players now than they were in their first couple years because there's just so much technique and anticipation and everything that goes into being one of these elite guys. And Will is, like, he's definitively one of the best 3 pass rushers in the league. But I think that it's been really cool to see Will take a step forward on the technique side of things and on the polish side of things, just kind of on the art of being a pass rusher every single year. And you don't have any fear that he's not going to keep working at it.
One, even though he finished 3rd on the list, one NFC scout said, I still feel like he's underrated. True 3-down force multiplier who demands attention and has the rare ability to elevate the play of teammates. Do you see a path for Will Anderson Jr. to get do you think he's on a trajectory where next year, 2 years from now, maybe a few years from now, he's in that Myles Garrett category currently, like he's on the level of a current Myles Garrett?
It's those guys, both Micah Parsons and Myles Garrett are kind of unicorns in just how physically gifted they are. Myles Garrett, it's like the combination of size, strength, and speed. Myles Garrett, it's more about just how slippery, ridiculously fast he is. I think the thing with Will is that I don't think Will doesn't get as many style points as Myles Garrett does right now, but what people are grudgingly accepting, including one of these scouts in here that said that basically said that I was he's better than I expected, to be honest. That's what he said. Will had a reputation, or at least the way a lot of evaluators were looking at him coming out of college was, well, he's got a really big motor and he runs around and he makes a lot of plays, but that doesn't always translate into being a really skilled pass rusher. And now I think what people are seeing is that, okay, he's still that guy that just plays with his hair on fire all the time, but he has refined his technique and his polish a lot. And that's where you kind of gain an appreciation for that as you watch a guy over time and see the impact plays that he's making, even if he's not getting the style points that a Micah Parsons would. And I think the consistency is just it's not as blingy, but it matters a lot. And I think that's probably that's where I don't want to say that those other 2 guys are going to age out of it. I think that I don't know what you do to don't know what you do to counter just the freakiness of Myles Garrett. Where with Micah Parsons, I could see people starting to say, all right, look, Will Anderson's just doing it consistently, down in and down out, and like he's a force in the run game. We never have to worry, like as much as whatever people think about or wonder about with Micah Parsons in terms of his presence in the locker room, Will Anderson is the exact opposite of all of that, and it'll just be a steady build.
Danielle Hunter, 6 on this list. Look, as I just said, they said Will Anderson Jr. is still underrated. I think Danielle Hunter is incredibly underrated. I've mentioned it before. I grew up a Vikings fan, so I watched Danielle in Minnesota. I've now watched him here in Houston. I've watched every game of his entire career at this point. And last 4 years, he is second overall in sacks in the NFL. But when people, especially like national pundits or just average NFL fans, talk about best pass rushers in the league, I don't think most people are thinking of or bringing up Danielle Hunter. But one NFC executive in this article for ESPN did call him one of the best power rushers of all time. Not even the league currently, but all time, one of the best power rushers. Danielle Hunter is just one of those guys that I think often gets overlooked. But, boy, are you happy to have him here in Houston.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird. Going back to before the Texans even signed Danielle Hunter, remember J.J. Watt had posted something on X about just how criminally underrated he is, and that it's maybe just partly because I think if I remember correctly, the way JJ framed it was as he's getting into media and realizing how much it matters, like which team you're on and teams that get attention, there's some teams that don't. Minnesota is kind of just looked off as like the forgotten team up in the far north. That between Danielle Hunter's personality and the team he played for, even when the Vikings were good, he just wasn't going to get the kind of attention that some of the other guys are going to get. It's funny. I wouldn't classify him as a power rusher necessarily. I wonder if that guy's almost fooled by his physique more so than anything else. Like Jared Verse is a power rusher. Danielle is a hybrid of everything and can just crush you with finesse, but can get you with power too. Like power rusher is almost a little bit of an insult there. Compared to what Danielle Hunter actually does as a pass rusher.
I heard, I think it was Ron yesterday, kind of bring up something along these lines, and I think it's a good question or a fair point because, like, look, when we look at these lists, the Texans have 2 of the top 12 cornerbacks, according to this poll on ESPN. Only the Texans and the Eagles can say that. The Texans also have 2 of the top 10 defensive ends. In fact, 2 of the top 6, according to this list. They're the only team that have 2 of the top 10. So just based off of these 2 position groups, the Texans on paper seem to have the most talent in the league. And most of those guys, outside of Danielle Hunter, but most of those guys are young guys. Obviously, we've talked a lot about C.J. Stroud at some point, either going to have to get paid or making another decision at the quarterback position. So my question in all this is, like, how much pressure is on the Texans right now? How big is this window that you have all this young talent on defense, or you get it done now before maybe things do start to change or the names start to change on the defense here in a few years?
It's a really good question because one thing people say all the time is it's hard to have good defenses consistently year after year. If you have generally in the NFL, if you have a really good quarterback, you're going to consistently have a good passing offense. There's going to be up years and down years and everything. But on defense, it's trickier because you've got multiple different guys that play a key role, and it's hard to keep the entire band together. They weren't going to keep the Legion of Boom together forever. Mm-hmm. But there are some defenses that, thinking about the Ravens and the Steelers really for a long stretch of time consistently had really good defenses. And the way they were able to sustain that was partly through just scouting really well. But then the other part of it is having really smart defensive coordinators and having a head coach that really cares about defense. So it's certainly possible to just have a long, long stretch of really good defense. If you look at the way the Texans are operating right now, I think the one thing I always try to remind myself is that, all right, Derek Stingley's the only first-round draft pick in that defensive backfield. Jalen Petrie was a guy that was kind of up and down in his first couple years in the league. D'Amico's first year, he was benched for a portion of the season. And he's turned into what he is now, not just because he's worked hard and et cetera, and he's very talented, but also because they do a really good job of coaching these guys up. So that's the part where I've got going to be able to continue to develop guys. There's some guys you just can't replace, but the pass rush is the thing that really makes it go. D'Amico will call it the engine of the defense. That's where at some point, if Danielle Hunter gets too expensive or if he just gets old, that might be the toughest thing to replace. You've got the benefit of having 2 top 10 pass rushers on your team right now, and that makes everybody better. That makes everybody else on the field look better. Can you realistically expect to have 2 guys like that at any given time off into the future? Probably not.
Yeah, that's true. Like I said, they're the only team on this list that have 2 players on this list, so it's not a common thing for NFL teams to have these 2 great pass rushers. So
the scary thing is if you end up with hey, the 49ers, you got Nick Bosa, awesome. Yeah, but how often do you have Nick Bosa?
It's true.
I think he's on his second ACL right now, right? Yeah, he's torn his second ACL in his career. He's recovering from that. And so that's the precariousness of it for me is in this defense, especially the way D'Amico operates. I feel like you can still be if you removed Derek Stingley or Kamari Lassiter. I'm not comfortable currently with the backups. But if you replaced one of those guys with a quality cornerback, I think you could still be a really, really good defense. Not going to be as good. But if you lost one of your edge rushers for an extended period of time, that's where I would. I think it might be a more draft.
Defensive tackles list comes out today, so we might be able to just skip over that one.
Tommy Togiai might get some honorable mention.
Ooh, okay.
That's right. Tommy Togiai, there's a couple guys on the Texans right now that people are looking at and saying, hey, listen, I'm a ball knower. People nationally. I'm a ball knower. I know how to pronounce Tommy Togiai's name, and I know who he is, and this is the guy you got to watch. Everybody in Houston knows how good Tommy Togiai was last year. But randomly in the offseason especially, we're looking at depth charts where Tommy Togiai is listed as the third defensive tackle. And it was kind of frustrating, but now all of a sudden people are catching on to him. And I'm guessing a couple of anonymous execs are going to mention his name. He won't be in the top 10, but they're going to mention his name.
Right. Well, we'll wait for the list, see if he makes it on there. But top 10 edge rushers, Texans well represented, of course. You can find that list on ESPN.com. Coming up, we got to get to the headlines, including one former Astro great is retiring at the end of the year. We'll talk about that next. Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, boy. You guys know I'm traveling this week, and one of the things
Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Let's get to the headlines here on this Thursday. Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. Astros lose yesterday 8-2 to the Nationals. Spencer Arrighetti getting knocked around again, so the Astros dropped that series. We'll talk more about the Stros throughout the morning. But the maybe bigger news from yesterday is the fact that former Astro Justin Verlander announced his retirement at the end of the season. He's currently on the Tigers. He's injured. He's only pitched once all year, and he'll be retiring at the end of the season. And then Major League Baseball announced that the commissioner, he can add somebody to the All-Star game every year. They invent Pujols as he was retiring, and they're going to add Verlander as like that legacy All-Star to the All-Star game this year. So Justin Verlander announced his retirement.
A name we can celebrate unlike Pujols. That'll be, now people love to, at least at one point, there will be a headline saying, or on ESPN or something, saying which hat does Justin Verlander wear? Which he doesn't have to. They don't have to do that anymore. They don't have to choose a hat to wear, and yet I'm guessing that he'll go in as a Tiger. What do you think?
I don't know. Everyone seems to say Tigers, and I guess so. I mean, he went back to Detroit, obviously, this year. That's where he started. But
you won a damn World Series,
right?
man.
Actually, if you look at his ERA with each team, his best years were with the Astros. You mentioned the world, So it's hard.
Okay, you know what? I bet he goes in without a hat. I think he goes in just as a Major League Baseball player.
Yeah.
Because that's a tough one to choose.
It is.
You got the organization that you spent the majority of your career with on the one hand, that brought you in and all of that. But then you have the other one where you just you were the best. You had a couple of the best teams in the league, even in a year where you didn't win the World Series in one of those years.
Yeah, I mean, he probably is a Tiger, I guess, and maybe I'm biased, and maybe it's partially recency bias, but I do think of him as an Astro first and foremost, more so than his early Tiger years.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see. It's kind of like Roger Clemens had his whole career. And I think he did, but I still believe most people don't really think of him as a Red Sox. He started his career there, but then he goes to New York and wins all those World Series, and obviously finishes in Houston.
Yeah.
Maybe it's that recency bias again, but I think you always think of the team you had most success with and the team that maybe you were with later in your career more so than that first team.
Yeah, and where do you really want to spend your time in retirement anyway? You're going to be in Detroit or you're going to be in Houston? He loves golf. He's going to be in Houston.
Yes, it's true. So Justin Verlander announced his retirement. Oldest player currently in Major League Baseball, but he'll be retiring at the end of the year. How old is he? 43? 42?
You know what? Okay, this is a weird thing to feel a little bit sad about, but he did want to play until he was 45, or at least he had tossed that age out there. Nolan Ryan is still, it's funny how many of these modern athletes will still cite Nolan Ryan, despite all of the advances in nutrition and medicine and recovery and everything. That's how impressive it was for Nolan Ryan to still be the guy that set the bar for, hey, I want to play until, he kind of showed that 45, you can still do it.
Yeah, and I'm glad you bring that up with Nolan Ryan because I want to get into that later on this morning because of a conversation that's being had right now in the sports space. But yeah, Verlander is 43 years old. Only the one appearance this year. He's been injured for the entire season. Last year, 4-11 for the Giants. Started off terribly, but he did end up getting his ERA under 4. So, when healthy, he was still pitching okay. I know it wasn't so great his last season with the Astros, but Verlander retiring, obviously, Hall of Famer, I'll say. Who knows when they'll actually put him in. Mark Cuban is suing the Dallas Mavericks. He's claiming that the new owner is freezing him out, and he's claiming that they had a handshake deal that would keep Mark Cuban involved in certain aspects of the organization. So now he's taken the Mavs and their owners to court over this.
Oh, could have never seen this coming. You could have never seen this coming the day that he sold the organization but maintained that he was still going to, have some kind of a role in it. And it's a handshake agreement. Mm-hmm. That'll be boy. What are the legal prospects of him winning this based on a handshake agreement and a vague notion of exactly how much he was or was not going to be allowed to be involved?
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. Where are you on handshake agreements? Do you need a legal written document, or can you do you uphold a handshake agreement?
I generally, my rule of thumb, is not hard and fast, but anytime a transaction involves billions of dollars, I want it in writing. I'm kind of a stickler that way. I'm kind of old school. I'm like, all right, this is a transaction that involves billions of dollars. Let's just go ahead and put it in writing, okay? Let's not rely on us both interpreting a handshake and a wink is meaning exactly what we mean. I put this one on Cuban. How the hell are you showing up demanding satisfaction based on a handshake in a transaction such as this?
Someone also put out a text message on the day of the sale, and I don't know, again, you have to try to verify everything on the internet, but I believe he was a reporter. It was an account with a blue check mark, which I know doesn't mean much anymore. But anyways, from supposedly the day of the sale to the new owner, where somebody was like, hey, by the way, Mark's telling people publicly like that he's still going to be involved in basketball operations or whatever, and the new owner responded something along the lines of like, thanks for letting me know, we'll take care of it, something like that. So so I think it's just like a Mark, maybe he just assumed himself of like, oh yeah, like I'll still be around, I'm going to be running things.
That's a classic when you leave anything vague in a situation like that, and this where it happens with GMs and players all the time, is where a GM says, don't worry, we'll take care of you, which could mean vastly different things. Hey, just make it through this year and then we'll take care of you. And in the player's mind, he's like, oh, he's going to make me the highest paid running back in the league. And in the GM's mind, it's like, whoa, we'll come to a reasonable agreement between both sides. But it's kind of a big, it's something you try to brush off as a minor detail. It's actually a huge thing. Like when you buy a team from Mark Cuban, a guy who's notoriously has a difficult time keeping his mouth shut, and you just figure, oh, okay, cool, we'll figure it out as we go. I don't think, I don't trust Mark Cuban on this.
Cuban said he thought he was going to. They had an agreement that he'd continue to run basketball operations, but then the Mavericks brought in Nico Harrison, who had full control of the basketball side. And Cuban also says that he was unaware. This is what he says in the lawsuit: unaware of the plan to trade Luka Doncic. I almost wonder if it's like Cuban. I don't know if he'd go through all this effort, but like trying to save face, because people do blame him. Like you sold the franchise, and then immediately they trade away Luka. And it looks like they don't care, and people blame like Mark Cuban, you ruined the Mavericks. So I don't know if this is him trying to like save his legacy of like, hey, I had nothing to do with this. This wouldn't have happened with me.
I mean, the way the Doncic trade went down, especially where Jason Kidd didn't know that Doncic was getting traded. Nobody except Nico Harrison, who was acting like he was the mastermind of all masterminds and keeping it a secret. Nobody knew. I didn't consult anybody. I just let Rob Pelinka tell me what to do, and it was awesome. Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Yeah, he almost comes off as like the townie Mark Cuban, where like you sold the team. Go off and enjoy retirement. The person who, graduated from high school, but they're still hanging around 5 years later. Like, move on with your life.
Or he's just like he sold his bar, but he's there every day.
Yeah, right.
So, like he's the most annoying customer at the bar. He sold the bar, and he just sits there and criticizes the way it's being operated.
Yeah, you sold it. Move on. And from my experience, whenever anyone sells their company, they're never happy with what the new person does with it, because that was your baby. Lastly, here on Headlines, the FBI is investigating Argentina soccer as they get ready to continue in the World Cup, being accused of money laundering and different financial crimes. I don't know how much it's related to the actual team, but people are putting on the tinfoil hats and running with it and saying like, hey, Argentina's had two great comebacks in this World Cup. Seems fishy. And then today, in the other match today where Argentina will play the winner, all of the officials in that match are Argentinian, apparently. So it just seems like a joke around Argentina right now.
That's the whole thing when, with the U.S., when, Trump called the FIFA president and everything, and that was a big deal, and they were getting a lot of criticism internationally from all of that. There was a part of me that was, I had zero desire to leap into that whole debate or that whole fray. But there was a part of it that just, I kept reminding myself, FIFA does crap all the time that people aren't happy with. Like, this is a blip in the radar, and it's going to be bigger because it's the U.S. But, like, FIFA is so sketchy and does so many things that people just don't trust. It's amazing that It's amazing that they just continue to get away with it and have the monopoly on the whole deal that they do, because, man, nobody trusts them.
Yeah. Oh, fraud in FIFA? Oh,
right.
You don't say. So Argentina is being investigated by the FBI currently. Those are your headlines.
Not that, and to be clear, that's, Argentina's being investigated, not FIFA. But when it comes to the officials, which officials were in that match, et cetera, that becomes a FIFA thing.
Yeah, right. So that people are up in arms about the match today, which involves France, who's the heavy favorite, and yet all these officials are Argentinian. It's like, this seems a little suspicious. So we'll see how that goes today out on the pitch, as they say. Coming up, how much better, truly, will the Texans' offensive line be this year? We'll talk about that next. Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, we're talking to you small business owners and entrepreneurs.
Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
How much better should we expect the Texans' offensive line to be this year? It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. You can always text the show 713-572-4610. Get to us in the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. So, as I keep saying, this is the season of lists this time of year as we wait for training camp to begin in about 2 weeks. So Warren Sharp, who has Sharp Analytics,
it's sharpfootball.com, I think.
Oh, is that?
No,
okay.
I can't remember. Yeah, it's Sharp Football Analysis. That's what it is.
Okay. Well, he's a big analytical guy. That's how I'll rephrase it. But Sharp Football, Warren Sharp, he ranked the best offensive lines for 2026, and he did an article on his website that you could go see where he gives a blurb for each team. Mm-hmm. But on Twitter, he just listed the teams, ranking the best offensive lines. And you look at, number 1, Denver Broncos, 2 Eagles, okay. You scroll down, 10, Falcons, nice, okay. The Lions, 14th, so on and so forth. The Jaguars, 17th. Okay, keep third, right behind them. Keep scrolling. Where are the Texans? Titans, 30th. Okay. The Houston Texans, 31st on his list, only ahead of the Cleveland Browns, despite bringing in, 3 new starters and whatever else. Warren Sharp right now has the Texans still as having the second worst offensive line for 2026.
So this falls into a weird category for me of I disagree with them being that low, and yet at the same time, what am I going to do? Get angry about anybody disparaging the Texans' offensive line? I think that until they show and prove that, this yet again revamped offensive line can show up and do something, can actually push human beings more than a half yard or so off the line of scrimmage, that I refuse to get rankled by any kind of perceived disrespect or anything. That on paper it just looks like a few new names, and then some guys that have to play better than they did last year. Ariante Ursary, I thought, had a very promising rookie year. He's got to take the proverbial step forward. I think that some of the rankings of the offensive line right now, for people like Warren Sharp, who he's always struck me as one of these analytics types who thinks that NFL coaches are idiots because they don't pass 90% of the time. You should be passing the ball every single down. That I'm guessing pass protection ranks more highly with him than the run pass balance, and like Wyatt Towler had rough spots in pass protection. He wasn't the classic version of himself. Ed Ingram was awesome as a run blocker, less consistent as a pass protector. You've got either Jake Andrews or a rookie at center, and then he probably doesn't weight Braden Smith's run blocking ability as highly as he might factor in his pass blocking ability. So I get where he might be coming from. I still think it's far too low. But I refuse. I fight with every fiber of my being against being offended by it because this is the bed the Texans offense is made for themselves. They got to prove that they're actually a viable offensive line.
Yeah, I was surprised with how reasonable Texans fans were about this online, having pretty much a similar reaction to you of I don't know if I'd put them at 31st, but I get it. Right?
Yeah.
I figured a lot of outrage of like, how dare you? We made all these moves. How dare you? But yeah, I think Texans fans are so beaten down here in recent years that it's like, yeah, our offensive line has been bad. We have to wait until they actually can prove that they can have a good offensive line.
Here's a guy. I don't know if he's a Texans fan or not, but I think it probably characterizes it. I'll try to say this in a furious voice. Minor nitpick. Texans improved their O-line more than 31st. Should be 4 to 7 spots higher. That's like it is. It's a depressing thing to get in an argument about. Like, no. Listen, they are not the 31st offensive line. They are at least 27th, sir. Yeah. Anytime you start off an objection with that's a pretty good indication that people aren't overly PO'd about this.
Yeah, it's true. So I was a little surprised because usually anytime you say something negative about their team, they're ticked off, but Texans fans get it.
Texans fan says this: Texans improved significantly, expecting them to be closer to 15. Like, yeah, all right. You bastard, you're calling them bad when in fact they're mid.
Yeah.
How dare you? How dare you disrespect our very mid offensive line? Now they really what it comes to with the offensive line is it's got to be faith in Popovich, in Cole Popovich, the offensive line coach, because there's just, you can find a bunch of people that'll tell you, look, man, you can have 5 average offensive linemen and have a really solid offensive line as long as they're all coached up real well and playing together. And I think they made progress in that last year. And it still wasn't what you wanted, but they were playing more uniformly with good technique, not making as many mental errors in the second half of the season. And I think that just by virtue of adding a bunch of veterans as well, and I'll include Trent Brown in that because you didn't know that last year at the beginning of the season, I didn't know if Trent Brown was ever going to play football again.
Right.
Like a guy in his 30s at that size coming off a patellar tendon tear, that's a big deal for an offensive lineman. So going into this season compared to last year, the thing that I'm most optimistic about is that they've just got a better complement of veteran players who play a certain style of football. There's more of an actual theme what they want on the offensive line right now. I feel like they've got a purpose, and it's that we're going to be a team that can run the ball, and we'll use that to make it easier in pass protection by virtue of the play action and everything else. So I do feel like, because I think Warren Sharp labeled this ranking as predictive, right? Like this is what he's predicting they'll be. And I would predict that, at the very least, they're going to be a mediocre offensive line. And then above and beyond that, that's where maybe Cole Popovich can start to make a name for himself as an offensive line coach. If he takes this group and turns them into a genuinely good offensive line, I will heap praise upon praise for Cole Popovich because it'll be evidence that he really knows what he's doing.
Warren Sharp did say that the Texans could be the team that exceed these rankings to the largest degree. So in a sense, they might have like the highest ceiling or the highest potential. He said they shifted from 27th in man blocking percentage in 2024 to number 2 last year, only behind the Rams, where Nick Caley came from. But he said with an offensive line not suited for it and without a real number 1 running back, year 2 of Caley running this system might be better.
Yeah, and that's how I've been with the offensive line in their strategy over the last few years. Well, and especially running on into D'Amico's first year, I had a hard time figuring out what kind of guys they even liked. Because you'd have some guys that look like more athletic zone blocking type guys, and you have other guys that are just huge maulers. And going back to OTAs this year in that first OTA, I think my first impression of just seeing the offensive line as they were walking out as a group was that, okay, this is a more physically impressive offensive line. Like, this looks like a classic. They get off the bus and you're thinking, oh, it's going to be a physical battle today. And it feels like they have more of a theme for the type of guys that they're going after. So that alone, it's just what's the old saying? A good plan well executed will beat a brilliant plan poorly executed, every single time. Mm-hmm. That's where it feels like they've got a good and solid plan at least. And you don't have to stock it up with a bunch of all pros to make it work if you just execute the plan. And you first, A, have a plan, and B, execute it properly. Have a theme, have a philosophy, know what you want out of your offensive lineman. It feels like they're more on the same page with that now.
Ice Cold Funk Train on YouTube said they haven't proved anything, so I agree. 31st seems fair. You know what else I found interesting was ESPN. Again, speaking of lists or rankings, ESPN did a ranking this week of the most talented rosters in the NFL based off of starters. And they have the Texans at the 9th most talented roster, but that's even with them saying biggest weakness, offensive line. This group is perhaps the NFL's shakiest starting five and remains a major concern. That's a real credit, I guess, to the defense, where you can have the 9th most talented roster, even with what they list as maybe the worst offensive line in the league.
Right, the worst offensive line. I'm guessing they don't have C.J. Stroud ranked all that high. People generally aren't all that enthusiastic about David Montgomery outside of Houston. Yeah, that it's a testament to how good. You almost say, all right, well, if the Texans are number 1 or number 2, then they've definitely got the Texans offense ranked down around 18 or 19 or so to end up with that average of 9th best roster. I think with the offensive line, one thing that I've heard from a couple different people that I like is that you might take their top 8 or 9 offensive linemen and say this is one of the deeper groups in the league in terms of guys who can legitimately play NFL offensive line. They're okay. This guy's you don't question whether he's a viable starter or not. And that's if you include the first round draft pick in there. But in terms of their actual top 5, you don't feel nearly as good about it. Where I like that is that, man, what we've seen in the past few years is just that they've had to play a whole bunch of offensive linemen. If you go back to 2023, which is the last time people were really excited about C.J. Stroud's performance, they finished the 15th ranked offensive line in 2023, which I was kind of surprised when I went back on PFF. I went back to PFF just to look for it, just to try to be objective about things. And the thing about that year was that they had a long stretch of capable offensive line play, but then they had a whole bunch of injuries. They ended up playing 14 different offensive linemen during the season that year. But the big thing is, Laramie Tunsil was still Laramie Tunsil and still a good offensive lineman. Shaq Mason, I think that was just as he was starting to get old, but he was still a viable offensive lineman. But then George Fant was the swing tackle that you didn't really expect much out of, that came in and actually played way better than you expected. And there was more of a veteran stability on that offensive line in a lot of ways than I think CJ's had in the last couple of years. And it was, lo and behold, with a mediocre offensive line, that was when CJ Stroud had his most promising performance as an NFL player. That's why, to me, getting back to mediocre is a big step forward, and you get a better feel for exactly what C.J. Stroud is as a quarterback.
Yeah, because, look, I was going to say, how could you be the 9th best team in the league if you have the worst offensive line? But then I was thinking, they kind of did that last year where their offensive line was towards the bottom of the league, and yet they finished in the top, really should have been
13th
top
in scoring.
Okay. But just, overall, I'm saying as an overall team, they still finished.
Oh, yeah.
They should have been, for all intents and purposes, the AFC representative in the Super Bowl. So usually you wouldn't think of a team being that good without a decent offensive line, but the Texans have been doing that. So imagine if they do get decent on the offensive line. That's been the whole conversation.
Right. Yeah, no, it's not. It might be the most lopsided of the teams that are in the top third. Are they one of the most lopsided teams in terms of how, like, where you would rank their rosters right now? The Seahawks are ranked third. Excuse me. The Seahawks are ranked third, and obviously their offense was way better than the Texans last year. The Ravens are fifth. The Ravens are interesting to me. I think I told you earlier this week that I feel like people are talking about the Ravens as if John Harbaugh is still the head coach. Mm-hmm. That because that's what they did with the Saints for a couple years. They would talk about the Saints as if Sean Payton was still the head coach, because when a head coach is there for so long, you almost start to just identify a team as being like, well, the Ravens are always consistently competitive, and they've got Lamar Jackson, and look, their defense. People still errantly believe that the Ravens' defense is always good, when in fact in the last few years they've had these weird seasons where they're actually a bad defense for the first half of the season, then they play in the second half of the season like one of the best defenses in the league. But there's a lot of things systemically about the Ravens that I don't have as much faith in them as it seems like a lot of the power rankings do.
In case you were curious on this ranking, the Jaguars were 16th for most talented roster, Colts 20th, Titans 28th. So that's the rest of the division. Here's friend of the show.
Who was 16th?
Jaguars.
Okay.
I believe, right? I think I have that right. 16th, Colts 20th, Titans 28th, when looking at the rest of the division and how their rosters stack up. Friend of the show, Ross Tucker. Was this with Houston Stressens? Is that where this audio comes from?
Yeah, this was Garrett on Garrett Williams' YouTube channel.
Awesome. Here's Ross talking about the offensive line, first talking about how, Caserio made a bunch of moves.
So this is the second year in a row has done this, where he's thrown a lot of volume at the position. But right now, I think they have 10 guys that have played, or a first-round pick, right? So 10 guys that you'd like to think, if they were out there, would be good enough to not be the reason why the Texans lose and give them depth for injuries. I think.
Oh, the bad edit by me.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that. I was waiting for it myself. What, Ross?
Yeah.
It's hard with Ross because he's a very slow talker,
right? And
he takes pauses. So I should have cut that, I think, out of there.
He had me at the edge of my seat of what are you thinking about, Ross?
I think.
Luke, this is something, is a little quirk of Payne and Pendergast, is that I try to help Ben out by editing audio myself and end up making it way more miserable for Ben. As far as that, though, like the 10 guys who have actually played in the NFL, like that's what he's saying there, I agree with partly, in that a lot of those backups, if you had an offensive line composed of nothing but the 6th through 10th guys, then that's not going to be a very good offensive line. But there are guys that you can plug in, just like most good offensive lines in the NFL these days have at least one guy on there where he's just along for the ride. But if you can keep his workload and exactly how much pressure and focus there is on him to a minimum, then yeah, you can still be offensive line with that. But they at least now have, as opposed to the last few years, I think, where they were penciling guys in as starters early in training camp who still hadn't even proven that they could play in the NFL. When you go into camp and Kenyon Green's getting all the reps at left guard and wondering why is this guy not facing any competition? I just don't get it. It doesn't feel like that anymore. And I think the best evidence of that is that right now, it's really easy to draw up the depth chart and say, okay, Wyatt Teller's your left guard and Braden Smith is your right tackle. I'm not convinced that that's 100% a certainty, even with health. Because remember, last year you signed Cam Robinson as a veteran offensive tackle in free agency to a nice chunk of money, not an exorbitant contract, and he's off the team within the first few weeks. So I feel good about those additions with Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller, and I don't think either of them will be off the team within a few weeks. But I think Braden Smith and Trent Brown might be in more of a competition than you realize. I think if perhaps, depending on how healthy and consistent Wyatt Teller is during camp, if Keelan Rutledge is struggling at center, but is looking really good taking guard reps, that Wyatt Teller might be facing some competition from Keelan Rutledge. So, now you've got a first-round draft pick that might be competing with a former All-Pro guard for who's going to be the starter, as opposed to last year when it was, all right, Laken Tomlinson and Juice Scruggs are going to battle it out to see who the starting left guard is. And 6 months later, neither of them are even on the team. And in the second half of the season, those guys aren't even playing. Like, that was a much worse situation than what they have right now. They've got actual competition now.
You mentioned Keelan Rutledge. More Ross Tucker here with Houston Stressens is Ross talking about how Rutledge is the key.
It's debatable how much Wyatt Teller has left. I thought he still did some really positive things last year. I think Keelan Rutledge is going to be, pardon the pun, but the key. To move a guy that was at guard to center, to kind of give him the keys to the castle. I mean, that's a significant decision. They must really, really believe in the young man. I certainly loved his tape at Georgia Tech, love him getting after people, snapping the ball first. The mental aspect of playing center is a little bit different. Stroud's getting there in terms of experience, but I wouldn't call him a wily veteran yet. So I do think, they're going to test Rutledge early, both physically and mentally, and it'll be sink or swim. We'll see whether or not he can rise to the challenge. There is a chance, there might be some growing pains in a new position early.
Ben, I need you to throw the "I think" at the end of every time we play Ross Tucker. Yeah, I think this is what Ross Tucker thinks. And we saw that in OTAs and minicamp. They're going to get Keelan Rutledge a lot of snaps at center, literally. And now I'm doing. They're gonna, because he needs to just get the physical muscle memory of snapping the football, while also doing all the mental work and the physical challenges of learning to play in the NFL. It's a lot, and some guys have done it. There's a good number of examples of guys who played guard or tackle in college and then went to play center in the NFL. The guy that I always think of first is Matt Burke, from Minnesota. Yeah. He was a tackle at Harvard. And when he got drafted, those of us who played in the Ivy League were all kind of like, wow, really? It wasn't like he was an incredibly impressive, overpowering offensive lineman when he was a tackle in the Ivy League. He gets to the NFL, and they try him out at center, and he ends up being a perennial All-Pro at center. So it's like there's any number of examples of guys who have done it, but it's just not. It's not as simple as, since he's a good enough athlete to play guard or tackle, then certainly he'll be good at center. It's just a different set of challenges. And those first few weeks of camp, the biggest thing that I'm looking for first and foremost is that his shotgun snaps are more consistent. Because that was the one thing during OTAs that, man, all those other centers, whether it's Evan Brown or Jake Andrews or other guys who have played the position, they're a lot more consistent with the snap. And even then, we know that Jake Andrews had some issues with the snap in the Steelers game. That if he can consistently snap the ball well, while also still handling guys like Tommy Togiai in practice, that's going to be a really good sign. That's the rare offensive line that I think you could actually read into a lot of what's going on in practice, because it's hard to evaluate in practice. Offensive linemen and interior offensive linemen and defensive linemen, because there's so many of the physical things they can't do. But I think that if he's consistently snapping the ball well and he's having good reps in pass protection and looks like he's getting movement in the run game in the first couple of weeks, then I think it's an almost certainty that he'll be the starting center. If he's struggling, then there's going to be questions, and we're going to have to see.
I feel like it's the most under-talked part of this Texans team, and maybe I'm just not hearing the conversations. But yeah, Keelan Rutledge, the fact that you're going to have a rookie, already a struggling offensive line with a young quarterback, you're hoping to improve this offense, and you're going to have a rookie center who's moving over. It's a new position, new league. He's only a rookie, and he's going to be that center working with Stroud trying to figure this all out. Look, the ultimate goal is obviously to go win a Super Bowl, and to my research, only one time has a rookie center started the entire season and led a team to a Super Bowl. So obviously, it's a hard thing, and when you already talk about the questions on this offensive line, it just feels like man, at the center position to have a rookie learning the position and the NFL all at the same time with it's just it seems like a lot.
It's what they love. They love taking CJ and putting inexperience and youth in front of. I mean, Jake Andrews last year was a guy. He played 70 snaps in the NFL up to that point.
True. Yeah.
And if I recall correctly, none of them were at center in actual NFL games. And he figured it out and got better as the year went along. But it's just these first. I mean, we saw it last year. Like, I have a hard time. The Rams. So. It's not just the Texans, it's the Rams, who are a really, really good and proven NFL team, that sometimes they treat like these first few games of the season like, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Like, no, when you start off 0-3, like with the Texans last year, it's really, really hard, and you don't end up with home field advantage. You know, the Rams don't play any of their starters during the preseason, hardly at all. Mm-hmm. And then they often go out and struggle in the first few games of the season. Like, man, those are kinds of – you only get 17 of these, McVay. I know you're not an analytics guy, but that's relatively basic math.
It's true. I know. But, yeah, I mean, Belichick's done that at times in September. Andy Reid a little bit. Like, you fool around in September, figure things out, try to turn it on.
Belichick also – you know what? This is the thing about Belichick, though. Belichick was really good at figuring out what his team was. And like, over the course of the first half of the season, a lot of times you'd see these huge methodological shifts. And, you know, the year they played the Rams in the Super Bowl, that was the one where all of a sudden midway through the season, you know what? We're a running football team. This is what we do well. We're going to lean into it. This is what we do. And with him, I always felt like it wasn't as much of a – it wasn't like he was trying to preserve and rest guys or anything. It was that he was just genuinely trying to figure out his own team and, like, what they needed to lean into.
Right, yeah.
Like,
yeah, that's fair.
I think they were just like, I think sometimes they just weren't actually that good a football team at the beginning of the year. Mm-hmm. But they had really good position coaching. That's why I like D'Amico transitioning to this role. Realize his job is to coach the coaches as much as it is the players, because Belichick was really good at coaching his assistant coaches. So I would always watch their defensive line, and at the beginning of the season, I'd be like, God, these guys, they're just not that good. And then I would check in midway through the season on the Patriots, and I'm like, who are these guys? It's the same guys. They're just playing much better football. They've actually improved in the midst of an NFL season at their technique and these details and all of those things.
On the text line, someone says the reason you're not hearing a lot of talk about Rutledge is because it's July. Yeah, okay, so I guess we shouldn't talk about the meteor when it's on the way to Earth. You just talk about it once it actually hits down and you know, crushes the world. You're trying to forecast. I think it's a very big concern or question for this entire team.
Who said we weren't hearing anything about Rutledge? Would you?
Well, I had referenced that I feel like it's not as big of a talking point. I don't hear enough conversations about like the concern of trying to have a rookie center who's changing positions on an offense that has been struggling, or an offensive line that we're still trying to figure out.
Right, yeah. You're specifically talking about, like, for when people are talking about the Texans and previewing it and everything this time of year, where those are the kinds of things where you talk about Rutledge. I think you're 100% correct in that there's a tendency sometimes to forget that 50% of first-rounders don't really work out. You know, that it's never a slam dunk. Oh, they drafted him late in the first round, did they? Well, clearly that's going to be that'll be an improvement. Especially so 50% on average in the first round. Not as high at the back end of the first round. Offensive linemen tend to be fewer busts with offensive linemen, but this is an organization that also drafted Kenyon Green. So there's just 6 of one, half dozen of the other, which it's hard to say.
Track record's not great. Yeah. But to your point, offensive line's the position group that has the highest percentage of guys getting the second contract with the team that drafted them. So it is technically or statistically the safest position to draft, but nothing's guaranteed.
It's always felt to me like if I were a GM, it feels like that's where you get the most bang for your buck. And I would organize my team around always having an awesome offensive line. Yeah. No matter where the pendulum swings in the coming and going of whether offense or defense is more important, or running or passing or whatever, like you're more likely to succeed with your pick, and you're more likely to have them around for a long time.
That's true. I'm old school. I still like the old school basketball where you played from inside out. Instead of today, it's the opposite. And football, same idea. Like build from the inside out. Offensive line, defensive line. I think those are still the most important units of a successful team.
It's still the thing that makes if you want to get the absolute best out of your quarterback, you can make it as easy or as hard for your quarterback as you want when you have a really good offensive line. You know, you can put as much on his arm as you need to, or you can just lean into the run game including you can, and you obviously you make him a better passer when he's well. But yeah, that part of it, and then just the fact that too, those offensive linemen that do work out for you end up they get really big contracts these days. That if you can control those costs without having to go out and sign a free agent or trade for a free agent at some point, you're saving a lot of money in the long term.
Yeah, certainly. We did spend it was worth it. Great conversation. We did spend more time on that than anticipating, but I do want to get to this because we've been tracking even before I stepped in this week. Obviously, you and Sean have been tracking this whole Brandon Ayuk thing, and we played some audio from one of the McCourtys with Jason McCourty yesterday, I think it was, who said, "Hey, Ayuk, just put the phone down." Apparently, Brandon Ayuk is not taking that advice. Here's the wide receiver.
It'd be like BA and his social media antics. Well, I gotta get paid somehow, cause the employer holding me captive without pay. At least social media paying. I'll tell y'all what. I get a job back in the NFL, man. I'm still gonna be on my book on social media.
Yeah, that right there. I'm still gonna be on my BS on social media. That is the clearest evidence yet that he just flat out doesn't want to play football. I think that he is just. I think there's a part of him that's a little bit crazy right now, but I think there's also a part of it that he doesn't care because he doesn't really he's going to let his freak flag fly, and he's not worried about it because he really doesn't care if a team signs him or not. Like that part right there. I'll take a flyer on Ayuk if you could actually get him to sign on a minimum deal with incentive laden. The first part of the conversation you're going to have is, hey, what's been going on with you, man? Is it just that you were confused and angry or whatever, and now are you ready to just kind of focus on football? And he's just flat out there broadcasting it to the world. No, I'm going to keep all of this up. I will be a distraction in your locker room. Everything that you're worried about, even if you sign me to a minimum deal, yes, I will make life miserable for those around me. I don't think he wants to play football.
Do you think this is all sort of like then a bit that he's doing on social media for the attention? Because he said, like, I'm not getting paid by my team. I got to make money somehow. Like, is this all like a shtick he's doing now?
Right, because, okay, I can't imagine he's blown through how much has he made since he got the new contract? I can't imagine that he's blown through all that money, and whatever he's making on social media isn't nearly what he's going to be making if he were paid what is sane. Like a sane Brandon Ayuk is going to make way more money if he just keeps his mouth shut, or just delivers statements instead of blabbing on social media or whatever. He refuses to do any of it, and then he continues to lean into demanding that the 49ers cut him. Well, he still hasn't filed his reinstatement paperwork that would allow the 49ers to cut him. And also, he's demonstrated already once before, he wanted off of the 49ers. The 49ers tried to help him, set up a deal with the Steelers. And Ayuk submarined that. And then God knows why they decided to still give him a contract anyway. And then everything was a mess afterwards, ever since then. The 49ers, if they were just being completely calm, cool, and rational about this, which it seems like they're doing, no, they've got he theoretically is still a tradable asset, and you just wait and see exactly if he does file his reinstatement paperwork, see what happens. I think Ayuk, just is trying to make it such an uncomfortable and ridiculous situation that if and when he does sign his file his for reinstatement, that the 49ers do just want to wash their hands clean of him. But he's doing so much damage in terms of his signability right now, including with the commanders of the team, where it seems like, man, maybe the commanders really would have given him a respectable contract of some sort. He's probably completely destroyed that.
Yeah, right. By the way, Spot Rack, whatever it is, he has made $60 million so far in his career. but he still has another $85 million on that contract. It's crazy to be like walking away essentially right now from $85 million with the way he's act. Here's more Brandon Ayuk saying that, shockingly, Jaden Daniels, his at least former friend, maybe still friend, Jaden Daniels not accepting his calls.
He said, I don't do that internet bro. Hit my phone if you got to talk to me, bro. You got my number. And I called, he don't answer. Hit my phone, bro. It's important. It's the money on the line.
Yeah, it's the money on the line. I don't know. Jaden Daniels wants nothing to do with this mess. I don't know. And even like the reports that those two are close friends and everything, I'm starting to wonder, did all of those reports come from Brandon Ayuk himself? Do we know that Jaden Daniels has actually even really liked Brandon Ayuk and for any stretch of the time? I'm guessing there's evidence out there that they do. But right now he's just, according to the source, Brandon Ayuk, Jaden Daniels isn't accepting his calls. But I don't trust anything that I hear from Brandon Ayuk at this point.
Well, that's also true. Yeah, and I don't blame Jaden Daniels. His people are probably telling him, don't associate with this guy. Stay as far away from this as you can, because it's only going to make you look bad getting wrapped up in it. On the text line, somebody said, first video, Ayuk said, they're stupid for paying me. Last video, he's saying, I got to make money somehow. Pick a lane, bro. So it's
there's not the people that have it's been fun to watch the people who are adamantly defending Brandon Ayuk kind of just steadily fall off the bandwagon as they start to realize, all right, man, there's just nothing defensible that he's doing right now. Especially when he's the only guy that's complaining about the 49ers as this evil organization.
It's true.
You don't find other 49ers players talking about what bastards they are or anything, or how Kyle Shanahan is so evil. He's the only guy that's got these complaints, and he's also the only guy who's acting like a lunatic on social media.
It's true. Yeah, he's looking around like, right, guys, you're with me, right? The Niners, this organization's crazy.
Yeah.
And
Deebo Samuel had nothing but praise for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch after he left.
Yeah, no, the guy's just bonkos. Hey, coming up, there's a conversation going on in the sports world currently that really annoys me. It's Payne and Pendergast.
If you listen to the show, you know that we have a big book of business ideas.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
The conversation going on in the sports world this week that's really annoying me.
Your wife is annoying you. I've got my guesses.
Yeah, Payne and Pendergast, by the way. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. I just think it's stupid. The first part, there's a few things I'll try to get to in this segment. But the main conversation is, look, Shohei Ohtani hit 300 homers. Or I should say hit his 300th career homer this week. And people are saying now, Shohei Ohtani is the greatest baseball player of all time. And it's the same week that, like, Messi, or the same couple weeks here that Messi's doing things in the World Cup, and people are saying, like, hey, he's the greatest soccer player of all time. And LeBron's a free agent, and I won't have that debate, but some people believe LeBron is the greatest basketball player of all time. And it's this conversation that we've been having the last few years where, like, what an amazing time to be alive. Can you believe it? We have the best baseball player right now. We have the best basketball player, soccer player. Patrick Mahomes is the most talented quarterback of all time. And they're all playing at the same time. How blessed are we as sports fans in this current era to get all the best?
Yeah.
And my point is, isn't everything the best right now compared to the past? Like 100 years ago, you would have to wait a week to find out if everyone's eyes were open or not in a photo. And now you can take 47 stupid selfies and delete 46 of them because you thought your hair looked weird in the photos. Like, everything is better now.
Well, and part of that, though, too, is that when you're there's such a recency bias in saying that somebody is the best of all time. It's so easy to sit and say, oh, yeah, Pat Mahomes is the best of all time without really thinking about it too hard. And, no, the push back against that. You can make plenty of arguments that he's not the best of all time. And it's ridiculously easy to do it. But the other part of it, too, is, to your point about how, yeah, you have all this content available to you all the time. Look, it's not like there weren't great soccer players playing in the past. It's just they weren't mentioned in the same breath as our American sports that we're watching, or the major league sports in America. That, yeah, at any given time in any given decade, there's a bunch of great athletes playing in their respective sports. But yeah, but it annoys you that people are sitting down and appreciating it.
Well, yeah, because you're telling me that today's athlete is better than the athlete from 80 years ago
right.
who had a full-time job and
once they stopped having you mean once athletes stopped smoking cigarettes
exactly.
At halftime, and when they started actually treating it like a full-time job, that they're better now. Oh right. Yeah, sure, yeah.
And we have better just weight training and nutrition, and these guys hire coaches because they have more money than athletes used to have. Athletes used to have off-season jobs and everything. It's the fact that we have these conversations, we marvel, like, how amazing is this?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, then you must be amazed, too, that we have TV now and we can actually watch things in our home when they couldn't do that 100. Like, everything is better. Everything is easier now. The athletes should be better in 2026 than any other era because they have so many more resources and tools and everything else.
Yeah, the whole what a time to be alive thing. People always like to say, like, I was born in the wrong era. I should have in the 1700s. I did. And I'm like, yeah, enjoy dying because you scratched your leg on a nail at the age of 17 or whatever. Enjoy not having sewers and whatnot in your city. Things are generally better now in a lot of ways than they were before. When it comes to the athletes, the athletic side of things, it's dawned on me as, man, people are just having all these debates about youth soccer and how they need to change the developmental academies and all of that stuff. I think, honestly, 30 years ago, people there wasn't as much of this feeling or this need that my kid's got to be a professional athlete. It's the most important thing in the world. And why? Why is he not? I think sports in general have just taken more importance in more people's lives and occupy a bigger part of their day. That you used to be able to, especially before sports radio, you could see highlights on the nightly news. You could read about it in the paper. And then beyond that, it was really just a whole lot of water cooler conversations and things like that. So there just wasn't as much available to you. So now the superstar guys, they do just get amped up that much more, and they're more in your face. from all of these different outlets that it feels like, oh wow, we're living in the golden era of all these superstar athletes. Well, yeah, there wasn't really the machine that was spitting out all the PR on these superstar athletes back in the day.
Yeah, that too. And a good thing for those guys like Joe DiMaggio back, but he was too.
Can you imagine DiMaggio and Marilyn Monroe, how annoying that would be today?
Oh my gosh.
We would be so disgusted. It would all be like, oh, great. Oh, the NFL's or the Major League Baseball, there they go. I got to watch Marilyn Monroe 29 times during this game.
Yeah,
and then there would be a backlash against Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah.
People would be sending her pharmaceuticals in the mail. Yeah. It always existed.
Sure.
It's like, yeah, there was Joe DiMaggio or any of those old baseball players at their given time, were they considered, were people saying like, well, they're the best for now, but 100 years from now, there's going to be this Japanese fella that might supplant him. So don't enjoy this too much.
Yeah, it's just, you referenced Louis C.K. earlier this week. He has a great bit of how people take flying for granted. And how, back in the day, you used to have to, the Oregon Trail, it would take you months to go across country, and not everybody would make it alive. Like, you knew going in, like, we're going to lose some people, but we'll eventually get there. And now, as he says, like, you use the bathroom, you watch a movie, and you're cross country in a couple of hours, and yet people...
you whine about it the entire time. Right. Yeah, there's a complaint about your food not being good enough.
Yeah, exactly.
As you rocket across the
Or
earth.
the internet cuts out on the plane, floating through the sky.
All right, that's legitimate. That's a legitimate beef because I pay. This is my old rule is if I pay first world dollars, I will complain about first world problems. That's true in any era of history. I paid a doubloon for this. I expect satisfaction.
Okay, that's what you make. Okay, I should say how much you pay. I could get behind that. Here's the other thing I dislike with this whole argument, too. Shohei Ohtani might be the greatest baseball player of all time, but when you compare him to Babe Ruth, I always hate, and we do this all the time, of like, well, have you seen the people Babe Ruth played against? Yeah, but Babe Ruth is also from that era. It's not like we took Shohei Ohtani and dropped him in the 1920s and was like, yeah, but did you see we do the same thing with March Madness every year, where we're like, yeah, but that mid-major, they only beat MAC teams compared to this team that went 500 in the SEC, played a lot of better teams. Yes, but they're playing with mid-major players. They don't have SEC talent, but you're playing your peers, and you're so much better than your peers. Babe Ruth was so much better than everybody else in the league at that time that's what makes him impressive. It's not like, well, he was a fat guy with stubby legs. He's not as athletic as the current guys. But he was playing on a level playing field outside of, obviously, the segregation, but a level playing field amongst athletes in Major League Baseball at the time.
Well, then, no, and that's even, too, like, if you look at football and you look at, footage from the 60s and 70s, you think, oh, these guys could never play in the NFL. Look at them. Go ahead and just meet Robert Brazil in person and tell me that with the benefit of modern weightlifting and everything, he wouldn't be one of the most incredibly physically impressive. Yeah, and this guy, I've only met Robert Brazil in person after he was already a relatively old man, and he's still kind of scared me because he's so damn big. Yeah, those guys, if you just transport them forward in time and the same way guys are doing, yeah, they're going to be they would be more impressive physically, obviously.
Right. It's more impressive that Babe Ruth would eat a bunch of hot dogs and drink a bathtub of beer in the hotel every night and then go out and club these long homers. I think that's more impressive than the guys that, take such great care of their bodies today and pull off these athletic feats.
Yeah.
And then the last thing I wanted to get to, and I think you made the good point before we came on the air here that probably answers my question. But there was an article in The Athletic, you can go find it, about Jordan, that Chandler Rome just wrote, but as he writes in the the sub headline, he'd rather be out fishing and whatever, doing this and that than being in the spotlight. And this always seems to be a problem in Major League Baseball, where their stars don't want to be in the spotlight like other sports. But I do think you brought up a good point that if somebody doesn't speak English as their main language, they probably, that probably hurts things. And I do think Major League Baseball is the sport that has the most international athletes.
Yeah, they have the most international players, whereas the majority of fans in America watching are English speakers. That I was thinking about this while I was watching Jordan the other day in an interview. It was a really good interview, but he's doing, he's giving his answers through an interpreter. But he also, he listens. He's one of the guys that listens to the questions in English and understands it. And then uses an interpreter to give the answer. I totally understand why guys do that. Like some guys that speak pretty good English but still know that it's not polished. These days, they're hesitant to give quotes to reporters, partly because they just want to be sure that they get the answer right. And then it's just too easy for people to run to that or to take it out of context or whatever. But it kind of removes it puts a little bit of a barrier emotionally when you don't actually see and hear the guy, speaking directly to you as often.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, so I think that's a good point.
Who was it? The one? Oh, it was the athletic writer from back. I'm blanking on who the player was. I'll look it up during the break. Somebody basically put a verbatim quote from a Spanish-speaking player who was doing the interview in English with the Astros, and it ended up it was kind of shady. Like, it ended up making him look like he was stupid, And ever since then, I've been like, yep, I totally get it. I can see why guys that don't speak perfect English are just going to you know what? I'm going to have my interpreter handle it, and there we go.
Yeah, that happened with another player in baseball this year where Spanish speakers on Twitter were saying, that's not what he said, whatever the interpreter said. And
to be clear to everybody, I'm not talking about Chandler Rome. It was a previous writer. It was, yeah.
Yeah, we'll try to effort that. Someone on the text line said, so we're talking about a dominance margin. Yes, that's a good phrase for it. That Babe Ruth was so much more dominant compared to the rest of his peers at the time in Major League Baseball that's what makes him so special.
Yeah,
not everybody was
dominance
doing
margin.
That.
I like that.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't. Don't try to compare apples to oranges. Compare the apples to the apples.
Exactly. That's what I always say. It's very annoying. Somebody said, I don't know how people could have lived in Texas with no AC back in the day. Yeah.
I don't get it at all. It's incredible. I don't understand how people do it. I'm so soft now. Yeah. I think I had to when I was sleeping in my car on a long drive, and I was in Alabama or something, and I was like, all right, I'm just going to pull over to the rest area, and I didn't want to leave my car running. That lasted about 5 minutes. Just sitting and sweating it out in my car. I couldn't do it. So to spend my life that way, I wouldn't have made it. I would have dehydrated and cramped up and died out on the trail somewhere.
Oh, me too. And that's what I'm saying. It's so much easier. Everything's better today. Everything's easier. Air conditioning back then for Jay Gatsby was his handkerchief. And it was so much different. And I do love the autocorrects we get sometimes where your Don turned into your dawn on the text line. So appreciate that. Speaking of baseball and the Astros, when we come back, what's the Astros' biggest need at the deadline right now? And do you actually want them to be buyers at this point? We'll talk about it next. Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, you guys know, you listen to sports, so...
Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
What's the Astros' biggest need right now? And should they actually even bother making moves at the deadline? We'll talk about that here. Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow, in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. Seth, somebody said on the text line, I feel like Seth's idea for NFL-branded diapers is one step closer after seeing Coach Prime become a spokesperson for Depends.
Oh, is he?
Apparently.
Yeah, my idea was basically underoos for adults. That now, and I think they do make underoos for adults, or at least overweight children. But that's where I shop for my adult underoos. I go to the Husky section.
The overweight children,
yeah, Dillard's. It's a brilliant idea, but I lack the follow through in it. But yeah, like Texans branded Depends undergarments and stuff. I'd totally go for that.
Yeah, well,
when the day comes when I need it.
It might become. Yesterday we were talking about what pitch ideas would you bring to J.J. Watt on Shark Tank. That might be one, and especially now you got Coach Prime, promoting Depends.
Does he say anything? Is there a testimonial? Does he have to use them or anything? Given his, I don't want to make light of his medical.
Yeah, right. That was my assumption. Was that's the connection, but I have no idea. That came in on the text line. I didn't know Coach Prime was working with Depends now.
I'll be impressed if he actually goes full testimonial and talks about he's undergoing cancer treatment and everything. I had to do it. It's no big deal. Be like Coach Prime.
Yeah, he's making it cool. It's like in Billy Madison, right? If peeing your pants is cool, consider me Miles Davis.
Yeah,
it's becoming hip again.
So the first time Deion's out there during on the sideline, we're gonna have to see if there's a little extra bulge in his under his pants.
Yeah, that's always the worst for the old folks walking around. It gives them, makes it look like a fupa or something. You got the diaper underneath. Speaking of Colorado, by the way, Seth, did you ever go through your NFL career without bothering to watch film on any of the opponents or anything? You ever just wing it?
No. Nor in college either. That's one of the first big shocks to your system when you get to college is the first time you're in a film session. You're like, my God, how much longer are we going to do this? Why is Coach talking about the same play for 10 minutes in a row?
Yeah. Well, here was Julian Lewis of Colorado, Coach Prime's team there, talking about how they didn't watch film on defenses last year.
The most since last year to now?
My play, I'm actually looking at the defenses now. Last year we wasn't really looking at defenses as much, just kind of high school free ball and just out there playing football. But, it's a lot bigger than that now, so it should be fun.
Which Colorado fans weren't all that happy about that. That they were just out there free balling. Speaking of Depends, they were free balling. By the way, on this, because especially when you're playing, it's in college and in high school, there are times where it really is more about, especially with a young quarterback, getting them to understand and play and execute the scheme. And realistically, a lot of good colleges are just they're getting guys wide open based on the play call, and they're getting so much direction from the sideline that you can make the argument, that for him that year they just needed to get him to be able to execute the offense, and then you take a next step, but now it's with a different offensive coordinator. And now he can be a little bit more advanced. But I think it probably does speak to a little bit of just, man, what a big drop-off it was for Colorado as they adjusted to not having, a couple of the best college football players in the country on their team, kind of making things happen.
Yeah, maybe a big part of the reason why they went 1-8 in the conference last year. By the way, Pat Shurmur was the offensive coordinator. He's an NFL guy, so I am surprised that they operated like that, But
that's where it is. I mean, you kind of got to do a triage on the situation when you're looking at a team and when you've got young players and you're trying to install an offense or you're trying to get a young quarterback to come along. It's that, okay, first and foremost, we got to get him to be able to execute the playbook, and then you can worry about the higher level stuff later on. But it's not ideal, obviously.
On the text line, somebody did say Coach Prime has publicly acknowledged that he uses adult diapers because of his medical condition. So, yeah.
That's a strong move. I'm guessing it's hard to get genuine celebrity. Like, you're not going to get movie stars or anything to necessarily do that because they got to keep their cool factor as high as possible.
It's true.
Whereas Dion, whether you love him or hate him, you have to acknowledge that he's got a cool factor that's pretty extreme.
Yeah.
And for him to do that, yeah, I think it would make me more comfortable.
Yeah.
I would go in and I would say, "What are you laughing at me?" No, Dion, you know who Deion Sanders is? And the 16-year-old girl working the register was like, "No, I have no idea." And sir, no, I wasn't laughing at you. I was on my phone. Yeah.
I'm going to just start wearing them now, even though I don't need them because Deion's made it so cool.
People claim that they'll do it when they're watching sports or something, but I can't imagine that it's actually comfortable sitting there on a wet diaper.
Not
right?
a chance. People will do it for Times Square for New Year's Eve because you can't move. You want to get your spot. You got to get there early to go watch the ball drop, and people apparently will wear diapers. That's got to be the worst, to walk around in a soggy diaper all night.
I'm going to do that. I'm going to go out and buy some Depends this afternoon.
Yeah, test them
and I'm going to
out.
experiment with it to see what it's like to actually sit after you've soiled them the first time with a reasonable amount of urine. I'm not going to change I'm not going to drink more fluids or anything.
It's the circle of life. Jerry Seinfeld has that whole bit of your last birthdays are like your first birthdays.
You know what I need to do? I don't think my wife is listening right now. I'm going to wear them for like a week and go in them like north the week.
Yeah.
And I'm going to see if she notices or not.
That would be great. Then that's a real campaign for Depends.
Yeah. I did. I wore these for a week, and my wife didn't even notice.
No smell, no tell. Depends. The Astros, by the way,
probably ask why we've got a diaper genie in the pantry. But other than that, she's not going to have a clue.
Yeah, that's right. We'll really put them to the test to see how good they are. The Astros lost last night 8-2. Spencer Arrighetti got knocked around. He has an ERA of like almost 9 here in the last 7 starts. Astros pitching has not been good. They've dropped the series to the Nationals. So I asked, what's their biggest need at the deadline at this point? And you can let us know, 713-572-4610. Because still, yesterday, Dana Brown, at least before that Arrighetti outing, is talking about, hey, we're looking to add a left-handed outfielder, which that's been the company statement here for the last few months. But at this point, it seems like it's gotten so unshaky with this rotation that the Astros might need a pitcher more than anything else right now.
I do. I think that if you're going to be aggressive at the trade deadline because it's a failure, if you're not a playoff team, et cetera, and all that, the biggest issue right now on this team, the thing that would make it impossible to actually win a 7-game series, I think, is that you don't have enough pitchers to actually make it through. You might as well spot the other team 2 wins in a 7-game series, because at some point, whether it is or an Arrighetti or Imai, like they're gonna have a couple of really horrendous performances. And that, first and foremost, I don't even want to talk about, pitching wins championships or anything. But I just, that's the most glaring issue that they have. Despite having a really healthy win-loss record since late May, they're doing it while also having their starting rotation have about a 6 ERA. That all of a sudden you flip that with just one guy brought from outside and maybe one Christian Javier or something actually being a good performer. It completely flips how far you could actually go in the playoffs. And replacing Bryce Matthews with a left-handed bat, I don't think it does nearly as much for you as a starting pitcher right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's become such a glaring weakness for this team. This series against the Nationals, statistically, in some categories, the best offense in baseball. The 3 Astros starting pitchers, none of them made it through 5 innings, which then further taxed the bullpen, and that's eventually going to catch up to you as well. So a good starter is going to, by domino effect, help out your bullpen here down the stretch. There's a bunch of names that we throw around. You got Hunter Brown, Peter Lambert, Spencer Arrighetti, Mike Burrows, Imai, Christian Javier, Lance McCullers Jr., Blanco, Wisniewski, this AAA guy, Ethan Pecco. That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 names. 10 starting pitchers that we talk about for the Astros. Astros. Beth, of those 10, how many of them do you actually truly trust? Like, say it's a playoff game today, and the Astros have to pick a starter. How many of those 10 would you actually trust in a big game?
That I really trust, genuinely down in my soul trust, as long as he keeps working his way back, Hunter Brown.
Right.
And that's it. And honestly, man, if I were to go backwards in time and just let's do some 7-game series here. Like in the last 7 games, the Astros have allowed 8 or more runs 3 times. Mm-hmm. We go to the 7 games before that, and they allow 5 or more runs 4 out of those 7 games. And then they had a pretty good stretch. They had a good 7-game stretch where they only allow 1 7-game run in a 7-game or 1 7-run outing in 7 games. And then you go to the next one. They allow 8 runs, they allow 9 runs, they allow 7 runs in a 7-game stretch. They absolutely have to address starting pitching first and foremost if they're actually going to make a real move that makes them into a different team.
Yeah, it's the biggest weakness. I mean, the offense has holes, of course. The whole roster does, but the offense is better than the starting rotation right now. You need to address the biggest weakness, pitching, and it's only getting worse. I'm with you. Of those 10 names, Hunter Brown's the only one I trust. I would like to trust Peter Lambert, but I'm still have this Cinderella concern of, the other shoe's going to drop, and can we really count on him race for playoff game? He's been really good all year, but we just haven't seen this from Lambert before this year, that it's tough to still buy in that this is just the new Peter Lambert now, as opposed to this has been a good stretch and he's eventually going to get figured out.
Yeah, I guess the one thing that saves us in the 7-game series is if you have a bullpen day in there somewhere. I feel way better about a bullpen day than most of the starting pitchers. The only problem with that is that, look, you've also got these starters that are they're all going this last 3 week these last 3 games, not a single one of them made it through 5 full innings. That you can't even rely on having a bullpen day if your relievers are going to be taxed that heavily.
For sure. Yeah, that's a good question too. Game 1, Hunter Brown starting in a 7-game series. Game 2, I assume Peter Lambert. Game 3, who knows? I don't know. Spencer Arrighetti, I mean, he's been terrible for about 6 weeks now. Do you go with Imai and at least get 3 innings out of him?
You can't even piggyback Imai because it's just he at least does us the honor of just sucking right off the bat usually, and then quitting.
Yeah,
I know Josh Miller pulls him, but this is starting to bother me. It is all right. I get it. He's a rookie and all of that, but man, everybody else out there. They take their medicine and they at least try to go 5 innings or so. With Imai, it's he's having a hard day, and he's having a hard time adjusting to the what time we eat dinner and everything. So let's just be sure we get out there and get him off the mound before it gets too late. And I'm starting to. I'm starting to grumble. I'm starting to be a little bit of a bad presence in the clubhouse.
Imai reminds me of my iPhone, where you spent a lot of money on it, and my iPhone, it's great. It can do a lot of good things, like when his breaking stuff is on, you could see the potential there. But the longer you have the phone, the worse your battery gets, and even though it says it's 100%, by lunchtime it's already dying, and it's similar where by the 3rd inning, we already got to go to the bullpen. We didn't get usually you expect 5 to 6 innings out of your starting pitcher. You can't get there. Usually I expect my iPhone to make it through the day, but because my battery is so shot after only 2 years, it's I got to keep charging this thing. It can't last long enough.
What are you rocking with there on your iPhone? What version do you have?
It's a good question.
My battery has been astoundingly healthy, and it's really starting to annoy me. I'd like to. I try not to always replace my phone because I feel like I should be more mature than that now. That I need a new iPhone all the time. I'm on an iPhone 13 still, and my battery life is pristine, and I use my phone a lot.
I'm on a 15. iPhone 15. And
you live in West Suing, you got an iPhone 15? Yeah, just pimping. You're just always flaunting all this stuff.
Oh, yeah, okay.
What's the latest version?
I have no idea. I don't keep up because I'm with you. I've had this for 2.5 years. I never buy the new phone. I spend my phone bill is $41 a month. I love this phone, but my battery health. Let's see, where is it? Battery health right now. My maximum capacity is 81%. So it's 100% charge. My battery really, at its best, is only 81%. This battery is shot.
Because I am turning into an old man, I don't know how to check my battery life right this moment. But
man.
Yeah. No, this thing has been an absolute hoss. My let's see. Well, I'm at 7% right now. How do I find out what my battery?
Go to settings,
battery health and charging,
and then go to battery. Yeah, and then battery health.
Oh, my maximum capacity is only 81%.
Ah, same with mine.
That's going to hurt me on my trade-in, isn't it?
But that's pretty good because you have a 12, I have a 15, and yet
I have a 13. I'm not a peasant.
Oh, sorry.
Got a 13.
Excuse me. Okay, you have a 13, I have a 15. We're both at 81%. So
I got a notification that one of my apps isn't going to be able to work with the iPhone 13 anymore.
Oh,
so
no.
I got to. I'm going to have to upgrade here at some point.
That's the worst. I hold on to look. Growing up, we had the same box TV in our living room for literally like 40 years. And so that trickled down to me. I have a 9-year-old car. I have this phone. My laptop I'm working off of right now is who knows how many years. It's same idea. It's like too old. I can't update certain things on it. I hold on to everything until it stops working, and then I'll replace it.
It's the one, you know what, honestly, where people tell you about, there's a difference between getting rich and staying rich, and they're not always the same skill set. If you ever like start to worry that you're just being too consumeristic or anything, but you also want to be rich, you go through River Oaks every now and then and see some of the people in there that are driving like a really well kept up 25-year-old Mercedes. Right. You know, like they're not just buying a new car every year or anything, and they'll buy nice things, but they buy things just to buy things.
Exactly.
That there's a certain there's a certain level of restraint.
Yeah, that's what Jeff Bezos has said. That's the worst investment is a new car. He has driven, I don't know about now, but he used to drive like a 25-year-old car.
I've had dicey experience with that because I usually try to do the first car I ever bought. My stepfather, after I got my signing bonus in the NFL, he gave me the advice of buying a slightly used car is your best bang for your buck, and I did. But the problem is every time I buy a lightly used car and it's an awesome deal and everything, and the Carfax checks out and all of that, there's just that one little thing that pops up that you're like, I wouldn't have this issue with a brand new car. Or at least if I did, I would have known it and seen when it happened and everything. And I'm just never as comfortable as when I know I'm paying a premium for a brand new car, but that I feel like any of the issues that it has are my issues that I've either contributed to or I'm aware of them. I don't like having it sprung on me with a used car.
That's a good point. That is the nice perk of a new car. You don't have to worry about all these issues. I got plenty of stories of that. Coming up, who will be the Texans' breakout player of the year? We'll get to that next. Payne and Pendergast.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. The issues you have if your car, whether it's new or used, gets hit by some
Studio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Who will be the Texans' breakout player this year? It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. You can always text the show 713-572-4610 or get to us in the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. A couple texts that did come in that made me laugh because we were talking about Depends last segment. And hold on, let me find them because a bunch of texts
Depends undergarments.
Yes, that's right. Now I just lost him. I had him pulled up here. We have had so many enough texts come in. Here it is. Coming up on next week's Payne and Pendergast, Seth learns what a UTI is.
Yeah. If I'm sitting in my own filth for hours, I'm not going to test the limits of Depends. Remember the astronaut woman that was charged with the murder or attempted murder of her husband?
No, I don't.
She drove. I want to say she drove from Texas to Florida in one shot.
Wow.
And she wore Depends, or she wore adult undergarments. I don't want to get sued by Depends. Yeah. That was part of how she was able to do it and make it, like, she made an improbably quick trip to Florida and back.
That's wild. And then somebody else, when I mentioned that people for Times Square on New Year's Eve, somebody said, yeah, that sounds like a great idea until you meet a girl on New Year's Eve, take her home, and she has to watch you remove your diaper.
Yeah, hey, nothing to see here. Yeah, taking off your Depends. Yeah, that's a rough one. So I don't know. Will I get what if I don't want to talk about it. Problems with it. I'll go buy some Depends and some Jock Itch cream too at the same time.
Yeah, lovely. Who will be the?
Oh, that's right. It was Colleen. Lisa Novak. She drove 900 miles to attack her ex's girlfriend. That's what it was.
Gosh, crazy.
That was in 2007. That was forever ago.
Yeah.
She drove from Houston, Texas to Orlando, Florida to confront the woman who'd won the affections of an astronaut that Novak had been involved with. Instead of having the conversation she claimed she wanted, Novak was arrested for attacking the other woman. So that was, she wore diapers on her 900-mile drive in order to avoid bathroom breaks.
Oh, man. Yeah.
You were just a young lad back then. You didn't know the way that it worked, the way things really worked in adult relationships.
That's right. Yeah,
at some point,
I recall that.
So to tell all kids, at some point there's going to be somebody in your life that makes you so angry that you drive 900 miles wearing Depends to attack them. That's how much emotion will be involved here.
Yeah, that's right. Kids, one day you'll have to throw on some Depends too in your relationship. And somebody said, how is your phone bill $41 a month? With an old iPhone, that's how. The Texans breakout player this year. So
$41 a month?
Yeah.
All right, we'll talk about this during the break.
I honestly don't know how it's that low, but it is, and I appreciate it.
I feel like you're in some little plan that they forgot about or something.
Probably.
And you're just sitting, you're just waiting to. I lived in a house once that it was a new house, and the tax appraiser hadn't caught onto it yet for some reason. For 6 years, I was paying $200 a year in property taxes because it was classified as an empty lot. It wasn't bad. Yeah. That's what you're on right now. You've the Verizon or whoever you're with just hasn't discovered it.
That's right. Let's keep.
So we need to stop talking about it on the radio right this moment.
Good thing these mics aren't on. Keep this a little secret. Yeah. Who will be the Texans' breakout player this year? ESPN had an article. Ben Solak, who's referenced frequently, he did an article of the breakout player for each team, and he went with Kalen Bullock, who I think a lot of people took exception with, of I don't know, does that really fit the criteria?
I feel like he's already broken out. Right. He was already he made the Pro Bowl last year, and I do think a lot of people already talk about him like he's one of the best safeties in the league. And it feels a little bit like when you had all these NBA people saying hey, you heard it from me first. Amen Thompson's a pretty good player. And you're looking around every single person was saying, hey, just so you guys know, ball knowers like me will tell you, Amen Thompson's a pretty good player. When enough people are saying, hey, watch out for this guy, the guy's already been watched out for. So I think that's where, for me, the breakout player, the biggest intriguing breakout player is Jaden Higgins. And I think Jaden Higgins kind of toiled in anonymity last year because of the because of the Texans' offense and the issues that they were having, because he wasn't a first-round pick. I think not as many people noticed that he did some good things as a rookie wide receiver, and also because we've been in the last decade, we've had more it's been more common for rookie wide receivers to really burst onto the scene. And I'm not saying he's going to be the next Jamar Chase or anything, but I think he's going to become a much more bona fide number 2 wide receiver. And so breakout doesn't have to mean that he becomes one of the best wide receivers in the league, but it's going to be one that when we're looking at preseason wide receiver room rankings, that's going to be much more of an asset going into the 2027 season.
Yeah, for sure. They need to. That's been the other thing I've been on. We talked earlier about Keelan Rutledge and that big question. Well, the other one, of course, that I keep repeating on these airwaves over the last few months is the wide receiver position. I mean, we talked about it, Seth, you and I, earlier this week, of the questions that remain in that wide receiver room. I think it was yesterday, behind Nico Collins. And so they need one of those guys, Higgins, Knoll, whoever, to try to break out this year and add more depth to that wide receiver position. So hopefully so. Honestly, and credit to John Lopez and Reggie, they on In the Loop. They've turned me on to it, and I've always kind of liked him. This might be quite a reach, but I am on the Foster Moreau hype train, and I don't know if that would even count as a breakout. But I think role in this offense this year, and even if it's not the sexy, flashy stuff, I think he could play an important part and have a good year for this team. I don't know if he qualifies as a breakout, but maybe that's more of like an underrated player, but I'm on the Foster Moreau train.
Well, remember, Caserio kind of just casually said when he was in an interview, I think he might have been with John and Mark, it said that, for a stretch before he got cancer, Foster Moreau was one of the best tight ends in the league. And I don't really remember that being, something that a lot of people were talking about. And I think for Caserio, it would be more, it's not because of the receiving production, it's the fact that he is a capable blocker. And the 1-2 combo in terms of just looking for versatility and being able to run multiple different styles of offense while just having a tight end on the field. I think that's probably what most intrigued Nick Caserio. But I remember, when he said that, I went back through and I'm like, he never had a breakout year as a receiver or anything. His career high is 420 yards receiving. I think he could be a breakout player if the Texans are leaning into multiple tight end sets a lot and more frequently, like a lot of other teams seem to be planning and doing, and it actually ends up working, then he's not going to get a whole lot of publicity for it, but he 100% is the guy that they were missing in terms of just being able to, when you want to be out there and instead of having 6 offensive linemen, have a tight end in place of Juice Scruggs, so you can actually run the ball but also have a viable receiving threat at tight end instead of an offensive lineman. That's a big difference from one year to the next.
Yeah, breakout probably is too strong. Maybe like underappreciated by the time the season goes on and we look back.
He's you know what he is? He's an underrated breakout player. It could potentially break out into those lists of most underappreciated players. So his breakout would be, he starts making the underrated lists.
Right.
And then the dream is that you get talked about being underrated so much that you actually become appropriately rated.
Yes, of course. Somebody said, we mentioned Higgins. Somebody said breakout player will be Jalen Knoll in the slot. That speed will be deadly. How high are you on him progressing year 1 to year 2?
I think the really fun thing to think about is, all right, A, if Jaden Higgins comes along, and B, if Tank Dell ends up being healthy and being the same guy, now all of a sudden you've got a lot of speed on the outside that really opens things up underneath. And Jalen Knoll could become that lovable slot receiver that's just always there at the sticks or just turning upfield and getting run after the catch. The thing that's underrated about him, I think, is just how strong he is and his ability to break tackles as a smaller guy. If you actually give him some space to work with underneath, that could turn into some really electrifying runs afterwards if teams are so focused on the outside wide receivers. And it's very, very possible, but it's like everything else on the offense right now. There's this huge house of cards that, hey, all you need for CJ look like a better quarterback is better offensive line play, better tight end play, more health at running back, and for your wide receivers to stay healthy. That's all you need, and then CJ will be just fine.
Yeah, exactly. That's all.
You just need all those things to come together.
Yeah. By the way, I don't know if you had mentioned this earlier, but Ben Solak did acknowledge that, while Bullock was his pick, he did acknowledge the Pro Bowl appearance, and what he said in his defense was, I don't know how many NFL fans would list him, with the names of the stars of the Texans defense, like a Will Anderson Jr., like a Stingley, so on and so forth. And he was saying that he believes he could put himself into the national spotlight more so here over the next year. So that's why he chose him specifically as the breakout player for the Texans.
Well, yeah, and I think the other thing, too, is that there's times last year, because of injuries at the other safety position, I don't think they were able to use Kalen Bullock as creatively, I think, as they'd like to be able to, just really take advantage of his range and his ability to just be all over the place. So with Reed Blankenship now, they can mess with those guys a little bit more. And, Kalen Bullock can go down and play in the box. They can be more versatile on defense without getting overly complicated or anything. It frees them up. If he's got a steady, solid veteran playing next to him or out there on the field with him at that other safety position, it really frees them up to make the most of his range and his ability to cover just large swaths of real estate.
You can continue to let us know who you believe that breakout player for the Texans this year. 713-572-4610 on the text line. Coming up, we're bringing it back. The Payne Index. How much would these things hurt if they happen here in the Houston sports scene? We'll do that next. Payne and Pendergast.
Sports Radio 610 listeners. 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
It's time to bring back the Seth Payne Index here on Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. You can always text the show 713-572-4610 or get to us on the Twitch and YouTube chats as well. When previous time when we had worked together, I just came up with the idea of let's put a bunch of, kind of did on the fly, let's put a bunch of topics together that get Seth's thoughts on it. And with the help of Reggie, we changed the name to the Payne Index. It's a pun, Seth Payne. And the idea is I give you a topic on a scale of 1 to 10. You label it as how much it would hurt.
Yeah, I'm telling the doctor what's my level of pain here.
That's right.
And I'm being honest about it. I'm not just trying to score a bunch of opioids.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's as the
so
Seth
let's
Payne
pretend
Index.
I don't have an opioid addiction.
Yes.
As we go through this exercise.
Right. Yes. Let's pretend. Astros, don't add any pitching at the trade deadline. Scale of 1 to 10, how much pain would that cause?
Oh, you know what? I feel like Dana Brown needs to earn the right to create actual pain. I think my expectations of what this team and what they're going to do are so low right now, and I'm a victim of the moment because of this miserable series they just had. But I feel like that's the most obvious thing they have to address if you actually want to have any chance in a playoff series, is that you just can't have these vast wastelands in your starting pitching spots. And yet I also don't know exactly what, like, I'm torn, I'm ambivalent, because to actually get somebody that's going to make a difference, I don't know, you have the prospects or I have the appetite for giving up those prospects. So the Astros can only hurt me so much right now because I'm detached somewhat. I'm going to say that'd be a 7. That would be a 7 on the pain scale.
Yeah, and I think part of it for me, too, as you've mentioned throughout the morning, is just the idea of, once again, of settling for these guys coming back from injuries. And as a fan, that would be not demoralizing, but that would be a tough pill to swallow, where that's the big move is Javier and McCullers finally coming back and seeing if they could do anything. It's a little deflating.
We've gone from the golden era to the era of just expecting half rations. Yeah. I'm just like, all right, yeah, I know you're not going to do anything all that big or impressive or whatever, but yeah, cool.
Nah.
Just show me what you got.
It's depressing.
Yeah.
Next on the pain index, saves out.
-3.
He opts out at the end of the season. How much pain?
-3 elation in this? So 10 would be the most painful.
Yes.
This is the problem. This is actually going to be a 9 or a 10 if he opts out, because it means that he ended up figuring things out in the second half of the season was really awesome. Then it's going to be a 9 or a 10. And because as of right now, if he could somehow miraculously opt out, I'd be like, oh, cool, thank you. I will pack your bags. I'll find out what time you prefer to eat dinner. I'll give you a sticky baseball like they throw in Japan. I'll give you a nice little care package of everything you need to feel comfortable in your next spot. But I wouldn't worry about it at all. But if he opts out, it's going to be because he was really, really impressive in the second half of the season.
Yeah, it's kind of that double-edged sword of either he's going to continue to stink and you're stuck with him, or, like you said, he pitches well, opts out, and it's like, oh, well, there he goes, and you might not get anything in the meantime. This might be a team that, if they do make it to the playoffs, don't go far enough, and so it's kind of a lose-lose either way.
Is the bloom off the rose officially with the Astros pitching development, to where they were just for so long regarded as, man, that there's two teams you want to go to if you're a young pitcher, the Rays and the Astros, because they're going to get the absolute, like, they're going to teach you how to pitch. And with the Rays, they'll trade you off to a good team at some point. And the Astros were already good, so of course that's a Shangri-La. But man, my level of confidence that I used to have when they would bring in any random veteran pitcher was so high, and now it just does not feel that way anymore.
For sure. I mean, 2 years ago you had Kikuchi come over. Even last year you could point to like Jason Alexander, but this year Alexander went back, he turned back into a pumpkin. And as we mentioned earlier, I mean, they kind of operate like that, relying on that, where they bring in these 6 pitchers on bargain deals thinking like, we'll get the most out of them. And right now 3 of them aren't even in the big leagues. They've combined for a nearly 6 ERA. Lambert's the only example of somebody that they did get to turn around.
And I think a lot of times when they get that initial bump when they first show up, it's got a lot more to do with pitching selection and all of that stuff that's still relevant, but they don't. The sum total of the people they have working in the pitchers in the organization is that you're probably never going to replace a guy like Brent Strom that worked. Like Brent Strom was the perfect guy because he has, as an older guy, he had all this experience, but he also had an appreciation for the analytics and he understood it and he used it. And just the sum total of everything they were doing from an old school baseball standpoint on into the space age stuff, it was just it was a city on a hill. And I just don't think they have that reputation anymore.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either, unfortunately. Next up on the Payne Index. You brought this up. I think this is a really fascinating thought. You brought this up earlier this week. If the Texans' run game is solid, and we can all define that in different ways, but just say middle of the road in the NFL, it's improved from last year, it's not a huge issue, it's solid. Say the run game is solid, but the offense still struggles. That doesn't solve all their problems offensively. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much pain would that cause?
All right, this is a tough one. This in two different Seths. Seth, the Texans fan, that's a 10 on the pain scale. That's because that means all right, that means CJ doesn't have excuses anymore. The big excuse or explanation that I myself and others have been running with is, man, he's never genuinely had just even a solid rushing attack. And that includes the Joe Mixon year. They just didn't have a solid rushing attack, a consistent rushing attack, and it's hard for any quarterback to operate in that environment. If he gets that rushing attack this year and he's still not performing up to the level that we think he's capable of, it's going to be miserable. And yet, the sports radio guy in me knows that January through May would be a golden era of people hate listening to us. As we talked about this incredible, hopefully still incredible class of quarterbacks or potential free agent signings or trades or whatever. But I know I would grow to hate that too because we'd be talking about the same thing every single day. So I would still, even though I'd be financially benefiting from it, I would still be a 10 on the actual emotional and pain index. I'd be so frustrated and sick of talking about it for 4 straight months that I'd be miserable.
Yeah,
there's no positive way to slice this.
Right.
It's if CJ Stroud is not the guy that you're hoping he would be, despite everything else on the offense being improved, you got to go out and find a new quarterback at that point. And that's fraught with peril, as we know.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's sort of like the movie Hall Pass. If this scenario were to play out, it's almost like the movie where all married men, or most, I won't speak for everyone, most married men think that it's their wives. Like, if I wasn't married, I'd be hooking up with all these supermodels out there. And then when you remove that excuse, like in Hall Pass, where it's like, all right, you have a week, go do whatever you want, and they find out, like, oh, actually, no one's interested in me. Then there's no more excuses to make. Like, it's just, you're not the killer you think you are.
It's So. I go through that just even when my wife's out of town. It's like I have all these grand plans, not getting into anything, bad or out like that I wouldn't normally be allowed to do, but just to have the freedom to do whatever I want, whenever I want, without having to check in with anybody. I end up doing the exact same thing I always do.
Right.
It's a good reminder. Like, oh yeah. I mean, I don't have to start thinking that things are so awesome if we're out there and single and living this life. Yeah,
it's the classic, like, ooh, we have a free night away from the kids, and then you're still in bed at like 9 p.m. anyways. Next on the pain index, Fred VanVleet isn't ready for opening night. Let's say he misses the start of the season, however long that might be. He's not ready for a month, 2, whatever. He did say recently his knee exploded. On the pain index, how much would that hurt?
All right, now this is the big one for this. If that's the case and Rafael Stone hasn't done a damn thing about it other than hoping to cobble together guys to pass and shoot alongside Marcus Smart this year, that'd be a 10. That would be really, really rough because everything. If the Rockets don't do anything aggressive this offseason, then they've been 100 in their belief that, hey, with Fred VanVleet coming back, it's just going to be a much different operation. And then you don't have a Fred VanVleet and you haven't done anything about it at all. That would be a 10. Yeah,
I'd be with you. I am concerned from that audio from VanVleet. And then Lastly, maybe most importantly, on the Payne Index, say you bring home a woman on a one-night stand, just a general person, middle-aged person, not too old, of course. You bring home a woman on a one-night stand, and she has to take off her Depends. What is that on the Payne Index, scale of 1 to 10?
That's inversely proportional to what she is on the looks scale. So it's not directly proportional, but it's not like a 1-to-1 ratio, but it's inversely. So if she's a 10, it's like a 5 on the Payne scale. If she's a 1, then it's a 10 on the Payne scale. Because then you really got to start evaluating what you're even doing with your life while your wife's out of town. So I just told your radio co-host that all you do is sit on the couch and watch sports when your wife's out of town. And then all of a sudden I find myself with a 1 who's just stripping off her Depends, speaking to me in a raspy voice, and then burns her Depends with a cigar she's smoking. That's tough, man. That's a rough one.
By the way,
bunch of old distorted-looking, faded-out tattoos from the '80s on her biceps. Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, she sounds like the woman from Goonies. By the way, I didn't say you specifically. I said in general. So I'm not.
Oh, okay. Well, I go first person on this stuff.
I wasn't trying to put you in this position.
That'd be the tough thing too. Is and then you confess to your wife about it, and then the what's worse isn't the confession, but like actually showing the picture. It's like, yeah, this is the woman that I chose to throw everything away for. Yeah.
Right. What's worse?
I decided to risk it all for her.
Yeah, it's worse for the woman where she's like, for the Depends lady? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Coming up, that's the Payne Index. I'm still working on the patent. Coming up, one professional sports league continues to embarrass itself. We'll talk about that next. Payne and Pendergast.
Yordan Alvarez is an all-star starter. HD2 Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There's one professional sports league that just continues to embarrass itself, and we got to talk about it here on Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. 713-572-4610 is the text line. You also can get to us on YouTube and Twitch as well. So, I mean, this has been going on for a while, really, since she entered the league. It's the whole Caitlin Clark thing in the WNBA.
Yeah. Which honestly, I don't try to keep up with whichever latest officiating controversy or anything there is about it. It's the level of, I don't know if I've ever seen a dynamic like this, where somebody comes in the league and is a huge deal and brings extra eyeballs, and there's just such a either a hatred for or whatever it might be from the players in the league itself. Even if you go back to the old school NFL where rookies were bums and everything, it's still it's hard to make a direct comparison to that. But I don't think in any era of sports it's been like this in any league, men's or women's. But the latest is that the All-Star voting comes out and Caitlin Clark is the 11th ranked point guard in the All-Star voting, by the players.
Yeah.
The players ranked her 11th. She's first and second in the fan and the media voting.
Right.
But she's when it comes to player voting, which means that a lot of players just flat out left her off the ballot too. Like they just didn't even try to say she was as good as anybody else. And look, I'm not a WNBA expert. Candace Parker is. This is what Candace Parker, her message for the players who ranked Caitlin Clark the 11th best guard.
I wholeheartedly believe that there needs to be some rules with the WNBA players because this is getting out of hand. Caitlin Clark voted 11th best guard by WNBA players. That's crazy. I think people need to look at themselves in the mirror and realize, man, you got some insecurities. If you sitting down and putting Caitlin Clark as the 11th best guard, y'all need to go to a therapist and figure out what childhood issues you have.
Which is look, All-Star voting with the players is always a little bit dicey because people do have their personal allegiances and everything. But I feel like even if you hate somebody, you got to acknowledge that. All right, yeah, but they're okay. I'm gonna knock them down to third instead of second or whatever on the ballot. To have just that big a gap. I don't think you need to. You don't need to. You don't need to break down the film or anything to realize, okay, boy, this is a level of vitriol that's just different than we've seen in other sports.
Yeah, it's pathetic. And if you can't take your league seriously, then I can't take it seriously. To put Caitlin Clark 11th is a joke from those players. They put her 9th last year, so they got even worse this year, but it happened last year too where the players voted her 9th, and to your point, the fans and the media both put her at the top of the ballot. Players don't. It's really embarrassing for the WNBA, or at least it should be. There's too many people that still, I was happy to hear that audio because there's still too many people in the WNBA world that don't really speak out on it. And I know he's not in the WNBA world, but we had that ridiculous piece of audio last week from Emmanuel Acho of the WNBA should just move on without Caitlin Clark. What are we doing here?
That's right. Yeah, he acted like that was a one-time injection of energy and viewership, and that now they've been put over. Then everything will be just fine with no Caitlin Clark, just because now they're at it. Whereas, meanwhile, no, the top-ranked games are all Indiana games, and the viewership that spiked when she's injured, it just plummets. All actual evidence is to the contrary of what Acho said.
Yeah, last I saw, ratings are 50% higher for Caitlin Clark games compared to the rest of the WNBA. So it's still a big difference. That was from this season. And, they move their games. When she's on the road, teams sometimes will have to move their games to larger stadiums to sell enough tickets. She's their Michael Jordan. And it's this ridiculous idea of thinking that, get rid of Michael Jordan when he was the one that really helped. It's the high tide raises all boats. The reason why these players are making more money now, they should be bowing down and thanking Caitlin Clark because it's because of her. And yet they have this jealousy and they get physical with her on the court. They don't vote for her in the All-Star game. It's really pretty sad where obviously you're not going to be thanking your competitor, but if we're being honest, like I said, she's a big reason why they have a lot of the perks that they now have from the last for the last calendar year.
The other big petty thing that I've been enjoying this week is the U.S. men's national team losing in the round of 16, because it feels like Landon Donovan has been on a personal mission to tear down Christian Pulisic. Like this is just one of many clips that I've seen from Landon and various former other soccer players talking about Pulisic.
This was a game where you needed him to go, give me the ball, I'm going to stick it in the back of the net, it's 2-2, let's go. And he just didn't, and he wasn't even close to it. And in fact, we don't know, there's reporting that he asked to get subbed out of the game. I can't confirm that, so I don't know if that's true or not. The reality is, Tim, he came out of a World Cup knockout game at home with his leg still intact. I'm saying this to you, Tim, and you know it because you played with me. You would have had to drag me off the field, and I would have punched the doctor in the face and said, you're not taking me off the field, put whatever you need to put in me, and I'm staying on the field. I told you this before, I never shared this publicly till a few months ago. I played with a torn hamstring against Ghana after the Algeria game, and nobody knew about it. I didn't have to tell anyone. It was no drama around it. I just did it, and I could not believe that he didn't stay in the game. Now, if we wake up tomorrow and he broke his leg and snapped and whatever, totally fine.
So he was talking to Tim Howard there also, and those two were both kind of dishing on Pulisic and what his reputation is, and how I think it was Tim Howard that was saying that people, like people in his entourage don't necessarily treat other people around soccer all that well. That like there's just a whole bunch of there's a whole bunch of griping with these guys about Pulisic. That there's the other part of me as a non-soccer fan who's also like, all right, I get not like guys are standing from a pulpit from where you had won a World Cup or something. And there was this piece that was on Paramount last year. So this is in advance of any of the latest controversy or anything. But Pulisic and Timothy Weah here are talking about some of these former players who are now commentators and what frauds they are.
I'd say the most annoying thing, and for me the biggest cop-out of all time, is when, especially, all pundits want to say, they didn't want it. They didn't have the heart. Back in our day, we would fight and we would die on that field.
I think those guys are chasing checks, and for me, I just feel like they're really evil, honestly, because they've been players and they know what it's like when you're getting bashed, and those are the same guys that'll turn around and shake your hand and try to be friendly with you at the end of the day. Don't get me wrong, I respect all of them. I mean, there were players that I looked up to, but quite frankly, the guys before us didn't win anything either.
They didn't win anything. Who's cattier? U.S. men's national team or the WNBA? I feel like the U.S. men's national team is a catty damn place, man. These guys just love sniping at each other.
Yeah, it seems to be. I think I would say the WNBA is worse, but I do like that clip from Pulisic there, and that mic drop at the end.
Well, that was Weah at the end. That was Weah that said that he said that those guys are evil, and also said you guys never won anything either.
Yeah. I think the WNBA is worse because of just how undeniable it is that Caitlin Clark is so good, and they're trying to ignore that fact and just act like she's some bench player. I think the discrepancy in the reality and their fantasy world is so much larger, where in soccer I don't have that same feeling of these people are just out of their minds.
Right. Well, no, that's the whole thing about the Caitlin Clark stuff. It's okay, cool. If you want to get into a debate about whether she's better than this player or that player or whatever, cool, whatever. That's sports. It's the ranking. I mean, again, just imagine any young NBA star who had that kind of impact on the NBA then getting voted 2 or 3 spots, or getting voted, 9 or 10 or 11 spots lower than they should in the All-Star voting. I can't think of any examples like that where people have just wholesale said, oh, no, not only do we not like her, but we're just going to go ahead and act like she doesn't exist at all, and that she's just a bum of a basketball player.
Right, and to add more context to it, she is having currently the best combined points and assists per game average in WNBA history. She is 4th in points per game in the league, 2nd in the league in assists, and I guess their offense is also on pace to set records, and she's obviously leading the way, so it's just it's not debatable. With the soccer stuff, I love the back and forth, but I do tend to agree with the guys with Landon Donovan, where it's that old school, maybe like cavemanish thought, but it's a big game. Like, you shouldn't want to come off the field. You got to leave it all out there. And Pulisic did not have a good World Cup, especially when they lost to Belgium, where it seemed just like, I don't know if he had a lingering injury, but just wasn't into it. And if you're going to do commercials and if you're going to be called captain, you can't be immune to the criticism that comes when you don't perform.
Right. Well, and then especially with Pulisic, it sounds like there's a lot more to it, and that he's got a reputation, and that this is just kind of the fact that, your record matters, like your previous record in terms of how you operate matters. When it comes to a situation like that, where if he had to pull himself from a game, there are a lot of other players that might have done that, but people are like, well, I know this guy, and he's not a diva, and he's not he's tough and all of that, where you wouldn't question it. It felt like people in soccer, especially when they know that it's Pulisic that's doing it, it felt to me from the outside looking in like there was a whole lot of like, yeah, well, what'd you expect? It's Pulisic.
Right.
This is the guy that you're trying to rally around, and nobody else actually feels that way about him.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I did just see this. A group of 11 lawmakers sent an angry letter to the WNBA asking big questions and demanding accountability for, quote, multiple attacks on star Caitlin Clark.
Yeah. I don't. This is I have no idea like whether those Republicans or Democrats. This is a genuine bipartisan take by me. I don't like it when politicians get involved in sports largely, just because it's almost always it's just pure grandstanding. It's a lot of times they don't even have any like legal authority to do anything about it. Like and it's not just this specific situation. It's anything else. That's when I get annoyed. I get annoyed when interlopers come into my world, and this isn't even my world, but just in general into the sport, because it usually doesn't feel like anything's actually going to get done other than get the politicians' names out there.
Yeah. I'm with you on that, and yeah, stay out of it. The Caitlin Clark thing, though, it reminds me of the Chris Rock bit where he would do a bit in the 90s of like the difference between men and women. And this is all for comedy purposes. And men will look at one of their friends who has like a great wife, let's say, and he'll say, man, I wish I could have a woman like that. But women will look at their friend who have a great husband and say, I want that, instead of something like that. Like, I want that guy right there, not a carbon copy. But anyways, it might be that jealousy that's driving all this Caitlin Clark nonsense in the WNBA. So on the text line, this has been actually a very popular topic. All sorts of comments coming in. Somebody's saying, it's hard to keep up with all the text coming in. But somebody's saying, Caitlin Clark, Asia Wilson is the Michael Jordan. Caitlin Clark is not the best guard in the league, yada, yada, yada. If you want to debate skill, that's one thing, but I don't think we can debate impact. And the difference in the league once Caitlin Clark came into the WNBA, I think, is undebatable. And you could see just the impact in terms of, as we already referenced, the ratings,
right,
ticket sales for their games.
No. That's the whole thing. That's why I said I don't care if you're having a debate about Asia Wilson versus Caitlin Clark. Like that's just it's nothing. Debate is no. Asia Wilson is actually better than Caitlin Clark, and Caitlin Clark is actually the 11th best guard in the league. Like that's where it's freakish, the extreme that people don't get into a debate about, best all-time player. Is it LeBron or Michael? No, it's not LeBron. It's Michael, and LeBron is actually the 25th best player all time. It's so clearly emotionally fueled if players themselves are going to the point where they're leaving Caitlin Clark entirely off the docket. It's just weird. It's really, really weird.
Yeah.
And then you add in the dynamic of then there's the people turn it into a race issue, and then you can't have a conversation about it with somebody jumping in from some direction from somewhere completely outside what you're actually talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I would compare. This might be a bad analogy, but I would compare it to like Avatar is the highest-grossing movie of all time. I saw that movie in theaters. I thought it stunk. I hate the Avatars, but it's the most successful in at least in that sense, in that statistic. It's the most successful movie that people go. They've made multiple. People like it. It's popular. I don't think it's the best movie ever made. So even if we want to debate whether Caitlin Clark is the best guard or not, like Seth just said, she's not the 11th. That's too large of a gap. The media and the fans disagree. But also, she's been the most successful player for the WNBA, even if you don't think she's the best. She's been the most marketable for the league for one reason or another.
Which is I guess the other thing, the normal trajectory would be that Caitlin Clark comes in the first 2 years is beloved, and then people really. She's been way more polarizing right from the get-go, right? Was it, was it? Did she have her rookie season? Was it relatively smooth in terms of all this stuff, and then it started getting ugly?
No, I think it's kind of started right away. I mean, it kind of went back even to college. She was a little polarizing because of her rivalry, with Angel Reese at the time in LSU, and so. There was that rivalry, which you could compare to Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, and then they both went into the league at the same time, and they really helped improve the NBA at the time, just like the WNBA now. And there was people on both sides. You had your Magic Johnson fans, you had your Larry Bird fans, and similar. You have your Caitlin Clark fans now, you have your Angel Reese fans, and so it's just a natural rivalry.
There was there's certain elements of it, the way that when it comes to these things where people are just jumping in from all facets of life to weigh in on it, and a lot of them aren't even sports fans. That's where it feels too much like the Tebow stuff, where you try to have a conversation about Tim Tebow, and all of a sudden there's 9,900 people who aren't even sports fans who are going to tell you exactly why Tim Tebow's getting screwed over or whatever. You're like, oh, man, let's not turn this into a sociological debate. My God.
Yeah, I'm with you. And let's not forget the WNBA should say, never turned a profit, and I think still have not, but they're moving in that direction. So, it's had a large impact, her presence. Coming up, there was a ranking yesterday. We're doing a lot of lists this time of year. I do want to get to this. Who are the best young stars in the NFL? And I was surprised with how this one listing went. We'll debate it next on Payne and Pendergast.
I'm accurate of great companies that have grown like.
Studio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Who are the best young stars currently in the NFL? We'll talk about it. Payne and Pendergast here. I'm Luke Morrow filling in for Sean alongside Seth. You can always text the show 713-572-4610. Get to us on the YouTube or Twitch chats. I had saw earlier Bonnie Tyler's name was trending. I didn't look into why, but then I just saw on the YouTube chat they mentioned it. Rest in peace to Bonnie Tyler, who passed away apparently at 75 today. And she had the number one hit in the 80s, Total Eclipse of the Heart, which...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's who that is.
And holding out for a hero.
There you go.
Footloose.
Oh. She's big in Footloose, huh?
Yeah. So
was that in Footloose, Ben?
Yes.
The original Footloose? Okay. How old was she?
75.
Oh, that's too early.
And I had no idea that she was Welsh. I just always assumed she was American. I didn't know. But yeah, she had some jams in the 80s. And Total Eclipse of the Heart, of course, gained additional popularity when it was used in Old School, right? And that guy is great in Old School, the singer who does that in all the movies where he sings songs inappropriately.
Mm-hmm.
The Dan Band. That guy's pretty good.
Yeah,
So-
but he still lives. That's the real tragedy here.
Yeah. He gets to continue to do the song,
Yeah.
but unfortunately, Bonnie Tyler at 75. So there's the big news of the morning. This is the time of year for these rankings and lists, and CBS Sports put out one where they ranked the NFL's top 25 players aged 25 and under for the upcoming season. So who are the best 25 players in the NFL that are currently 25 and younger for this upcoming year? And there are some things that surprised me and stood out to me on this list. Now, of course, it's it's one person's opinion. I don't think, or maybe it was a group of writers, but whatever. It's one publication's opinion. But when you look at the bottom of the list, hold on, I'm on the wrong end of the list. But Will Anderson Jr. wound up number 6 on the list.
Yeah.
And then ahead of him, you have Jackson Smith and Jigba. Drake May is 4. Penei Sewell's 3. Puka Nacua is 2. And Bijan Robinson's 1. So it's a good top part of the list.
It's hard to get too overly PO'd that Will Anderson isn't higher on the list. I guess I just always say, hey, man, it's been 1 year with that coordinator and that offense for Drake May. But you're also... when you're, he had that incredible season he did. I'm cool with it for now. I'm kind of amazed that Penei Sewell is only 25 years old because he was drafted in 2021. I hadn't remembered that he was that young when he got drafted. But the biggest one, I was surprised that Bijan Robinson was number 1 overall, and I get it, but I was a little bit. One that I was upset about was that Derek Stingley is 16th, and he's one of the 2 best players in his position. But ahead of Derek Stingley, had Christian Gonzalez and Devon Witherspoon, which they're both really good. I would say Christian Gonzalez is the closest to Derek Stingley there, but I think it's almost. Pretty much any cornerback ranking you look at right now, it's Surtain and Derek Stingley at number 1 and 2. So to have 2, not just 1, but 2 guys ahead of him in this ranking, I feel like he's getting dinged, if anything, because he's older than Christian Gonzalez, or for whatever reason, that he's not as much of the young and upcoming guy. He's an established, high quality player.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for me, it was really, honestly, when I looked at this list, my biggest takeaway or surprise was what we had just mentioned in passing was Will Anderson Jr. 6, and you referenced Drake May, who's 4th on the list, and that's 4th overall. Like, I think that's a little high. I know he just went to the Super Bowl, but he didn't play all that great in the playoffs for the Patriots, and I like Drake May. But, I think Will Anderson is better at his position. I mean, we just went over the ESPN list where they ranked him 3rd overall in the entire league, regardless of age. I think Will Anderson is higher on the list of defensive ends than Drake May is on quarterbacks.
Yeah, you know what? You're exactly right, though, too, because even with Jackson Smith and Jigba, who had an incredible season last year, it's 1 year so far. And, I feel like Will Anderson almost gets dinged at a really high level for multiple years. So it does. If you're doing a list of the top guys under 25, it feels like they should have renamed it something like the most exciting and fastest risers under the age of 25. Because Derek Stingley and Will Anderson are almost getting penalized for having done it longer than some of these guys who did it for 1 year. Jaden freaking Daniels is right next to Will Anderson on this list.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels is still riding that. Look, this is right. Jaden Daniels was lucky he got injured last year because basically when he was on the field, he looked like he was going to have a year a lot like C.J. Stroud's second season. But because he was injured a bunch, people are just kind of rolling along and be like, well, we got to see. He had a really good rookie year. When was that? That was 2 years ago. But injuries and whatnot. Like, all right, no, I'm not giving him a stamp of authenticity yet based on his rookie year performance when I've lived a similar situation not too long ago.
Yeah, I had picked him last offseason as that Stroud candidate that would take a step back, and now obviously injuries played a big role. But yeah, you need to see it sustained first. Speaking of quarterbacks, Jaden Daniels, like you said, number 8 on the list. Caleb Williams, number 7. And then Drake May, number 4. No C.J. Stroud because he is under 25. No C.J. Stroud on this list of top 25 players under 25. Does that seem like an omission at all or no?
No, because you're including all
all positions, all
22
players,
potential positions here. Or that's where we are with that right now. I thought when I was looking, did the same thing as you. I got really offended early on because I thought it was ranked higher to lower, and I saw Cooper DeJean was above Derek Stingley, which I thought meant he was ranked higher, but no, he's actually ranked lower than Derek Stingley.
Yeah, that's when websites and such make these lists, they have to make it a little more convenient. Like a lot of times, especially for the purposes of what we're doing here, you just want to see who's at the top of the list. But they start at number 25, and not only that, like there's a lot of scrolling in this article. If I want to go down and be like, oh, who's the top 5? I have to scroll for 2 minutes here.
I respect the game because, look, what you're talking about is a website that's still trying to make money the old-fashioned way on an actual website, and they want you to be on that page as long as possible.
Yeah.
So you got to be able to scroll down. I think websites themselves and actual blogs are, like, from a financial standpoint, are making a little bit of a comeback because so many of these damn companies are using AI to write their articles.
Right, I know.
Which I hate, and yet at the same time, they're like, oh, okay, we can actually just spit this out for $0 and sell some advertising.
That's why I do like what ESPN does. Not that anyone really cares, but if you are a sports fan who reads a lot of stuff online, I like that ESPN will give almost like a chapter or whatever, the top of the article where you could just click that link and it'll bring you right down to that portion.
Oh, yeah, down to, especially in these listicle type things where they rank 20 different teams that you can click on the top and then do.
Yeah, if you're only interested in the Texans, you just click Houston. It takes you right to that section instead of having to scroll. So I do appreciate that from ESPN.com. They got that part right. They also listed on this list 10 players who barely miss. So that gives 5 players. Under 25. Kamari Lassiter not mentioned amongst those top 35. Does that feel like underrating?
That feels like that feels like an omission. Again, for a guy that, I know the Pro Bowl doesn't matter as much as it used to, but he made a Pro Bowl already, and I think is going to have to deal with kind of being in Derek Stingley's shadow for as long as those two are on the same team together. I think because Derek Stingley is the guy that is in terms of pure cover skills and everything, people just love looking at him as the guy who does he's the ideal, other than the health issues, he's the ideal cornerback in the way he operates. That I think there's always going to be a perception that Kamari Lassiter is, getting either extra help or it's just easier to play when in fact it's harder to play opposite a guy like that because people are going to target you and they're going to test you. And they've done that the last couple of years, and he's risen to the challenge. But there's almost like a glass ceiling that's keeping people from going all in on Kamari Lassiter because he's a little bit more of a he doesn't fit all those ideal parameters in terms of length, speed, one-on-one cover ability and everything. He's just I don't want to call him a unicorn. He's not that unique or anything, but he just excels in a lot of parts of the game that people don't value as highly, but that make him a really, really good football player.
Do you buy into this idea that came in on the text line? Because obviously you played here for the Texans, and you played, of course, even earlier, right at the beginning of the franchise. Do you buy into the idea of like the disrespect for Houston athletes at the Texans? Texans are just, that's why even as good as a Will Anderson is or a Stingley is, they'll be underrated on types of lists like this?
No, I don't think that. No, I don't, because for one, at least in the NFL, I don't think it operates that way as much anymore. And I say that while also thinking that that's a little bit of Danielle Hunter. The fact that, like, if Danielle Hunter had played for a team like a New York team, or if he'd played for the Packers or something, then I think he'd probably have more notoriety. So it's still somewhat of a factor. But if you look at, this defense, people wouldn't shut up about this Texans defense and all their players headed into the postseason. It was probably one of the biggest talking points in any NFL programming during the playoffs was how much people loved the defense. And so that part of it, and if you look at C.J. Stroud, the amount of adulation that C.J. Stroud got was kind of alarming after his rookie year, to the point where people would accuse guys like us of being overly negative or something if we were like saying like, this feels like a bit much right now. So no, I don't buy into it. I don't think you have to. Houston's like, it's not going to be like the Packers or the Raiders or the Giants or the Cowboys or one of those teams that just always gets attention no matter what. But it's not like I think really like the Bills until the last few years, the Jaguars ever. Like the Jaguars get really under-discussed when they have a good team. The AFC South in general a little bit, but I don't think it matters as much as it used to.
Yeah, I can see that. It's become such a the NFL Network and everything's discussed, and like I think the whole league at this point, like the good enough players or the big enough stories get covered somewhere or continually because there's just so many outlets and so many people are covering it. It's become such a big sport and such a big thing. It's not like I hear from my father, my uncles growing up, where it's like, hey, we had 2 channels and it was just whatever team was on, that's all we could watch, and we didn't know what was going on. It's obviously it's so different these days.
Ever since fantasy football got so big, I think it started to change in a lot of sports. Like Arian Foster was a perfect example. It was a celebrity before the Texans even actually really turned the corner in 2011. People knew who Arian Foster was, partly because he was just such a fantasy football stud. And so it's I don't worry about that, like guys getting ignored wholesale like they used to. Like Danielle Hunter, okay, I don't get the sense that he ever wants any part of being a celebrity, so it doesn't really matter. But like if he did, then it might be a little bit harder. But we also live in a city where J.J. Watt, like there's plenty of guys that, like Aaron Donald is as like on the same level of notability in terms of what. Like I still think JJ was JJ at his peak was a better defensive lineman than Aaron Donald, but Aaron Donald is like right there in the same conversation. Like JJ's a much bigger star, despite having played at Houston, just because JJ put a little bit of work into being a star too. Like it was JJ Watt. Go ahead and find anybody who thought JJ Watt was somehow ignored by the national media when he was winning his 3 defense. They talked about him a lot.
Right. Yeah, I think your fantasy point's a good one because I think Matt Schaub's another guy who had his profile elevated by fantasy. I had a college roommate who would draft Schaub every year because, he would throw for yards and touchdowns and sure, some interceptions, some pick sixes along the way, but some fantasy players that at least I was playing with always loved Schaub because he'd get you some points. He would be held in higher regard in fantasy than maybe in the real world.
That's one thing that you appreciate as you get older. Myself, every now and then I run into somebody who used to play me on either on Madden or on some defunct NFL game that doesn't exist anymore. And it's always cool it's actually really enjoyable to hear people say nice things about you related to a video game or fantasy football. Right. I didn't play a fantasy football position, but I think it's that same dynamic when you're in your 40s and some random guy in a grocery store says like, "Oh, you used to hit this spin move. It was incredible. I used you all the time on NFL, whatever it was."
Right.
What are some of the defunct NFL video games?
Well, yeah, not to fanboy, but for me it was ESPN 2K5, which
That's what it was.
I thought was better than Madden back then. And even though I was growing up and living in Connecticut, for some reason I would do franchises or dynasties with the Texans, and I would actually play as you because I'm always a down lineman. I don't play as the cornerbacks or anybody. Yeah. And so 21 years ago I'd play as you.
ESPN 2K5. I think for whatever reason there was some kind of glitch in their programming where I was like unstoppable somehow if you used a certain move because That it's never been anything that's been. I've never been overrated in my Madden ratings or anything, so it must be ESPN. Can we bring back ESPN 2K5?
Yes, please. Those were great games, better than Madden at the time. I'll stand by that. And loved playing with the Texans back then. Coming up, we'll catch up with the fellas from In the Loop and find out the question of the day. But also, should the Astros actually be buyers at this point? You can let us know in the text line. We'll talk about it next. Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, maybe you want to be sure that in your retirement you can go find.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
But you still want the Astros to be buyers at the deadline at this point. Payne and Pendergast wrapping up this Thursday morning. We'll catch up with the fellas from In the Loop here in a few moments, get the question of the day. But I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. 713-572-4610 on the text line, or YouTube and Twitch chats are there for you as well. Astros lost last night 8-2 to the Nationals, dropping that series. None of their starting pitchers made it through the fifth inning, which that's a good thing that they have an off day today, so everyone can get well rested now, and they start a big series. Astros actually have a big series with the Rangers starting tomorrow. The Rangers and Mariners are both playing today, so they can gain a half game on the Astros, and Houston will enter the weekend either a game and a half out of first in the West or 2.5 games out. But they play the Rangers starting tomorrow, 3-game series leading into the All-Star break, which, again, Texas will either be 1 or 2 games up on the Astros by tomorrow. And the Mariners play the Rays this weekend, which is the best team in the American League, I should say. So, if the Astros take care of business and if you get some help from the Rays, there is a scenario where, who knows, they might be in first place heading into the All-Star break. So
yeah, this is the AL West, which I've lost. I have no shame about it anymore. I don't even care that the team that's leading the division is 47-46 right now. That's the world we live in, and when in Rome, you live as the Romans do.
Yes.
That's what the AL West is. It's a bitter death battle to see who can be slightly above 500 at the end of the year.
Yeah, that's what someone on the text line said. I just want the Astros to put us out of our misery, but the AL is so bad that we're going to be in the race until the very end. So that's the case. If you were in another division or in the NL, it might be different. But that's the thing here. That's my thing, is what's the best move realistically for the Astros? As fans, you always want to compete and be relevant and try, and you don't want to think about the future. And it's not your money, so you don't care about that and everything. But, is it best to truly try to be buyers if you do believe, our ceiling is just to get to the playoffs this year? Or is it best to kind of set yourself up for the future where you can come back and actually be like a true World Series contender in the future? Because I think back to, in this division, the Texas Rangers just a couple years ago, it was 2024, where they had just won the World Series. At the trade deadline, they were 3 games under 500, but they were 3.5 games out of a playoff spot. And so some of their pieces had a disappointing season. Last year was even worse. This year hasn't been much better. And it's that idea of almost kind of getting stuck in that purgatory or spinning your wheels instead of admitting, you know what, we're not good enough right now. Let's kind of bag this season and make sure we're set up better for the next couple of years.
That's where it's always, everybody's going to feel differently about it. There's going to be a spectrum of people who are just tear it all down at any given time versus other people that want to fight until the bitter end. I think that it's always easier to say, hey, no, you guys need to really just hit an actual reset button on this team and organization and get, build back up from within, et cetera, et cetera. It's hard for GMs to survive that cycle. It's always easy to say oh yeah, I'll be totally cool with actually sucking for a couple years. Nobody ever actually is. Your resolve gets tested immediately. So I think that for me right now, I look at the mediocrity of the American League and look at it as an opportunity, really. And I have more of an appetite than I would have expected. If you had told me, 2 months ago that the Astros would work their way back up to near 500, would you want them to be a buyer at the trade deadline? I probably would have guessed. I probably would have said no. That I needed some kind of a real surge. I want to see a 12-game win streak or something. And they didn't do it that way. They did it more gradually, and they won a bunch of series, most of them against mediocre teams. But I think that they've gotten to a point where you can see how, with just a couple of twists in adjustments right now, including bringing in a starting pitcher, and that if you get the best offensively out of guys like Paredes and Christian Walker, that all right, in this AL, yeah, this is a team that can actually make a run in the playoffs. So I've got more of an appetite to be a buyer right now than I thought I would for a sub 500 baseball team.
Yeah, and I do get that perspective as well of like just get there, chip, chair, and a chance. And we've seen some teams that, especially in baseball, that get hot at the right time or didn't have a good first half, or even the 2006 Cardinals I keep referencing, who were only 4 games over 500 and ended up winning the World Series. Like, just get into the playoffs and let's see what happens.
It doesn't help that the Astros won the series versus the Rays.
Yeah,
I feel like I still have like a little bit of I've still got a little bit of false confidence and bravado from that. To say nothing of what happened the last 3 games versus the Nationals. That Rays series, I'm gonna lean on that hard for a while.
That was a great series win. Problem is there haven't been enough, and part of that is because the AL is so bad. But they've only beat the winning teams. The only winning teams they've won series against currently are the Guardians, the Cubs, and the Rays. And the Rays is a great win, that series this past weekend.
If there's only, I don't even care about making the World Series as much as I do beating the Yankees in the ALCS to go to the World Series. That's my emotional ring that I wear more. That's why I have one of my commemorative rings that I have. Keep it here near me all the time. Is an ALPN ring 2019.
That's right.
That matters more to me and feels better than just a meager World Series title.
Hey, how about the Yankees 5-15 in their last 20 games? Worst record in baseball during that time, and they're averaging like 2.5 runs per game in those 20 games without Aaron Judge.
Is this as simple as is this just going to be another classic Yankees team that whatever they end up doing in the regular season, they can't face up to good pitching when they hit the playoffs, or is it deeper than that?
No,
is there deeper than that? I mean, can I buy into this losing this ridiculously bad stretch that the Yankees are having and say, yeah, they're just actually not that good, or is it just a blip on the radar?
No, I think they're, and again, I'm biased, but I don't think they're that good. My Yankee friends are tired of me texting them all season long, calling them fraudulent.
Yeah.
They're 500 against teams with winning records this year. They've beaten up on a lot of bad teams, and if you watch them all year, I'm biased, but I watch them and wonder, how are they winning this many games? This is a bad lineup, especially without Judge. They do have good starting pitching. I will give them that, no doubt. They have a good rotation, and that might help them. That might carry them to a certain spot in the playoffs. But the lineup's not good enough. The bullpen can be shaky. They really only have Aaron Judge in that lineup. They are still relying on the home run ball. So yeah, I'm biased, but I don't worry about the Yankees in the playoffs making a World Series run this year. But maybe I'll be proven wrong. On the text line, somebody said biggest need at the deadline, which by the way is just over 3 weeks away. Biggest need, a new G. Another person said the Astros fan in me wants to win and make a move, but I don't trust Dana to be the guy to do it. So let's just ride this thing out and see what happens.
Yeah.
Not a bad thought. Somebody said Astros continue to prove they are fool's gold. They're 46-49 right now, but 2 games out of first. However, the numbers I keep referencing, 4th worst run differential. They've overachieved by 3 wins so far, and they're 20-25 against teams with winning records.
I feel like fool's gold is a little bit too generous to say. Fool's gold would be if they actually had a respectable winning record right now, but it feels like it's all going to fall to dust. So I think fool's gold is not aggressive enough of a criticism for me.
And the last one I wanted to get to was somebody said the 2026 Astros have no chance competing for anything real other than the AL West, which is meaningless.
Yeah.
So that's and to your point, as you referenced earlier, not only do GMs not want to be in the tank or be bad, but especially when you have Dana Brown, who has an expiring contract, he definitely doesn't want to try to pack it in on the second half of the season and just fade away from Houston, even if that's what fans prefer.
I would, you know what? If he makes a desperate, attempt to save his job by some aggressive moves at the trade deadline, it would still serve a dual purpose. It would either A, maybe work out, or B, it would be a miserable disaster, and then the organization would have no choice but to say, all right, listen, we gotta we just got a little bit more hardcore into hitting the reset button and take our medicine for a couple of years and maybe you have some rough seasons, but so be it. We've done it before. Mm-hmm. Like you've it's for me with Jim Crane right now. It feels like he went through the really miserable hard part of tanking, which was at the time. Like people love to act like they had faith in the process at the time. Very few people had faith in the process. You never do when it's a new group of people that are intentionally sucking, and you just have to say, okay, well, we'll suck for 4 years and then we'll be great. Sure. Like nobody ever actually emotionally signs on for that. In hindsight, you say, oh yes, of course I knew all the moves they were making. I was monitoring all these AAA championships they were winning, and I knew that it was going to be incredible. But so Jim Crane has been through it before, and he's come out the other side, and he's made 4 World Series appearances with it. But then to try to go back and do that again, there's probably like a little bit of PTSD and it wouldn't have to be as aggressive a tank as it was in 2013, 2014. But he just doesn't have an appetite for it. Now it's like when I decide every now and then in the summer, I'll be like, all right, I'm going to get back in shape. I'm going to do my old football workouts. Now I'm going to do a conditioning test just like I did in football. Man, I get like 20 minutes into that workout. I'm like, nope, no reason to go through this again. I don't need to be miserable like this ever again in my life. And I think Jim Crane just doesn't want to ever have to be miserable like that again in his life.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It's like the New Year's resolution. It always falls in January. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie's in the house. B. Scott back in for Lopez. The fellas have in the loop today. Are you guys superstitious? I did see this, that ever since Christian Walker did that whole thing where he wiped Jordan's bat on himself, Jordan's 1 for 18, and Christian Walker is batting .333 since then. Do you guys buy into superstition in sports at all?
I'm a little stitious, not superstitious, I would say. Just a little stitious. And if it's going to be this way, I would prefer that Christian Walker be able to get some of the good juju from Jordan, because I trust Jordan no matter what to eventually figure it out. Like, I think Christian Walker, if we're going to be superstitious anyway, I think Christian Walker or the goodness of Jordan is more likely to influence Christian Walker than whatever Christian Walker is going on to influence Jordan.
I'm significantly more pragmatic than I am superstitious. However, I also am not a consistent person. So whatever is most fun for me, I'm willing to rock with, right? Like that's the way that I operate and I go through life. And so if the superstition is more fun in this moment than actually being pragmatic and saying like, guys, we know that this is not how this works, I'll rock with the superstition.
Yeah, man.
Why not?
Let's go with the party.
Like deep down, I don't believe it. However, this is fun. Let's go with it.
I'm only superstitious in sports, and I can be very superstitious in sports, but in the real world, I'm not so much like that. But something about sports.
The superstition part of it it's interesting to me because, like, from the athletes themselves, I think a lot of times things that get labeled as superstition is more actual routine or changing a routine or ritual, especially that there's certain things that you can do ritualistically that it just gets at or puts you in the right frame of mind. So. Like the relievers all taking the bullpen cart the other day. I thought that was awesome. And I would have encouraged them, okay, look, it worked out really well. You guys got to do this every time you're in a ballpark where there's a bullpen cart to go ahead and take the bullpen cart. It wouldn't be because I believe that it's some kind of superstitious fix. It's that, all right, yeah, it probably takes a little bit of the pressure off, a little bit of frivolity or whatever, and it's a little bit of a custom that they do. I like stuff like that.
I tell you what, superstitious or not, this is one thing that felt like a bad idea at the time and seems like a bad idea in retrospect. Y'all remember last year when they put Christian Walker at Jose Abreu's locker? That was the thing, and they were like, man, we got to get him away from this area.
Yeah.
They quickly addressed that, and I'm glad they did. Yeah. Superstitious or not, like let's keep the vibes immaculate.
Yeah, I'm with you. Hey, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. What is the question of the day today?
I know that you guys are familiar with this gentleman. However, it's just fun to say his nickname, Zizou, more professionally known as Zinedine Zidane. This is the 20th anniversary of him deciding to headbutt the mess out of a dude in the middle of a World Cup final. And I don't know if you guys would agree with me. I have a strong feeling that you would. That was a holy bleep moment in sports.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were watching it live. Watching it live, I was like, oh, God. Because it wasn't that he decided, I am mad, I'm going to punch you. Right? Do you know how mad you got to be to go immediately to, I'm putting my head through your chest?
Yeah.
And so my mind in that moment was blown.
Got to be a little crazy, too.
Yes.
Got to be a little crazy.
Which, again, makes this all the more fun for me personally. not being this happened. However, it was a big holy bleep moment, and so that I kind of want to go into what are your favorite holy bleep moments in sports.
Yeah, I've got one just to tease it. I've got one that stands out that everybody should remember if you were alive in 2000, let's call it 5.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
I'm going
Most
to try
of us
to be,
were.
Yeah, I'm going to try to be thinking about it in the meantime.
Mine was I was on the field in 1999. I was with the Jaguars. We were playing the Browns, and an official threw a flag, and it hit offensive tackle Orlando Brown in the eye.
Yeah.
And I was there and saw I was standing not too far away from Orlando Brown shoving, I think it was Triplet, the referee. Like, as far, it looked like a cartoon. Like, it was in my mind when I'm remembering it. I know this is inaccurate, but this is what my brain has done to it. Triplet went like 10 feet in the air and landed like 20 yards away. That's what it looked like in the moment. And you got to know, this is Orlando Brown Sr. His nickname was Zeus.
Yes.
Because he was just a mountain of a man, and he was nasty. Like, he was, usually when offensive linemen, like people call offensive linemen nasty, I'm like, all right, whatever. No, he was nasty. He was like a big, mean, scary dude. And I immediately thought, my first thought was like, don't be a punk, don't be a punk. Because my first reaction was like, I got to take a few steps back from all of this.
Which is the right one. That is the right one. I will contend that to this day. You made the right decision.
Yeah. I was like, don't step backwards, don't step backwards. But I was also thinking, like, who the hell's going to rein this dude in if decides to murder all the peasants? It was crazy. It was nuts. And then you find out later, one of the reasons he freaked out was that his dad is blind, or his dad was blind. So there was extra, like, he couldn't see out of his eye.
Dude,
and
what are the
out.
odds? What are the odds that you would accidentally hit somebody in the eye with a flag, and it would be somebody with that kind of hurt, with that kind of background?
It's true.
With blindness of all things.
The odds are a little bit better because I'm guessing he threw it with a normal trajectory, but Orlando Brown was like 6'8", so it's kind of like when I threw the Tide Pod at Sean.
That's right.
That was our Orlando Brown moment. And he was like, I was afraid. That's why I was so scared of Sean in that moment. I thought he was going to shove me like I was Jeff Triplet or something.
Why were you afraid? I was the one sitting next to him.
hey, but aren't y'all glad that Sean is not Orlando Brown?
So much so. Oh, my goodness.
Because how would that have gone?
I would have been in trouble.
Yeah.
Like, I would have had to, like, put all these people that when we were walking around San Francisco thought I was a safety. I'd have had to put their belief to test. I'd have had to, like, try and restrain him.
Hey, honestly, for Seth, it would have been one of the few times where Seth might have been in trouble. Like, in most cases, Seth would be able to have the advantage in that. But if Sean is all of a sudden Orlando Brown,
yeah, because Sean
we've got a match.
Sean has all of the, like, hypothetical things that we talk about in this moment. Like, he has the moral high ground in that moment. He is a father, so he has dad strength. He's got old man strength in there as well. Like, I think that he would have all of the respective, I don't know, Dragon Balls, Infinity Stones to go and whoop somebody's ass in that moment.
Yeah. You know what we can do to test this out next year? Out of nowhere, I'm going to go over to the Patriots radio booth there and just chuck Ted Johnson in the face with a Tide Pod. We'll have the showdown of the century.
And Ted is such a nice guy, too. He'd be like, hey, Seth, man, what's that about?
Ted would.
Oh, we were buds.
I don't know. Yeah, but Ted can still flip the switch.
Yeah.
I'd have to tell him. I would build up to it so it wasn't out. If it was completely out of nowhere, he wouldn't know how to react. He would just be like a WTF. But if he knew that I was planning on doing it and then did it, then we'd have a good old brawl.
Yeah, Seth, you can't do that. Like, I love the idea, but you really and truly can't, because I don't want you to develop the reputation as the dude who throws stuff at people. Because, like, this made it around Super Bowl Radio
Might be
Road
too
last
late.
year.
Might be too late. It happened.
But this is the thing.
No, I've already
documented.
I've got two notable incidents on Radio Row already.
I think that they're different enough that I don't know. Maybe I can't speak for everybody. I feel like they're different enough. If you end up with, like, hey, he threw stuff at people twice, I feel like you're gonna go over to, like, the Minnesota booth and they're gonna be like, "Hey, aren't you the dude that throws stuff at people?" Like, I don't want that to be the case.
But
that's my shtick.
See, I could just picture it where we got Figgy filming everybody's face when they see Seth, like just the expression on their faces just change immediately, and they're afraid.
It's like Jaws, yeah.
But they're not afraid that he's gonna punch him. They're afraid of that Tide Pod.
What's yours, Luke?
It's a tough act to follow. There's a bunch that come to mind immediately, but the one I'll say that was most recent was just this past March with UConn, because I grew up in Connecticut. I am a UConn fan, but their comeback against Duke when they were down like 20 in the second deal, and Braylon Mullins, a freshman, hits a 35-foot three-pointer to win at the buzzer. And I was watching that, and I was like, I was in shock. I think I ushered that same phrase of like, oh my gosh, what just happened? And we're still alive. So that's probably number one on my list, but there's quite a few, and that I'm sure you'll get on the text line. It's a good question and fun to think back to all those iconic moments in sports that left you your jaw dropped a little bit.
100%.
Yeah. I got an honorable mention because this one is not going to come up in the segment.
Oh, it can still come
Y'all
up.
remember a couple of years ago when LeBron James elbowed Isaiah Stewart?
Yes,
and
Beef Stew. Yes.
Beef Stew just went manic.
Yes.
Yeah. I will say that was a holy bleep moment for me because I was like, is he going to kill LeBron James in front of everybody?
Because so often in sports, like we've litigated out the fighting of sports, and I kind of hate it. And so often we see moments where dudes get mad, but it's really just they're here to bump chest. That dude wanted blood.
Oh, yeah.
He was running through staffers. He was running around the court.
Well, once he realized then there is something about that. Like once you realize you're bleeding, you're like, okay, now the person that made me bleed got to bleed too.
It's eye for eye.
Yeah.
I'm watching it right now, and that's the bad. Like, honestly, that is the biggest. There is zero hold me back energy
100%.
there.
He's like, if you're in the way, you're getting got to.
Yeah, it's not like that fake, like, oh, no, I'm trying to escape your grasp because I'm so angry. Like, no, he would have fought anybody and everybody that was in his way. Yeah. And with his face bleeding like that, it's nuts.
It took what seemed like every qualified person to stop that from happening.
And some who were unqualified as well.
Yes. It took a village.
Finally, we understand what the NFL was talking about in the end zone.
Yes.
It takes all of us. Okay, finally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and along the same lines, I'm sure it'll be mentioned, but Malice at the Palace,
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
We'll run it back.
Yeah.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Good
We'll run it
answer.
back.
Because I'm sure many people say like they saw, but I did actually see that live, and that was just such a remarkable thing to see play out live on TV.
Yeah. Yeah. And it won't be hard for us to relive Malice at the Palace.
Isaiah Stewart, when he was acting like he was going to the locker room and then tore back across. Oh, you got to go watch this 8 times. He was out there. He broke like 8 tackles.
That's right.
I know.
Honestly, like we talk about David Montgomery. If you told me I could have Isaiah Stewart or David Montgomery, I might take Isaiah Stewart in the Texas backfield. I'm not going to lie.
He might be. You tell us, Seth, he might be a decent nose. Like,
yeah, I know. Yeah.
You just imagine lining him over the center.
It's my favorite part.
All his snaps are going to look like Jeffrey Simmons that one time where he hit C.J. Stroud in like 0.2 seconds.
Yeah.
But acting, that's the move. That's the go-to move that I'm amazed it works so well. Is the guy that's flipping out and then pretends that he's calmed down. It works every time. everybody who's trying to be a peacekeeper is like, okay, cool. He's kind of like calmed down, and then boom, back into the fray. God bless the human spirit.
In an extra gear at that, like with even more fervor than he did before. It's like, wait a minute, did he get faster and stronger in 7 seconds?
I was like, he should be exhausted. Like, no, he just needed 20 seconds to catch his back at it.
Yeah,
I already love this segment.
I would have loved if he actually got there too. See what would have happened.
I feel like we could have been dealing with the Kermit Washington situation.
Yeah,
he
did not need to get there.
Yeah,
that would have been a little too memorable.
Yeah, that's true. That's true for all the wrong reasons. All right, we'll stop taking up your opening segment here.
If we did 4 hours of this, I'd be happy.
Yeah. I am beside myself.
Seth, appreciate it as always. I'll talk to you tomorrow for a Friday.
Yes, we will do it. And then I'm going to make you work Saturday, too, so get excited for that.
Yeah, funny you should say that, because, Saturday and Sunday, actually. So, yeah.
You don't sound too excited about it now.
Yeah. No, I am excited. I am.
I can tell.
Happy to always be
clear.
seen over here. Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. We got to get out of the way. The fellas are in the Loop. Starts now.
That's right. You're in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday to you. As you heard, B. Scott again in for the OG John Lopez. I'm going to be honest. Yesterday was a high standard. I know we started talking about bathrooms, which again, Luke Morrow, I am greatly appreciative to you for. We did. We had a lot of fun yesterday, and I'm not going to lie. I went to sleep last night. I was head on the pillow. I was like, damn, we're going to have to follow that up.
We're going to have to follow that up. Core memories unlocked.
We're going to have to follow that. Literally, core memories unlocked when you were talking about the seat pinching.
I'm telling you.
Literally, that happened. So I don't know if we're going to have core memories unlocked for you, but we will try and have fun here over the 4 hours here on a Thursday. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig is on the ones and twos. Get involved with the program. There's various different ways to do that. You can text us on the text line. Funny how that's named. 713-572. 460. There's a great appreciation from us to the Mo Karam and lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. And let's get this out of the way, B. Scott. The Astros got walked yesterday.
They did.
And I don't mean walked in like the literal baseball sense. I mean walked as in the dog walk sense, because they got absolutely whooped in this rubber match in this final game of a 3-game set versus the Nationals. The Nationals, mind you, a team that can score runs, but I guess I'd still been, and wrongly, obviously, in the mindset that Spencer Arrietty's one of your better ones. You know, you have an opportunity. Hit. Like, it wasn't good, to the point where I will start this with a question that is very unfair, but does Arrietty stink now?
He has come back down to earth. Like, he has turned back into a pumpkin. I heard Luke in the morning show talking about Jason Alexander going from last year to like kind of this savior or this revelation to turning into a pumpkin this year. Well, this is that to the umpteenth degree and power with Spencer Arrietty, for the simple fact that no one ever confused Jason Alexander for being a top of the rotation guy, whereas Spencer Arrietty for a time there was looking like he was going to be that. Like, May was not that long ago. We're only in July. And this was the American League Pitcher of the Month for the month of May. And now this guy has given up, or has at least allowed, 8 runs for the second time in 3 starts. And apparently, do you want to know what his ERA is over his last 7 outings?
I don't, but you're going to tell me anyways.
And I know you love numbers. So I'm going to give you an advanced number. This is one that we can all digest together, okay?
I don't like the way you said that, but okay.
No, I'm just saying, I want to be inclusive. You and I both like advanced stats, but we want to be inclusive of all the people, okay? Spencer Arrietty, since being named the American League Pitcher of the Month for the month of May, owns a 8.7.
Correct.
Let's repeat that. He owns an 8.74 ERA over his past 7 outings since being named the American League Pitcher of the Month for the month of May. And I think that, like, we know enough about ERA in baseball to know 8 ain't good.
It's not good.
Numbers are hot.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't know your name. I would like to learn it soon.
I know it.
Mind you, in that particular 5-star, or you said 7 starts, right?
Seven. Yeah, it's past 7 outings.
0-4.
Yeah. So no wins there.
No wins.
O means winless.
Three no decisions, and I imagine you felt great in no decision circumstances. And that's, yeah, man, this is a problem, right? Like, he had a fantastic month of May, literally an ERA of 0.93, and then he followed up with a month of 9 ERA baseball. Like, this is deeply problematic. And what sucks is that when you were doing the math on the Astros rotation, as you were trying to fight your way back into level contention, he was one of the ones that you were checking. And I understand we were doing that in the midst of this happening, right? But I guess you look at it and you go, oh, man, there's probably some bad outings. He'll bounce back. I think we're beyond, like, the bounce back portion of this. 7 straight outings of bad baseball. Like, that, right?
So I think that, so to answer that question, we have to ask another one, and that is, what does bounce back look like? Like, do we have to now curb our expectation a little bit, curb your enthusiasm just a little bit when it comes to Spencer Arrietty, because you're probably not, like, is the AL Pitcher of the Month still in there somewhere? I think it's probably safe to say that was a little bit of fool's gold, and you're doing yourself a disservice to, like, be hoping that he returns back to that. But the point now is that it just can't be this, right?
Correct.
It can't be this, because now we're doing a whole different sort of calculation on what the rotation even looks like.
You got to the question.
Like, we're having a conversation.
You got to the question.
Of, like, who are the guys? And like you said, we would pencil in Spencer Arrietty, Hunter Brown once he's healthy, and now he is.
And Hunter Brown has had some outings where I go, hey, buddy, you want to get back to being Hunter Brown again, big dog?
And that's just a journey you're going to have to walk on. Like, you're just going to have to walk down that road with Hunter Brown. Spencer Arrietty, not so much. And so now we're really just talking about Spencer Arrietty, Hunter Brown.
Correct.
As, like, the for sure.
Yes.
And I think,
shout out to Peter Lambert, who is name number 2 now.
Yeah.
Like, unquestionably, that is name number 2 now.
But that has to bother you a little bit.
You don't think so?
That has to. And when I say a little bit, I mean a whole hell of a lot. That's what I mean when I say a little bit.
Correct.
It has to bother you a lot that after Hunter Brown, who is a bona fide certified ace, even if he's struggling at times, you've got Peter Lambert and Tatsuya Imai.
Shout out to Peter, not Paul and Mary Lambert. You mentioned Tatsuya Imai. Arrighetti as a potential fourth name is there. Like between Imai and Arrighetti, I go, man, do I have to pencil either of these guys in? Because
you need at least one of them.
You do have Reno Blanco coming back. We've talked about him, right? Lance McCullers Jr., they're going to try it. They're just going to try it. Yeah. I think we know the Astros well enough to know they're going to try it. I don't think it's going to work. It's your homegirl that's like, yeah, but I love him. It's like, girl, I done heard all the issues that you've told me about him.
But she can't quit him.
You can do it if you want to, but no, we're going to be back here having this conversation again. That's Lance McCullers Jr. with all due respect to him. Hayden Wesneski is supposedly coming back, but again, coming back off of Tommy John. How do you feel about that? Christian Javier in the pen right now. He could be a starter. Like, there's a lot of, you know what this is? If we're betting spades, there's a lot of possible books.
Yeah.
No guaranteed books.
No guarantee. It feels real ragtag. And I don't mean that as a disrespect, but it feels like after you get past Hunter Brown, even with all due respect to Peter Lambert and what he has been, the revelation that he has been for you, and Tatsuya Imai starting to kind of figure things out. After Hunter Brown, it feels very much ragtag trying to just piece this thing together.
And the question I have, even though like the AL West itself, not the greatest, can you piece this ragtag bunch together, especially with an offense that is just never going to say die? Can you piece it together enough to win the AL West? And I don't know, especially because the Mariners have gotten back to being a little bit better. The Rangers are actually playing good baseball right now, and you see them this weekend.
Yeah. Can you be a legitimate baseball team if you're ragtagging the rest of your rotation outside of your ace and you essentially have no outfield? Like
Which is funny
from
because
the mound to the outfield, there's a huge gap.
And it's funny because you asked that, and I think that now the Astros sit in this time period where you're heading towards the trade deadline, and the question is probably, do you look for a pitcher or an outfielder?
Yes.
And it feels like an either-or proposition.
Feels like a yes.
Well, you would love it to be a yes. However, I look in my palm at the change that I have, and it doesn't stretch for both.
It does not. It does not. And so difficult decisions have to be made for people who are in a difficult spot right now in making decisions. So, when I say that, I'm talking about a lame duck general manager who is absolutely motivated to make good on what could be his last year, but
and an owner who never wants to say die, even though you look around and you go, maybe at some point.
But you need more than what you got to stay alive. You know, like you say never say die, but I need more to keep this heart beating. And I don't know if they're going to be able to get it.
I hate the timing that this happened. You went on a run. You got yourself within reach. You were like within a game of the top of the AL West, and then something happened. It's like, hey, man, we finally got our account back in the black. You know what I mean? And it looks like we're going to be able to put some money in savings. And damn it, if that ain't the alternator.
Yeah.
What?
It's always some stuff.
It's always something, ain't it?
Always some stuff.
Oh, man. All right. There's an off day at the very least. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I looked at the text line from the 281. 8.7 ERA. That's almost one run per inning. Thank you for that very advanced math on the text line. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I want to remind you that Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Coming up next, the U.S. men's national team's exit from the World Cup has started up a well-known conversation about the U.S. and how they develop soccer talent. But I think that everyone is missing somehow the most obvious conversation. I'll tell you what that is next.
Sports Radio 610 listeners, wow.
sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit it big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What'd you say about a baby?
You've said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Atatula alongside B. Scott in for the OG John Lopez.
That's right.
We got Figgy Fig, of course, on the ones and twos, who I've already told him I am wearing this French jersey right now. Obviously, France playing Morocco.
That bad boy's clean, too, by the way.
I appreciate it.
I've been checking it out since I saw you earlier. I'm like, man, that looks good on you, brother.
It has to, because Figgy's been out here outdoing me on the soccer.
Okay.
Have you seen him?
I didn't realize we had a
until he was out here wearing all these jerseys, and I was like, hold on, I need y'all to remember who runs this.
But see, Figgy's a fly guy, so I'm never trying to look. I'm secure in my own, so I'm never trying to compete with Figgy. I'm not doing that.
I didn't think I was either.
I'm gonna let Figgy have his.
I didn't think I was either until I felt like Bodie all of a sudden. I was like, wait, he's got my corners? I want my corners.
Yeah, I feel that. Got to take these corners back.
These are my corners. Hold on, you can have a lot of the corners, man. Like, I'm not beating you on the updos and everything, man. You got the glasses, the head wraps be on point. You can't be coming in here and taking soccer jerseys from me, bro. You know,
ruthless, man.
I was like, I had to get my spot back. So
have a heart, Fig.
Right. Think of the children, man. I don't even know what the relevance of that is, but just think of them. All right.
It's just fun to say.
It really is.
Think of the children.
Think of the children.
What children? The children.
The children. All of them. All right. But no, obviously the soccer continues. World Cup. We missed you yesterday. It was rough without you. We get it back today. France playing Morocco at 3 p.m. And obviously, unfortunately, I'm interested to see how many people are still tied in. France is a fun team, but there's no U.S. left in this tournament, and see how that changes the way things go. But with the U.S., bouncing out of the World Cup, a lot of the conversation has turned to a familiar front when we talk about soccer in the U.S., which is, why aren't we developing guys to make this U.S. team that's a part of like a huge country that should be one of the powers? Why are they not a power? What is not happening there? And there's a lot of people talking about various different things about investment and the ways in which, internationally young folks jump into academies at young ages that are directed towards getting them better at soccer versus here having to play through club, then ultimately maybe going to college.
Yeah,
and I feel like
the pipeline looks different.
Yeah, the pipeline looks very different. You said that very quickly in a way that I took a long way to get here. But the point that I think that everybody is missing, that I'm just mind-boggled about, aren't we? We're just bad at development generally in sports now. Like, this is something that I found to be fascinating now, is we as a nation are not actually good at developing any talent. It's amazing that we do, and I think it might be just because of the heft, the number of people that we have that we're able to develop talent. But how many times have we had conversations about the top players in the NBA all being international?
Yeah.
How many times have we had conversations about youth baseball and all of the problems of it? I think that we're just bad at developing talent, period, now.
Yeah, I don't know if we're bad at it, but we're certainly not as good at it as maybe we once were, and we're not as good at it as perhaps we would like to think, sort of our American exceptionalism sort of approach to everything, not just sports, but probably everything. We probably are a little bit too much dip on the chip a lot of times when it comes to some of these things. But, I see it. Like, I think a good way to put it, a succinct way to put it is we losing recipes.
We really are.
It does feel like we losing recipes to where, like, we still cooking the food, and the food still tastes pretty good, but it don't taste like your mamas and your grandmamas and your aunties and the folks that really had the recipe. And so I honestly am at a loss and trying to figure out, well, how do we get back that recipe? How do we find it? How do we recreate it? Or at the very least maintain where I would say that we're still pretty good, but it's going in the wrong direction. We still have great athletes, right? We still produce really compelling sports. But it does feel like the bridging of the gap makes us a little bit uncomfortable of how close things are internationally in the sports that we hold dear in this country.
Yeah.
And certainly with soccer, the way you described it and the way I said it. Like the pipeline just looks a lot different for us here in America, in the States, as it does abroad.
Let me kick this at you and see if you agree with this, and maybe this can get us somewhere, right? Because when we're talking about the development and when we felt like we were better at this, I feel like we were largely better at this when we leaned on, and this is an apolitical observation about a thing that does delve into some level of politics. We kind of had state-subsidized development of all of our folks, because what is public schools if not, obviously state-funded education, whatever. And part of that I guess the thought process was to have well-rounded, children and ultimately human beings and citizens. You didn't just teach them about arithmetic and reading and writing. You also made sure that they understood the arts and that they understood or some physical education. And then we had teams, and those are the teams that ultimately, those are the places and the centers that we developed. And it was all through the context of we are developing human beings. And then, our sports got a little out of hand, but we were still developing human beings and helping them grow. I think that the further professionalization of youth and youth sports, whether we're talking about like club teams or even the thing that I always think about, I think Bo Jones says this very well, is that as soon as you start moving to play sports, that's a profession. Got so deep into that where it becomes so much about like the professionalism of it, where everybody is worried about wins and not about development. And I think that actually ends up in a place where we are not focusing on developing the human or the player anymore. I think we're all worried about winning at every level, even all the way down to Pee Wee.
Yeah, that is a difficult philosophical place to go on in terms of like, why don't our public schools prep us for this better than they used to? Because like you said, it used to be that you could just go to your public school and you could develop within your community and with your own school, and you didn't have to move to the next county or move out of state to develop in a professional kind of way. Like you could just kind of do it. It was a lot more natural. And so I think that just the calculus has changed a little bit in terms of like how much money are you willing to spend? How far are you willing to go to do this thing? And it does seem like in soccer specifically that in other countries they are willing to pay that extra dollar for, like, it's not like we're not willing to pay the extra dollar for sports or this particular thing.
Correct. The investment is monetarily, I guess, is there in some ways, for sure.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things that factor into this. How does the economy change and fluctuate up and down throughout these different eras that we're talking about? Let's just call it over the last 30 years. The economy's been up, it's been down, it's been up, and it's been down again, right? And so you could look at that, but then also just comparing the countries, it does seem like those other places are willing to invest at least more in soccer the way, say, we do in club baseball or in A-ball. We're still doing that, and there's this own question of, like, basketball, for example, is the AAUization of basketball ruining the fundamentals of the game, and are the kids abroad that are learning basketball learning a better and more fundamental game? Like, that's its own question. But I think that's a big part of it, is that just the investment both in community and the monetary investment is not there.
Yeah, and I don't do all this to villainize. I think I'm more interested in like the analytical kind of idea of breaking this down. The thing about this, though, is the fixing of it. I don't have a great answer because I don't think that first and foremost, the ways that this has become professionalized and all about winning, whether it's, I'm at this high school or this middle school and I need wins to justify my job, whereas it used to be like you're just the coach, right? And winning is cool, but ultimately your job is really, facilitating the growth of these young men or women in these certain instances, right? I do think that the system that they are reacting to is one that makes sense. It's not like they're being unfair here, and it's not going to change, right? Like, that's the thing that I find interesting. It'd be one thing if I said that the environment and the factors that got us here, we can roll those back to where then maybe the natural environment returns, right? It's almost like an ecological where, well, if we cut down the greenhouse gases, maybe the temperature will go back down. Like, I don't think that that's what we're talking about here. This is the environment that we have. And so I do wonder, will it be possible for us to roll back our capabilities towards a place where we did a little bit better development, not just like competition at the youth level, but actual development in the environment that we inevitably have with all the money?
Yeah, I think the most simple way to look at it is that, at least in soccer specifically, and I know we kind of open this and saying, hey, we don't develop, period, the way that we used to. But I think with soccer, it does come down to this, and I was thinking about it earlier in the week. Sometimes it comes down to, what did your dad play? And what did your parents play? What are they introducing you to? What was the first ball or stick that you bought for your child, right? And for me, it was a football.
Yeah.
For me, it was a basketball. For me, it was a baseball and a glove. And so, like, if your father didn't play, and this is the issue with soccer that we're having here in America, it's like if your father didn't play soccer, or if your father was even worse, dismissive of soccer, is he also likely to spend a bunch of money developing you as a soccer player?
Well,
and how do we get there?
That's fun because you're talking about the passion, and now this is a whole different element. I think we're losing the passion for these games at the young level too.
Oh, because it used to be that for sure.
I played basketball not because I thought I was going nowhere with it, because I loved basketball. I played football because all my friends were playing football, and it looked really, really fun, and I loved having that fun and playing football. I think so many of these kids are like, and honestly, the parents, which is the scary thing, this is a means to an end, and the economics on the backside of this justify me trying to spend all this money and hopefully getting this kid to a place where they're going to make millions upon millions of dollars and justify our whole family. In a weird way, I think domestically,
that's the issue right there, man.
Domestically, that business aspect of it, I think does not compute with a lot of people with soccer. Yeah. I don't know if it even exists, but I don't think it computes with people with soccer here. So that's part of why soccer isn't as big here yet, because people don't view it as a business, which again is scary that is the lens and the framework that we have with all of this.
Dude, from watching the World Cup this year, my son is just turned 11 years old in April.
Project Mbappe?
And I'm already regretting. I mean, he's 11.
Yeah.
And so
we're a little late for Project Mbappe.
Exactly. So I'm already regretting having not introduced him to the game. And he's been introduced to the game, but not actually investing a little bit more in just seeing what was there.
Can I give you one of the saddest texts that I've gotten in here in this segment from the 713? When I told my brother how fantastic his son's, my nephew's, swing was when he was playing high school ball, my brother responded, quote, "It better be. I paid a fortune for it."
Yeah. That's the feeling.
That hurts. That hurts. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit about our question of the day. Inspired by Zinedine Zidane putting his head through somebody's chest in the middle of a World Cup final. What is your favorite holy bleep moment in sports? 713-572-4610. We discuss it next.
Jordan Alvarez.
Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get to the question of the day here, B. Scott. What's your favorite holy bleep moment in sports? 713-572-4610. I do this because today happens to be the 20th anniversary of one of, if not my favorite, holy bleep moments in sports. And that's when the man that they call Zizou, Zinedine Zidane, the French national, the soccer player, I think he was a captain at that point, which is what makes it even funnier. I'm trying to see if there was a captain armband. That might not be actually the case. However, in the final of the 2006 World Cup in where was this? Germany, I believe. Zinedine Zidane, who was definitely their best player at that time, had Italian midfielder Marco Materazzi. I always forget who it is. He said something wild to Zinedine Zidane, and then Zidane, I guess, could not abide by it and didn't say, "I'm swinging on you." He didn't say, "I'm kicking you." But mind you, this is the sport where they kick people. He put his head through that man's chest. Can you imagine? Think of the thing that would make you mad enough to not go, "I'm not swinging on you. I'm not kicking you. I'm not spitting on you. I am headbutting you as hard as I can."
It's wild. A headbutt is just almost compare it to like it's the fight less drastic version of stabbing. Like I feel like anybody can get, maybe not anybody, but most people could maybe flip a switch and pull a trigger. Most people can go out and do target practice. Like you can pull the trigger of a gun. Shooting somebody is totally different, but that feels a lot easier than like stabbing somebody. You can hear and feel the piercing of someone's skin and all that, and flesh and all of that. It's like you got to be a little bit different to stab. I feel like you got to be a little bit different to go, not punch, like you said, not punch, not kick, not spit, but headbutt into the chest. A little different.
Shout out to La Marca in Spain, who came up with it was L'Equipe actually in France that got this. I don't know why I know where these papers are. Actually, I do. I watch soccer. But they got Materazzi in 2016 to give a little insight into what he actually said. So 10 years after it happened, he said, "What I said was stupid, but it didn't deserve that reaction," which, sure, buddy. He went further to say, "My mother died when I was 15. I would never have insulted." The conversation was maybe he said something about Zidane's mom. Quote, "I spoke about his sister." As if that's better. As if that is better.
Got what was coming.
Yeah, I'm like, Zidane absolutely did what he needed to do.
You got your money's worth out of that one. Buddy.
And mind you, he didn't say what he said about his sister, so I think we can assume that he was saying some reckless stuff.
Yeah. You know what this remind me of? Remember, rest in peace to DMX, and I think he was doing an interview, and he said this guy named Lloyd Banks is the one of the worst rappers ever. And everybody was kind of confused, like, wait a minute, Lloyd Banks is nice. And then he ended up going back on the interview like, "Oh, my bad, Lloyd is nice. I was talking about Tony Yayo," which is one of Lloyd Banks' boys in G-Unit.
And you know what was also bad about that? Everybody was like, "Oh yeah, okay,
you're right.
Okay,
everybody was like, "Hold on, man, you wilding, man. Lloyd Banks is nice."
Yeah,
and then he went back. Oh, that was my fault. I was thinking about Tony Yayo.
Yeah, he just got the names confused.
My bad. That's
and in that case, points were made. Points were made.
See, I wasn't talking about his mom. I think he was doing too much. I just said something about his sister. Come on now. But yes, one of the ultimate holy bleep moments in sports, and I enjoyed it so much because I was just like, "Yo, what? I thought I was here for one party, and apparently the party was entirely different."
The game within the game.
Yes, entirely. So 713-572-4610. What are your holy bleep moments of sports?
So I, of course, am gonna go with fights to stick with the theme. I think you could go with some like actual sports moments, and I got a few of those. But let's just keep it fun and go to the fights. Luke, I think I think he kind of previewed this a little bit in the crosstalk. But, I mean, I don't know how we can have this conversation without going to Malice in the Palace.
Correct.
Like, if you were alive for that time, and I think all of us were, When I was in high school, I remember this.
I was watching that in real time.
Were you?
Yeah, I remember that.
Watching it in real
to
time.
To the point I ended up recording it on the VHS.
Yes.
As a kid.
That is the thing. I think that the answers to this question, if you're having a hard time thinking, which I don't think you should, the answers to the question are, what are the things that you went and Zapruder filmed? What are the things that you went back and you just ran it over and over and over again? And the Mouse in the Palace might be the number one seed there, because not only is the thing that happened wild, there's things happening in all different facets. It's like, yo, that guy threw the cup, but that's not that guy that got punched.
Yes.
Wait, why is this dude on the court? Wait, hold on. What is happening over here?
You actually had to pause it and be like, look at that guy right there. That's the guy that started it. Ron Artest is right here minding his business.
Yes.
There go the drink. You see the drink going all the way to him. Now he gets up and attacks somebody else that didn't throw the drink.
Hey, look, you and I, so Reg and I love basketball and film reviews and X's and O's as much as anybody. There is not a better basketball film review. No X's and O's. I don't care if you're talking about the triangle offense, 7 seconds or less. I don't care what it is. There is not basketball film that is better to break down. Maybe no sports film at all better to break down than the Malice in the Palace. What Figgy's talking about. Hey, the guy that threw the drink is not the guy that got attacked. But even just the visual of Ron Artest laying his whole 6'7" on the scorer's table, and then somebody
counting to 10.
This
is notoriously Queensbridge Ron, who would lose his mind, was doing breathing exercises, and then they hit him and pushed him over the edge.
And this is the crazy part. I don't think we found out about that part of it till years later when they actually talked about it.
Well, just the part about it not being the exact guy.
Yeah. Then when you watch it again, you do see him counting to 10, try to calm himself down. But in real time, you thought he was just chilling on the scorer's table.
Yeah, it's like, did somebody throw something at Ron Artest while he was harmlessly laying down on the scorer's table? I would be livid too if I was him.
He had actually self-regulated. He had done the thing that we wanted him to do.
Hey, and look, can't have nice things. Can't take y'all around nobody, because here's Ron Artest just chilling, minding his own business at least at this point. And then you go ahead and poke the bear.
Who was the broadcaster on that call at the time? Because I just remember.
I can't remember.
He's going into the stand.
It wasn't not on NBC.
Yeah,
I thought it was
by 03. I feel like they were done with. Or I'm sorry, by 05. I feel like they were done with.
I
NBC.
thought that was on ESPN.
Well, now you know what I'm going to do in the break is just go and research Malice in the Palace again.
I thought it was on ESPN for some reason.
Yeah, probably.
It might have been. You might be right. But I do remember it ended up on ESPN because SportsCenter caught it. SportsCenter was like, "Hey guys, look at what just happened in Detroit."
And that's another. Remember, this is pre-social media, right? I think we all probably had MySpaces back then, but this is pre-social media, the micro-blogging nature of like Twitter and everything else that we have. And so there wasn't like a social media conversation to be had. You had to watch it either live, see it on SportsCenter, and then the next day we had basketball practice. We had basketball practice the next day, and we just couldn't. That's all we could talk about. We couldn't even focus on what we were supposed to be doing because all we could do was break down this fight. And not to even speak of Steven Jackson just picking out, hey, who's a threat?
Cap and Jack, he got activated.
I'm eliminating all potential threats.
Ain't he Porte?
Hey,
ain't that Porte right there?
And Porte came out. Port Arthur, the 409 came out wholeheartedly. So yeah, and you got to get a sense for who Steven Jackson really is. He's like, look, I hoop, but I'm from Port Arthur.
He's like,
this is my type of party too.
He said, this is my second extracurricular activity.
Yeah.
let me let you understand that.
Yeah.
Some other answers that have come in about what are your holy bleep moment in sports from the 409, the classic. Tyson biting Holyfield's ear.
Oh, that's a good one.
I just can't imagine what was going through people's minds in that moment.
Yeah. So I remember being around. I don't think I saw but just hearing about it, you're like, wait a minute, he did what? Because I don't think I'd ever heard of, up until then, anybody biting off a piece of somebody's ear or anything.
It wasn't even in the realm of possibility. Like,
it wasn't
you're
a thing.
He might beat the mess out of Holyfield.
Yeah.
He bit his ear off.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, and now that's a verb.
In boxing.
I'll Tyson you. You know, like that. Like everybody will know they know what you mean, and they know that you don't even necessarily mean knocking somebody out. You mean biting somebody's ear off their head.
Shout out to the 832 doing the research for us, or maybe just having the knowledge. Mike Breen on ESPN was Malice in the Palace.
That felt right. That felt right. Yeah.
Shout out to y'all.
His voice feels like the soundtrack to that moment.
I just remember him and right at the stairs.
Yeah.
Oh.
Some other answers here. The Jalen Petrie hit on Rashee Rice.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Yep.
That is a good one.
And you know why it's great?
Shout out to Mike Tirico on that one.
And you know why it's so great? Like, in addition to the other reasons why it's great, it's a scarcity proposition here. We used to have an NFL where there was whole segment and whole shows built on dudes getting jacked up, right? We ain't had that no more.
Talk about losing recipes. We lost that one for sure.
We put that one in the archive. We didn't lose it. We were just like, hey guys, we can't keep doing this.
Fair enough.
We can't
It's
keep allowing
it's in one of the cupboards.
It's up there somewhere. And Jalen Petrie was in here reading his mama's cookbooks, and he's like, hey, what's this one? I want to try and make this.
That's the kids hiding the recipe, or in a more normal sense, hiding the car keys from the older generation. But in this case, we hiding the recipe from Jalen Petrie or whoever else.
Jalen Petrie would have found it. But he did it with, this is the funniest thing about that hit, and we've talked about it plenty. He did it with an amount of love that you should not be able to do. You should not be able to hit me with that kind of force and then have a level of care for me to reach your hand out to be like, hey man, you good?
He's a nice guy.
Right?
He's a nice guy.
He's a great guy. And that's what makes
raised right.
I would almost want you to be belligerent in that moment. I don't want you to be nice to me. You just jacked me up, bro.
The thing is, he popped Buddy. He was celebrating a little bit, and then the offensive lineman, whoever it was, came over to try to, get in his face, and he was just like, "We good. We just playing football, man."
Yeah.
He's just all in the
He put his
game,
hands
baby.
up like, "We playing
man,
football,
it's all good, man. I'm just knocking the bleep at you, man. It's all good.
He had that fish out of the water.
You know what this reminds me of? One of the favorite things that I've ever heard as a quote from an athlete. And remember, I'm saying as a quote from an athlete. That's a very wide swath. Dominique Foxworth, who works for ESPN, used to play in the NFL at cornerback, played in Baltimore, played in Denver, played in Atlanta, not in that order. But when he played in Baltimore, he played with Ray Lewis. And one of the things that he said Ray Lewis would say is that he wanted to knock dudes' necks loose.
What does that even mean?
Oh, you know what it means.
Oh, I know what it means.
That's what I'm saying. We gonna knock his neck loose. And that is so evocative.
Yeah.
And that is what Jalen Petrie did.
Yeah. It sounds country too, like knock your neck loose.
Knock your neck loose is crazy.
Can I interest y'all in the 2009 college football season opener when LeGarrette Blount hit that dude in the jaw from Boise State after the game? I was just so shocked by that.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Yeah. That
was a holy bleep moment. That didn't turn into a brawl in the same way. It wasn't Malice in the Palace. But it was like LeGarrette Blount went on to have a fairly successful NFL career, won at least a Super Bowl, and that's still what I remember him for. It could be because I was also in college in 2009 at the time, and so it was just like a big thing for just as a moment in time. But he hit that boy dead in the jaw.
Yep. In fact, you know what?
Squarely in the jaw.
There's so many of them coming in that we have to just keep this going. I will roll this as long as y'all are willing to go with me. Keep those coming in. Your favorite holy bleep moments in sports. I feel like that's going to be the theme of today. But that's a little question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we go around the NFL where Olympic and flag football has been a conversation. It comes up again. I'll tell you why next.
Texans training camp is 3 weeks. Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're about to go around the NFL, but I'm sorry. There are so many answers to our question of the day.
Good ones, too.
I feel like what I'm going to do is I'm just going to try and sprinkle them in as we go along. And so as long as you guys keep giving me answers, I will continue to sprinkle those in.
Hey,
Fair?
Hey, that's the question of the day, man. Not the question of the segment.
That's a great point. Figgy makes a fantastic point. Some other answers to the question of the day, which was, what is your favorite holy bleep moment in sports? I feel like I have to say it like that every time.
Yeah.
Clearly, Andre Johnson whooping Cortland Finnegan's ass.
Yes.
Especially because, wait, Andre be doing that? Like, Andre seemed like he was the gentle giant that just went and played football and didn't say much else.
Yeah.
But he started whooping that man's ass.
Until he was provoked. Until you have to take him there. I mean, look, Dre from Miami, man.
Beat his ass.
That's right, Dre.
And not the beach. So, hey.
That's a great point. Because people think of Miami Beach.
Yeah.
Buddy,
No, you
further
gotta-
inland?
You got to think about Florida.
Yeah.
Further inland from Miami,
Just-
from Miami Beach?
Just say Florida.
It is. It
He
is.
from Florida.
Woo, them folks get active. Some other
tell
ones.
you.
Yes, I'm glad that the 504 had this. The cloudy play against Michigan,
Oh, yes.
where he decleated and maybe de-spirited that running back. I don't even
Yes.
remember who that was.
Well, I don't even. It was Michigan, right? Was it?
Yes, it was
Yeah,
Michigan.
It was a Michigan running
I
back.
remember that.
But yeah, that is one. And Clowney, you could make the case, made a whole career and living off of that. Like that's
so
the
much money off of
reason
that.
why he was the number one overall pick. And he's had a decent career, has been a good player, but he made a whole reputation off of that play.
Shout out, and this is really bad because I like doing this in moments where like a cornerback gets beaten, I just go no names. You know what I mean? Like, we don't need to put your name out here. We know what happened. Except I am violating that rule. Vincent Smith was the running back who got pile driven into the ground
Sorry,
by
Vince.
Jadeveon Clowney. My God.
Sorry, Vince. It was nice knowing you, buddy.
Yes, rest in peace. I don't know if he's actually passed. It's probably an indelicate way of doing it, but it felt like when we saw that hit.
Yeah, I mean his reputation and his.
I don't even know. Was that a reputation? I don't even think that I felt like he did anything wrong. That was more this dude is crazy.
Well, but
Jadeveon Clowney.
Should that offensive lineman get a little bit of blame on there too?
That's the thing. I imagine Vincent Smith got to be like, hey, what about the guys that was supposed to
Did
keep
he run
Jadeveon
over the
Clowney away
center?
from me?
Like, I can't remember how that play went. I don't know if he just went past the center or he just trumbled the center too.
Nah, it's like when there's a shooting, you don't remember nothing that really happened before. You just remember gunshots. You just remember the sound and all of that and the aftermath. That's kind of how. But that's
Oh,
when
it's
it's
the
like
Outback Bowl. That was a bowl game.
That was a bowl game.
What?
But when I say reputation, like
This is supposed to be a celebration.
Vincent-
We out here. Where's the Outback Bowl again? Wherever we're supposed to be enjoying ourselves, getting ourselves a little swag bag, going to the Children's Hospital. We're supposed to be having a good time. I get on this football field, and now Jadeveon Clowney is in my ribcage.
what do you think Vincent Smith and that offensive lineman whose fault it was? What do you think they are most known for? Would this not be it? And would you?
I would hope not.
How bad would it be to be most known for this? Like, I don't have another Vincent Smith moment off the top
know
of
what
my
I had
head. Maybe I could call Mike
I'm
Nelson.
over here Googling, but
You know what I
right
had
now.
completely forgotten? One, this is I-form, so there's a fullback here too. Two, as soon as Vincent Smith gets the football, his helmet flies 5 yards into the backfield further than where he was.
Hey, no need for a penalty flag.
His helmet did the job.
The helmet is the spot of the foul. Hey, we're going to take this play up right back where that helmet landed.
Spot the ball where the helmet landed. That's exactly where this goes.
That's so bad. Anybody remember Brittany Griner hitting that girl too?
I don't.
From Texas. I think it was from Texas.
I do
was
not.
it Texas Tech? I know she was.
I do not.
She was at Baylor, of course. But I think that she hit a Texas Tech girl right in the. She ended up getting suspended for it, but she bust that girl in the face, a la LeGarrette Blount, similar style. But this was during the game. LeGarrette Blount was after the game. She hit this girl during the game, dead in the face. She was known for that for a while until the whole, overseas thing happened with the, being stuck over there.
All right, let's go around the NFL now because I feel
real quick.
Okay, all right.
Vincent Smith.
Oh,
I don't even know if that make it even worse.
Everything about this story makes it worse. I am so sorry, Vincent Smith.
176.
We failed you as a country.
Yeah,
There's no way that should have happened.
Yeah.
I don't even know if he was going to even make the league or anything like that, but I think that hit clearly not made him make the league, man.
Hey, he was too old for child abuse, but it kind of feels like a cousin of child abuse.
That wasn't even fair, man.
Can you child abuse an adult?
5'6", getting tackled by Clowney.
Yeah, that is just. And so imagine just what Clowney saw. He was like, "Man, this is chopped. This is food right here. This is a plate."
Man,
goodness gracious!
I'm gonna enjoy today.
Clowney should have known better than that. Why you do that boy like that?
I have already enjoyed Dave Smith, and there's so many answers that we still have not gotten to on the text line. My goodness, I appreciate y'all. All right, let's go around the NFL now.
They laughing at you saying "rest in peace" to my boy. It did feel like that though.
Does it spiritually not feel right? It feels right spiritually, man. It feels like his spirit left his body just like his helmet in that moment.
Yeah. If he's got a sense of humor, he has gone to a Halloween party as a tombstone at some point. Because he could be like, y'all remember when I died out there on the field? When Jadeveon Clowney killed me in front of all of America?
I know I prefaced it that way. I am now upset that I brought up Vincent Smith's name because he didn't deserve this.
He did not.
He didn't deserve this, right? This is about Jadeveon Clowney more than anything. In fact, in order to fix this, I'm going to go find the left tackle that let Jadeveon Clowney get in the backfield because this is his fault. Yeah. Why did you do that? Let's go around the NFL for the third time. The Texans have finally given us training camp information as we know that open practices for training camp begin. Right? On the 1st of the month. August 1st is Saturday, August 1st is when tickets are available to be claimed right now on HoustonTexans.com for open practices beginning. And so that is August 1st is when you can expect to be out there and see your Houston Texans starting when it comes to training camp.
There is something just really beautiful about getting to that football feeling. I think that was like a slogan for them one year, maybe last year or the year before. But you get that football feeling, and you get to really and we've already got a chance to do this at OTAs and mini camps. But for the fans, though, speaking to the fans, you get a chance to really get a look at your football team for the first time. And there is something about the energy where you can only be happy and optimistic. Never mind if you really think they're going to win the Super Bowl.
Right.
Never mind how good you think that they're going to be. But this is just your first chance to see it. And the vibes, again, are just immaculate for that moment. So I'm looking forward to August 1st for myself, but more importantly, for the Houston Texans fans that'll get to experience that once those tickets are on sale.
Without question, you're very right. This is the time of year specifically, right, that early fall where hope springs eternal for all the teams. Yes, even the New York Jets, right? You can get yourself to that place.
Maybe everybody but them.
I would love to give that a test. I would love to test that out and actually be amongst the people and be like, are you a little hopeful?
How you feel about Geno behind center?
Well, you might give me a second to get to that story. Give me one moment and I'll get to that story. But I think with this team, it's even more so because this is a team that has Super Bowl aspirations. And then on top of that, it's not even the type of team, which I imagine would be weird, where you have Super Bowl aspirations and you kind of know everything about the team. There's some real questions to be answered this training camp. On those fields at the Houston Methodist Training Center. So this might be the best of all worlds when it comes to training camp for the Houston Texans or just in the NFL in general.
Yeah, David Montgomery, do you believe in that as your RB1? Is the offensive line remake actually worthwhile? Do they have the requisite amount and quality of weapons that it's going to take for them to be a serious offense? Like all of that. And then, of course, I think forgive me for burying the lead here, but what is C.J. Stroud looking like out there?
That's right.
You're going to have some casual fans that just want to see C.J. with the haircut and just want to observe some things. But most of us want to know, hey, is this going to be the bounce back, get right year for C.J. Stroud, or maybe even for some fans who don't think that part is even necessary. Hey, will this be the year where we finally start talking about C.J. Stroud again the way that we did his rookie year? What is it going to take for that to happen? It's going to all start really for most people at training camp.
No, it's a fair point. You started talking about, is this the year? And that immediately took me back to, I don't remember what year specifically, but it was the year that the Seahawks move on from Russell Wilson. And everybody's like, what are you doing? And then they announce Geno Smith's going to be the starter. And I go, hold on, guys. I think that this is the year that Geno Smith puts it all together. And people, hey, you stupid, this is idiotic. And yes, I'm taking a victory lap right now. Deal with it.
You did that.
And buddy, that was indeed the year that he put it all together.
It was. Now, I don't know how you were able to foresee that.
Well, I'll take you through it quickly. I vividly remember, if you're talking about holy bleep moments, actually, I walked myself into it. You remember that time that Geno Smith was the starting quarterback of the New York Jets, and then he got his jaw broken by his teammate because he refused to pay him back?
Yes, I do remember that, because that was a kid from Texas, a kid from Pflugerville,
yes,
I think.
A kid that I know. I can't name quality. Yes.
That would make sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, if you go back to that point, Geno Smith was actually starting to find his footing as a quarterback. He was the last year of that previous season. He had actually had a really good game in their final game of the season. I was like, oh, I think that Geno Smith might be doing it. And then he got his jaw broken, and then it was just over for him there with the Jets. So it took a lot of years for him to get an opportunity to start again, but I was like, he had started putting it together. Like, in there is a quarterback that can do something. Yeah. And then it showed up. I say all of that as a roundabout way to go. Geno Smith put it together, and now it's kind of falling back apart. As we found out that Monday, Geno Smith was cited for speeding in Florida in June, mind you. An assault investigation was with him in Florida. And then Rich Smeeney of ESPN said an appearance on the Jets Collective podcast on the 6th, which was a couple days ago, that police said Smith was driving 70 miles per hour in a 45.
Come on, bro. Are we not too old for this? Geno Smith, 35 years old. We too old to be speeding and racing and going anything like that. Like, once you hit 35, like, we got to put these childish ways aside, man.
Where were you going driving 70 in a 45, my boy?
Man, why would we be doing that?
You didn't play at Georgia? You ain't just got some money. You ain't just got a car that goes fast. Why are you going 70 in 45 at your big age?
Yeah, get your Tokyo Drift looking head on somewhere, boy. What are we doing?
I thought you was actually gonna do it.
Yeah, I almost did. Come on, what are we doing here though? Really, like, let's be for real. Eugene Cyril Smith III. Come on, man. Speeding 70 in a 40, dog, with all of that, what you have to lose. It's just does not make much sense.
This is real old school sports talky type take. I don't trust a quarterback that does that.
Oh, well, how can you trust his decision making?
Precisely. Like, this is very 1990s sports talk radio take. But I can't trust a quarterback that does that. Ain't no way.
This is different from the Colin Cowherd backwards cap nonsense. I think you can actually apply this. Now, it's a little bit tongue in cheek, but if your judgment tells you that it's okay to drive 70 in a 40, how can I not trust you to throw in the double coverage? Or how can I trust you to not throw into double coverage when it's time to not to do that?
Right.
So yeah, man, I got serious. How can I take for granted that you're just gonna take that easy money and throw it to the flats and not go for that deep shot that's not there? You the one that drives 70 in the 45.
Aggressively terrible decision making right now.
Come on now.
For Geno Smith, a quarterback who felt like he was on top of the world, then completely underneath the world, then found his way back to the top of the world and somehow tried of that again.
Yeah,
I don't understand it.
Stop yo-yoing, man. You're 35.
I don't understand it.
Stop it.
So yeah, back to the New York Jets and the hope. I feel like I should probably rock that one back a little bit, right?
Yeah.
31 teams in the NFL have hope springing eternal here when training camp starts. Mind you, shout out to the 281 alerting me to the fact that I was pointing to the idea that the tickets are available to be claimed, and it looks like that on HoustonTexas.com. All sold out.
Oh, already?
Already.
Sorry about that.
Yep, my bad.
It's not even surprising at this point, man.
Yep.
This is every year now.
Yep.
It's like, sorry about that, or congratulations to you.
Yeah, it's like I tried to help you. As soon as I found out, I passed it along. Apparently, I found out just a little too late.
Yeah.
My bad, y'all.
Yeah, and they're going to get a lot here. 3 straight open practices from the 3rd to the 5th, from August 3rd to August 5th, from what I'm seeing here on the calendar. And they're going to have 5 within that week. So 3 straight from that Monday, August 3rd, to that Wednesday, August 5th. And then Friday and Saturday they're going to have 2 more. So you get 5 in a week, legitimately. Yeah, I would imagine those tickets would have gone pretty quickly.
Yeah. So excited to be out there. If you couldn't get a ticket out there, like see if you can find a homie who maybe did. But you can keep it locked here on Sports Radio 610. We'll give you all our insights from out there because we are always out at training camp as we're the home of the Houston Texans. All right, real quick before we go here around the NFL, you know what I got to do. The NFL Top 100. I got to give you your update.
Let's get it.
You got to get it. Last we gave you was the mid-70s where J.C. Horn, the cornerback for the Panthers, came in at 76. Budda Baker, remember we had a conversation. The safety for the Cardinals came in at 75. Quite a drop for him. Another guy who has had a precipitous drop coming in at 74. Green Bay Packers running back Josh Jacobs played 15 games last year, didn't eclipse 1,000. Man, he found the end zone a good amount, but he ends up dropping something like 40 spots to 74. What do you make of like the running back drop here for Josh Jacobs? It does feel like he's reaching that point where we're going from him as elite running back to maybe not so much.
Yeah, it feels like just the natural life cycle of a running back. And I don't want that to be a lazy take, but now he's at 28 years old. He has been really good for a long time, or for a decent amount of time, and this just might be the war of attrition that he's fighting and losing at this point.
Still in the top 100.
And I say losing, he's still in the top 100. But when you talk about the precipitous fall or the drop there, I think that's what's happening. Like, how long as a running back can you remain in the top 100? And the longer you do,
that's a good point.
I think the more of a feather in your cap that is as a running back. Like, if you got that kind of staying power, you're not just in the league, but you're in the top 100 for this long. But yeah, you could reasonably expect that a running back on the closer that he gets to 30, the more likely he is to fall out of this list.
And then coming in at 73, defensive end for the Denver Broncos, Zach Allen. He comes in here. That whole Denver Broncos defense, there's a little bit of sum is greater than the parts, but someone like a Zach Allen, man, him, Nick Bonito, them boys showed out on that defensive line.
I'm glad you mentioned both of them because they are a big reason, who is widely viewed as the best cornerback in the league. But they are the reason, because I ain't no Bo Nix guy, and I got to give him credit. He was a lot better last year. Kids got heart, man. I can't take it away from him. There is a quality or something about Bo Nix. But I realize the thing that's keeping a lot of people away from believing in the Broncos is their quarterback. The thing that's keeping me in believing in them is that defense. It's legitimate. Zach Allen is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, for sure. And then shout out to the people out here that are the Geno Smith defense, sincerely, from the 860. What if it was a 60-mile-an-hour zone and then it dropped to 45 right fast?
That's a good point, man. That's a really good point.
It be having a slant. The news be having a slant. That's what they say.
That's a good point. I got like that.
Did you really?
Yeah.
And you was doing 75, 70 and a 45?
It was one of those little towns where you go from 70 and then all the way to 40 and then back to 60 and then 70. Like one of those small towns going to Austin. And I ain't have enough time to slow down, man. I wasn't driving reckless or anything. It was just one of those, 40, hit the brake, whoop.
All right, well, Gino, you're absolved because apparently the speed limits and the patterns of them are unfair to drivers. We didn't realize.
Okay,
my bad,
Gino.
to it.
There is still the investigation for the assault that's happening there.
I
just wanted to remind you that was out there. All right, you're in the loop right here on
Maybe he was trying to get away from the assault.
You pulled the Malika Andrews right there, man.
Now it makes sense.
You pulled the Malika Andrews.
He was just trying to get away from the scene of the crime expeditiously.
Oh, my God.
Allegedly.
Whew, okay. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 60. I need a break badly. Coming up next, international play is happening for Turkey. What is it? Is it the FIBA World Cup? What do we have going on this summer?
I just call it Euroball.
All right, there's some Euroball happening. I will get you the exact details of it because I can't remember. But Alper Şengün is over there, and he's tearing it up for his home country. How do we get international Alper Şengün in a Rockets jersey? Let's talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner.
Podcasts. Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula. B. Scott in for the OG John Lopez today. Still Figgy Fig on the ones, twos, and you rolling with us. And still piling in with the question of the day answers. Again, the question being, what was your favorite holy bleep moment in sports, inspired by this being the 20-year anniversary of Zinedine Zidane headbutting a opponent in the World Cup final in 2006. And speaking of headbutting, so 713 said Cushing headbutting with no helmet. One of those happened a few times, didn't it? Like, that's not one of those that there's just one.
Yeah, that was his thing.
And we kind of got to know that I feel like it was less of a whole bleep because it was just like that's just Brian.
Yeah,
that's just Cush.
I'm trying to remember because I feel like that was before the headbutt bloody face thing. I think was before that season when they were on Hard Knocks. That was either Bill O'Brien's first or second year. I'm trying to remember what year that was. Maybe 2015. But we got a good sense for what kind of maniac Brian Cushing was a little bit behind the scenes, I thought, on Hard Knocks, to where it was like, oh, him headbutting somebody with his actual face and bleeding and everything seems like it's on brand with his kind of crazy.
Right. Some other ones that came in. Someone mentioned the Jorge Masvidal flying knee kick in the first 3 seconds of his UFC match versus Ben Askren.
Yeah, a flying knee kick is wild.
Yes.
Especially in the first.
Right, that's your first move.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, man, all right, ding, 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 here we go. I am going first move. Do I go with jab? Do I try and feel you? Flying knee kick.
Yeah.
And then it lands?
Yeah.
Sick behavior.
Well, yeah, what kind of maniac are you?
Sick behavior. Why are you like this?
Insane.
And speaking of this, and someone mentioned this one, and I just have to get it out before I forget it. I don't know if you were watching the Anderson Silva fight, and I don't remember who he was fighting. I just remember that his leg wrapped around that other dude's leg when he went for a leg kick because he went to kind of kick that man, and I guess his shin did not hit the right place. Snap, his leg wrapped around that other dude's leg, and that one scarred me.
Yeah.
I was already squeamish for MMA. That was the day that I was like, never again.
Yeah, man. MMA, they are just, I think it goes without, built entirely different from, like, not just physically, but just the mentality to even go in there and do that, knowing that that's a possibility, that somebody might knee kick you within the first 30 to 60 seconds of your encounter, or that your leg might snap in half or in pieces. Ugh, my goodness.
Yeah. Something that is definitely not UFC is basketball. That is the transition I decided to make here. Deal with it.
Yes.
But there's a little bit of FIBA World Cup qualifying that's happening right now. And ultimately, the reason why we care about this at all is because our guy, Alperen Şengün, the center of your Houston Rockets, is playing for his native Turkey. And he's looking good again, as he did last year when he was doing international play for, wearing that flag of his country. And I know I see some people on the text line when I teased and I said, how do we get that guy here? Yep. And they're like, I'm not falling for it because last year it happened. And yes, that is the whole point why we had this conversation, because last year it happened and I staked my claim off of him being an all-star and him looking like that in the summer that, he's going to continue to take it to another level and be an all-NBA player. Right? He's going to be on the all-NBA list was the take. Yep. And I'm willing to say that over and over again. One, to admit I'm wrong and acknowledge that I do admit when I'm wrong, for those of you that say I don't. But two, more importantly, this was a logical conclusion, I think, and we did not get that. And so how do we bring that type of player here? How do you get that type of performance that's clearly in him, and that's what you're paying him to be and what you're hoping when we're talking about player development? Rafael Stone has set this up to be these guys can get better, and we see the proof of concept with Alperen Şengün when he's overplaying for Turkey. How do you get that here?
It feels like for the band in the tailpipe, though, because this happened, like you mentioned, happened last year in Euroball where he's killing it. He looked all NBA type. And then you get here and it doesn't quite hit the same. Now, to his credit, I do want to acknowledge that in Alperen Şengün's first, let's call it 19 or 20 games or so, he was looking a lot closer to that than what he ended up looking like by the end of the season. And so it gives you some hope that he can tap into it somewhat. The real question comes down to the consistency. He is consistently great when he plays at his home or for his home country, and not consistently great when he plays here. There is something amiss. There is something that's lacking there. Somewhere where we're not finding that connection between bringing that play from summer ball into the NBA or for the Rockets. And so one thing that stands out to me just from watching it, though, is, and this is more specific to the Rockets than it is to the Turkish ball or to the ball that they're playing in Turkey, it's that he almost has very little room to operate because of their spacing issues.
Yes.
And so a lot of it has to do with the construction. I'm not going to pretend to know and understand a lot about the construction of the Turkey team, but I know a hell of a lot about this Rockets team and how they've been constructed for the entirety of Alperen Şengün's career up to this point, and he has never had the proper spacing. Think about the James Harden years when pretty much everybody except Clint Capella could shoot the ball. They haven't had that, and so it's just clunky, much space for Alperen Şengün to operate. He's still out there doing the thing that I hate to watch him do when he's with the Rockets, which is start his action all the way a couple feet past the three-point line. ISO Alperen Şengün from past the three-point line.
Yep.
I hate to watch it in the NBA or when he's doing it with the Rockets. When he's doing it with Turkey, it actually looks kind of good. But it's because, and maybe even more specifically, it looks bad with the Rockets because that spacing is not there. I'm assuming it must be there in Turkey because he feels comfortable enough to do it. It looks more spacious. It looks like he has more room to operate. I'm not saying they just give Alperen Şengün the ball, let him cook from the three-point line and everybody get out of his way. But it would be helpful if the Rockets had, and perhaps they will this year, with some improved shooting from within and with some of the moves they made, like Bogdanović. And we'll see if Bruce Thornton is able to crack the rotation and have some kind of role. But they need more and better spacing, I think, as just one of the things that they need as a start for Alperen Şengün to look more like he does in Turkish ball with the Rockets.
Well, when you're talking about the spacing, and I'm with you, I don't know very much about the Turkish team construction. However, I pull up some names on the roster, and there's some dudes that have played in the NBA. And tell me so that means you should at least know a little bit about them. Tell me if this doesn't answer some of your questions here. Do you remember Jetty Osman, who played with the Cavaliers?
Yes,
right?
I do.
I do. A wing kind of forward mix, like a three.
Osman?
Yes.
Yeah, I do remember him.
3 for 7 in their last game from three.
There
you go. There's some spacing. You remember Furkan Korkmaz?
Yes.
Right. He's up now. Missed all 3 of them in his last game, but he's a guy that spaces the floor. At least I imagine should get some respect, and he played at an NBA level, right? So that's just a couple of guys just to point to the idea of I have to imagine that their spacing is a lot better than what the Rockets have right now. So that's a huge thing. I think also last year, And I say this with a little bit of hesitancy because I don't want to be sounding too much like I'm over here repeating the sentiments of one Rafael Stone or just the way the Rockets gone. But it felt like they either had too much or too little of Alperen Sengun having to have the responsibility of creating for others. It feels like there's a nice middle ground that he needs to have if you're running your offense properly, where he can create for others and do those things, but also still not have the responsibility placed upon him to where teams are now completely locked in on his ability to do that. And it feels like they didn't have the right mix, which also does not help him be the best version of himself in my mind.
Yeah, I think you're onto something, because as much as it is a benefit and a positive that he is a good facilitator, a good passing big, I think we've made the mistake, or at least let me not do a straw man here. Let me just caution us from making the mistake, caution the Rockets even from making the mistake of over-romanticizing the shin hub, because it's one thing to have it as an option. It's another thing to absolutely rely on it. And this is what they ran into with the lack of a point guard, Fred VanVleet getting hurt last year, and them trying to point guard by committee and then try to determine, well, who is the best facilitator, who is the best person to get us in to our actions and to whatever it is that we're trying to get to. And they determined that. So it was kind of a roster construction issue similar to the space and stuff that we were talking about before. The lack of a point guard forces more of a role on Sengun to sort of do some of those things. So ideally, you have more shooting, you have an actual point guard, and you can allow the novelty of the center having the ability to facilitate an offense or to operate out of a shin hub, as we call it, that be more of a novelty than a necessity.
Yeah, and I think that's funny because you talked about the shin hub, and I think I sent you a statistic that I had stumbled upon that actually would point to him being one of the top 5 guys when it comes to raising the quality of shots of the players around him. So it's still something that's very vital, which means you don't want to go too far the other way where he does not utilize that and you're not getting that clear value of his talent. But it doesn't feel like he's being the best version of himself when it becomes just give him the ball and make him do all of that. Also, this is something that I'm trying to figure out because it does feel like him as solo big, I guess, in a way of talking about it, doesn't suit him the best.
Oh, yeah, that he needs another big to play alongside with him? Yeah, no, I would agree with that.
I was like, am I doing too much? Because Adam Bona is playing for Turkey, and it seems like they play well together. Maybe that's just a very particular 1-2 thing, or maybe that's Alperen Sengun with another center. It just feels like you need to have the perfect right one to play with him. That's the difficulty for the Rockets, I think.
Yeah, I would agree that they don't necessarily have the perfect one to play with him, because I think the perfect big to play with Alperen Sengun would be a floor spacing big, and it's clearly not that. But I do think that that's kind of the underrated part of, or the unspoken part of, the benefit of the double big. It's not just them trying to force the extra possessions and get all those offensive rebounds, which I think is the primary thing. I think that's the biggest part of it. But I think also allowing Sengun to play a little bit more of a 4 role and have somebody else that's the true center, the true enforcer in there. And now you're that much bigger and that much stronger, I think, is a big part of it. And so I do wonder how much they factor that into it. Like, aside from us trying to get extra possessions, we're trying to maximize and get the best out of Sengun by throwing another center out there with him.
And not to say that they build their offseason around maximizing Alperen Sengun per se, right? Because I don't know that anybody in the Rockets fan base goes, that is absolutely the future best player that you need to hitch your wagon to as of right now. I think you're still trying to find that.
However, very few Rockets fans are saying that.
Right. In fact, fewer and fewer by the day.
Yeah, only the ones from Turkey, really.
Fair enough. And they're currently watching Turkish basketball as they qualify for the FIBA World Cup.
Talking about, see, this is what we need to do.
This is what I keep trying to tell these people in a different accent, I'm sure. But when it comes down to it, how many of these have the Rockets actually addressed this offseason? And maybe one.
Not enough.
You got a possible.
It's not enough.
And so that's the thing that's interesting is how do you get that Alperen Sengun to here? As of right now, offseason team building wise, I don't know how much that you've actually addressed it. And when it comes to the actual way you play, that remains to be seen, especially when you have a coach that feels like he is stubborn like Ime Udoka.
Look, I'm glad we got to the end for me to do this, because I hate to do this because it feels like, but he did have that calf injury in December and then the ankle in January. And I could see the difference in how he moved. I'm not trying to make it as an excuse, just as an explanation and as something that's real that actually happened. The dude was moving differently at the beginning of the season and started to move differently in the wrong direction after that December, January stretch where he has the calf and the ankle injuries that hamper him a bit.
All I heard was, don't worry, y'all. He about to be healthy and it's going to be good. Didn't you hear that, Fig? Is that what you heard?
Yep.
That's
Baby
what I heard,
Jokic is back.
Yep.
Man,
We back at it, baby. Let's go.
Is that not the worst thing that could have ever happened to him, being deemed that? Because now we're holding him to that standard, it feels like. And it's like, man, he ain't that. He ain't going to be that.
It would have been nice if people were like, oh, I think he could be a better DeMontis Sabonis. People would feel a lot better about him right now.
Because then we'd be like, you know what? You damn sure right.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott in for the OG John Lopez. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. Big 12 Media Days have wrapped up, and there's been funny stuff coming out of it. We'll talk about that and more next.
Sports Radio 610. biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
One of the things that's popping today, in a day that's, I guess there's not been a lot of crazy amount of news. One of the things that's popping is our question of the day, doing numbers today. Inspired by the 20th anniversary of Zinedine Zidane putting a headbutt on an opponent in the FIFA World Cup, catching a red card, and maybe the most applauded red card that has ever happened in a World Cup. Like, I'd be willing to put that up without even thinking too much about it.
Hey, Buddy was defending the honor of his sister, from what I understand.
That is correct. That is correct.
Can't be mad at that.
But it was very much a holy bleep moment, and so I asked for your favorite holy bleep moments, and y'all have continued to deliver as we've gone through the show. Someone said the kick six, Auburn versus Bama, very much one of those where you're just like, is he really about to, he's doing this.
I was listening to that game in the car.
Oh, I can only imagine hearing that on radio.
I was just like, what? Whoa. I'm in the car by myself, screaming like I got a dog in the fight, man. Like, I ain't no Alabama or Auburn fan.
I remember when it was showed
Chris Davis
when he goes to class for the first time after that. And I'm thinking, man, what is a better time to go to class?
You know what I always think about this? For the college football players now, I mean, they're getting paid, but I can't imagine that there's a better thing than being the big man on campus the day after you made the big play in the game, and then just walking into class.
Yeah,
walking on the quad. But now they also damn famous. They can't be. They don't be going to classes. They be doing all their classes online.
But see, this would be a day where, hey, look who came to class today. Any coincidence that he came to class on a day where we all want to celebrate him anyway? We all talking about him anyway, and look, there he is. I can't relate to this moment. I've never had anything quite like that. But I got to imagine that is euphoric. Got to be. For somebody that age on a college campus, man, you got to imagine he had a nice little 2-month stretch of just like killing the game, crushing the game, if y'all know what I mean.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I do know what you mean.
Life had to be good. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. There's a lot of these that are fights, so I'm trying to pepper those in because I don't want it to just be like, here's the fight corner of the answer. However, Ray Allen's corner 3, Game 6 versus the Spurs.
That's one.
One of those holy bleep moments. Altuve's walk-off versus Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah, 2019.
Yeah.
I was at a bar for that one and almost stood on top of the bar. I was at a Chili's bar. Almost like I
love that.
I like jumped on top of the bar. Like my knees were on the bar. I was like, yo. It was that wild.
Figgy, I think you know what the question might be here next. Was the reaction could be one of two things. Everybody was with you, or people looking at you like you were crazy. Which one was it?
Both. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Wow.
I think people were looking at me like I was crazy, but there were also a lot of high fives.
Okay, got you.
They were high fiving me, but I could tell that, since I was the only person to do that, they were like, what's wrong with him? What's the matter with him? And I was like, yo, this is like this is going to go down, and it has go down as an iconic moment in Astros history. Now, it's a shame that they didn't win a World Series that year.
Yeah.
With the best, I contend to this day, the best Astros team that was ever assembled.
I would not argue.
Was one that did not win the World Series, with all due respect to the two that did. But, yeah, that was a moment in time.
Do you think it'd be safe to say that you felt God in that Chili's that night?
Yes. Now I feel God on most days, but definitely felt him that day.
It was a reference to The Office. Don't worry about it. All right, let's get into what's popping here. As the Astros fall 8-2 last night, Spencer Arrighetti got absolutely shellacked. It looked bad for the 7th straight time. It feels like
this is his thing now.
Yeah, this is unfortunately who it feels like he might be, which I don't like saying it that way, but it does feel like that's the case with them, unfortunately.
Spencer Arrighetti has this thing where he goes through stretches. I'm trying to remember the year now. It was maybe a couple of years ago, but he has had a stretch. Now, this was his best stretch, to be clear. The American League Pitcher of the Month in May was looking like maybe a fringe Cy Young candidate for a stretch there. That was the best that he's probably ever pitched since he's been an Astro. But early on, he had some moments as well before he kind of turned into a bit of a pumpkin as well. So he's got a little bit of this up and down to him, right? This seems to be kind of like in his nature. So you're just hoping that this is the down and you'll get the up before it's too late.
Yeah.
Before it's too late. Now, performance and, it becomes a moot point anyway if you're able to relegate him to being your 4th or 5th starter anyway, because some of these guys that are coming back replace him. But it does feel like, at least from where we sit right now, you're going to need a much, much, much better version of him going forward.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if the man who came in the 8th inning to have his second relief appearance might find his way into the rotation. I think we've got the earlier in the afternoon we did get what the starters would be for the weekend. I think there was a TBA in there for what Mike Burrow's next start was supposed to be, as I'm desperately trying to find what the line of the next 3 pitchers was supposed to be. But I do know that I think it was Sunday's game. There is a TBA, and I'm very intrigued to see who ultimately is put into that place once we get there. You know what I mean?
Do we feel like Javier? Do we think they think that Javier is stretched out enough to do that?
Yes,
he seems like the most clear and obvious answer for this. Even if it's just an experiment, just to see how it goes. I know he wasn't great when he was a starter earlier in the season before he got injured, but when you talk about track record, just somebody that is proven and has done it before, and if he can get back to his swing and miss stuff from a previous era or a previous time, that feels like it's got the most potential and upside for it to be the thing that works out for them.
Hunter Brown on Friday, Peter Lambert on Saturday, TBA on Sunday. And I do think he is stretched out. Remember, he was starting when he was at Sugarland in AAA. They brought him up and then put him into the pen. So he is stretched out. But I don't think that he would go now that he's come out of the pen on this Wednesday.
Yeah.
Maybe they turn that around. I think it might be really and truly between the Blanco and McCullers, which of those guys they feel is ready.
Yeah, I would trust, I hate to even say this, but I would trust Blanco at this point way more than Lance McCullers. As much as I root for Lance McCullers and want it to all work out for him, it just feels like it's over with. It's over with, and it's too awkward. This is the awkward part. It's like Javier and Blanco, they know they can put those guys in the bullpen with no problem, no issue. Those guys have done it before, and there's not like a negative connotation to it even. Whereas McCullers is just the guy that, like, they just have to start him if he's going to be pitching for them at all. It seems like, because we've been talking about this for years now. I can't even go back and I'm trying to remember when did I first say that Lance McCullers would make sense as a closer. But it's been at least like the last 4 years or so when I'm like, hey, you know what? When Lance McCullers gets right, he should be at least a relief guy and a potential closer if that's in the cards for him. And they just have not seen that. Because he's not seen that in himself.
You had 2 closers, and then you got rid of one. Now you got 1 closer, and it still doesn't make sense for you to try and make him into a closer. Yeah. Although, I don't know if it makes sense to continue the McCullers train. However, again, I can respect that the Astros have a little of deference to a dude who did a little something for you here as an organization.
So we think it's Blanco? We think it's Blanco
I would lean towards
Blanco.
Saturday
or
Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's Peter, not Brady, Lambert. That's the one that I'll go with there. It's not. I wasn't the happiest about that one, but it's cool.
I got that one.
Cottontail is what I should have went with. I haven't brought the Cottontail out of here. Couple more things of how Rockets Summer League schedule starting tomorrow. They play against Denver at 5:30. ESPN2 is where you would watch that, or Space City Home Network episode 2. And then Saturday on the 11th, they will play Toronto. And the reason why I bring this up, because I know John Lopez is somewhere rolling his eyes for a reason that he does not know, is I think that one or both of these actually are worthwhile watching.
Oh, see, you're being serious. I was going to say, who's ready to watch Dacian Nix cook?
All right, see, that's not the reason.
I was trying to get Lopez to roll his eyes even more. I can't wait to get me some Dacian Nix.
Hey, that's a Rockets legend right there, man.
I tell you, man, can't quit him. Can't quit him.
That part I believe is true. The first thing that you said, Fig, not so much. But the reason why
I do want to watch Bruce Thornton, though.
Bruce Thornton signed to a 4-year deal now, so he will be with the Rockets. But usually the Summer League, for a general person that's not just a sicko, you watch it if there's somebody that you anticipate impacting your team that year.
Yeah.
Bruce Thornton, the way that they have situated and the way that they've gone about the offseason to this point, the expectation is that he can impact this rotation this year. I need to see that he, at the very least, like, he needs to look really good against who he's playing in Summer League in order for me to feel like, okay, he can come into the rotation and help.
I think they're going to need him. Like last year, the issue was not having a point guard at all, but underlying was that even if Fred VanVleet had been there, you still really didn't have much of a backup point guard to speak of, because the guys who ended up playing point guard would have been the backups, but they're not point guards. And so now you have one in Marcus Smart who can be your backup point guard. But let's not forget, Fred VanVleet coming off of this injury, effective he is, but he's probably not playing back-to-backs. He's probably having his minutes managed. And so what about those nights when Marcus Smart is starting Who's the backup point guard going to be? Is it somebody that can actually play? Bruce Thornton is going to be the one to answer those questions for me in the summer league.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Damn, I didn't even get to the Big 12 selling the naming rights to their conference for $20 million a year. We'll talk about that more at another time. But that's what's popping here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. In addition to the fact, I should say this, Texans training camp schedule has been released. The 29th is officially the start of Texas training camp this year. Open practices start on the 1st, and then you get the 1st is the Friday, and then you start 3rd through the 5th, and then we're off and running with the Texas training camp. So now we have eyes on the dates when we will see the Texans get themselves ready for the 2026 season.
All eyes on you, C.J. Stroud. All eyes on you, David Montgomery. All eyes on you, Texans offensive line and the weapons and that whole offense. All eyes on you, Nick Caley. Big training camp and subsequent 2026 season coming up for these Texans.
That's right. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I continue my rewatch of the 2025 NFL season, specifically the Texans, with Week 3 at Jacksonville. I'll give you my takeaways and questions that came from watching that game again. We'll do that next.
Your sports station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Atatula alongside Brandon Scott, who's John Lopez. Figgy Fig is still here on the ones and twos. And if you were ever concerned whether on the text line Ocho was there, he is. And he's reminding us that his favorite holy bleep moment that has happened in sports was North Shore getting the Hail Mary done versus Duncanville. Yeah, one of those just, oh, wow. Which, I mean, Hail Marys are going to be like that.
What was that, 2018, I think?
That sounds about right.
I was at KHOU at the time. I remember watching it then. That was a moment. That was definitely, that's a good, I know Ocho is slanted toward that east side and toward the North Shore. I get it. But that's a good call.
It's not a bad call. It's not at all.
It's a really good call.
Similarly, also a great call comes in from the 979. Usain Bolt's 9.58. Remember in that 100 meter at the at Beijing?
Yes.
When you're just like, wait a minute, this is possible? And the thing that gets me is that dude tall as hell. Like, he's legitimately 6 foot, is it? You're not supposed to be able to sprint like that.
Usain Bolt?
Yeah.
He's like 6'4".
Is he 6? Yeah, man. Like, you're not supposed to.
Usain Bolt is a rim protector, dog.
You're not supposed to be like this, man. And not only is he 6'4", he's not 6'4" and lanky. He's pretty built.
Muscular, yeah.
You're not supposed to be able to cut through the air like that.
6'5" was Usain Bolt.
He's as tall as Erling Haaland.
Man,
it's wild.
You're not supposed to be able to do that.
Fast as lightning.
You're not supposed to be able to do that.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Dude was special. Probably my favorite Olympian, even if it sounds anti-American. My favorite Olympian of my era, of my generation of watching the Olympics, Usain Bolt, probably by a mile. Shout out to Simone Biles. Shout out to Michael Phelps.
Yeah, some people get on the medals, and I just look at you and I go, all right, so we're just not going to have any context to this? Everybody in the world run.
Yeah.
Right? There are barriers to swimming. And there's also the opportunity to stack up a lot of these medals if you're swimming.
I hear you. That point does not necessarily hit the same for everybody. Like, some people just do not care about that. But to your point, like, there is nothing more impressive because, like you say, everybody runs. Everybody has run a race before.
Everybody tried a race.
And there's nothing more impressive, not just in winning a race, but he was out there dusting boys.
Correct. Like, the only other person recently that makes me feel like that way is Katie Ledecky when she be in here in the pool and she going one way and everybody else going the other way.
Yeah. I kind of felt like that with Simone Biles recently.
Yeah, that's fair. Simone do that sometimes.
Because she had some moments where you like, what the bleep was that?
Like, I really wish that
was recent.
Not even wish. I just like to imagine that someone like Simone, someone like Katie Ledecky, they walk into the function and they're like, all right, so who playing for second? Like they Larry Bird. Like, I just want to imagine that they do that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Pursuant to nothing, I was supposed to be doing a rewatch. Well, I have been doing a rewatch of the Texans 2026 season to get ready for training camp that starts on the 29th. And I was doing that. Yesterday, I had the unique displeasure of rewatching Week 3 at Jacksonville from last year. And you know what the question is?
Boy, this was a stanky god-awful
What do you remember from this football game?
Disgust. I remember being disgusted. I remember thinking, like, this was probably the low point of the season for me. Obviously, their record drops to 0-3.
Correct.
So they're winless at this point. But this was the first, like, in my mind, I was able to justify what happened to the Rams. Really good football team. I was even able to justify, as painful as it was to watch, as the home opener, losing out there in front of your peoples. I was able to justify losing to the Bucs because I felt like, at least at the time, that was a good football team. This was the first time of the season where not only was I sure that the Texans weren't a good football team, but I felt forced to watch a game where there was not a good football team to identify in sight.
Correct.
It was a bad, god-awful football game. And look, shout out to you, man, for rewatching it, because I looked at it at the time as time that I couldn't get back. And not only is it time that we can't get back, it is even more time that you have forfeited, but it has brought us here to this segment. and so I can at least appreciate
I can't
that.
take any valor off of this because I'm not going to lie. I'd forgotten just how nasty this game was. I was like, I don't think this was good. Buddy, I was halfway in. Like, do I got to finish this?
Ugly.
Do I actually have to finish watching this? And, of course, I did it for you, the people, clearly. One of the things that I found interesting, not really a huge note, but just one I wanted to get out here. You can clearly see CJ attempting to trust the line early on in this game. He's trying to stand in. He's trying to read. But everything, like, either is plastered when it comes to people on those, or dudes are getting in there. And you can see this is where you're starting to break whatever trust CJ Stroud was trying to put in for this early on.
Yeah, and help me remember here, is this, like, how has the offensive line evolved at this point from week one? Because I know, we remember, Ariante Ursary starts on the right side. He makes his way to left tackle.
Tay is your starting left tackle at this point.
So Tay is now your starting left tackle.
Laken Tomlinson is still at left guard.
Okay.
Jake Andrews is playing center. Ed Ingram is at right guard, and Titus Howard is at right tackle. That is what your offensive line looks like, and that's a great point. I have to remind everybody what the lines are because it shifted.
Yeah,
a few times during the course of the season.
Which is why it's hard to remember because it happened so many times. If there's just like a clear line of demarcation of, hey, here's the offensive line at this point, this is the offensive line at that point, then that's one thing. But they did a lot of musical chairs. There was a lot of that going on in this season. And so and I only asked that because it's interesting to me that he was trying to trust the offensive line because the one that you just described to me does not yet sound trustworthy at that point.
And what's funny about this is I also had, because again, as I mentioned, it was hard for me to think back to week 3. It's the reason why I do these rewatches to refresh myself. And I think of Tay Ursary, and I think good left tackle. He wasn't at this point. He was still very rookie.
Right.
And honestly, there was actually an instance where they had a max protect shot play. Like max protect.
Oh, I remember this.
This is what I do it for.
Oh,
baby.
my God.
This is what I do it for. You got two people down, and you've got an opportunity. There's a shot. There's actually a shot to make this play. And CJ Stroud the play is completely ruined because Ariante Ursary can't make a block on the left side.
Yeah.
That honestly, it makes me go, I wonder if, can I take this game? This was the big play, but there's a number of plays. Can I take this game further on in the season? I know that they literally play the Jacksonville Jaguars again, but if I could take this game and play it with a little bit further developed iteration of the team, does it look so much better than what it did at that point? And it honestly made me stop and think. And I recognize Reginald Attulis, who's speaking to you, someone who's been very harsh on Nick Caley from my perspective. I wonder how many of these shots there actually were that it felt like, oh man, there's no explosives, there's no going down the field, that actually were in the offense that were just blown up by a rookie Ariante Ursary or a bad play here or there. Do I need to give Nick Caley more of an apology for actually having more of these instances where you're trying to take shots and them just not working? Because there was a play where it all came together and the shot actually works. There's one of these in this game. And you go, oh, well, there should be more of these. It's just Tay looks like a rookie here, or there's a penalty here that we'll talk a little bit more about. But, yeah.
Now, I don't – look, so Nick Caley is his own thing. I think at this point Nick Caley was not good yet, just flat out. But when it comes to this part, that just as soon as you mentioned it, I thought about it because this was a big talking point for me after this game. And the reason why I thought the Texans just outright sucked at that point. I was not bought into the idea that they were going to be able to rattle off 9 straight wins or anything like that. I just did not see that in their future because they had this issue where they couldn't even max protect when they were bringing 3. Like, so you're thinking max protection and they're bringing 3. You now, not only are you matched up, but you are outmatching them. You have more in protection. They're only rushing 3. You're in max protect, and you still can't block it. It was at that point that I had kind of really given up on that season, like on the whole idea that they could be anything. So shout out to them for turning it around, everybody involved in it. But just based off of that, they had a couple examples of this over the years where, for whatever reason, they couldn't max protect. They couldn't do it against the Jags in this game. I feel like maybe it was the year before when they couldn't do it against the Vikings on the road. Like, this has been a thing for them of like, hey, max protect, we need everybody, and you still get beat. You still can't block it up. That was one of the more frustrating moments of the entire season for me.
And there's also instances where they max protect and you go, actually, you got it. You did it. You blocked it. And now you have they have 7 guys in coverage and you got 2 or 3 guys in routes. So what do we do now?
Yeah.
Right? Like, there's some of those instances that happen as well. So, yeah, man, I would love to see what the max – I would love to see them not have to max protect this year.
Yes, not have to max protect. not have to throw out a sixth offensive lineman who's not even that good to effectively be like your tight end. And just to, again, usually when you throw out a sixth offensive lineman, it's because you're ready to run through somebody's face. You're ready to go Marshawn Lynch and you're ready to maul somebody. They were doing it as a survival tactic.
Yes, they were. Speaking of offensive line, the first drive of this series, or in this game rather, Titus Howard penalty hurts the drive. Forces a 52-yard field goal attempt, which you remember, Kaimi Fairburn actually misses. Remember, that one felt like an omen. And it was, because this game was absolutely, it was one of those division weird games.
Yeah.
Because both sides. In fact, C.J. Stroud has an interception where he just gets got by the high-low defender. And Jalen Petrie has that same interception like a drive or two later on Trevor Lawrence. So it was just an ugly game. But this is drive killer count number 2 for Titus Howard on this season, because in the week prior, he has a penalty that turns what probably would have been a touchdown drive, which I guess maybe knowing what that season looked like in the red zone maybe is a little presumptuous, but any chances a touchdown drive goes away and they kick a field goal. And so I actually looked at this and was like, hey man, how many of these drives do we think, drive killing penalties, which we knew was a thing all season long last year, how will this offensive line match up this year when it comes to drive killing? Because you have Ariante Ursery, who had 9 penalties last year, 3 of them holding 2 false start in 16 games. Wyatt Teller only had 3 penalties last year, so he's going to take over at left guard. However, Jake Andrews had 5 penalties. None of them were, 2 of them were holding, none of them were false starts. It's going to be hard to false start as a center, right? Ingram had 2 penalties last year. He wasn't a drive killer at all, really. But then Titus Howard had 5 penalties, but his 2 replacements also had 5 penalties apiece, and both of them in fewer games. Like, if you look at the offensive line, a lot of the guys you have back are similar guys to what you had with penalties last year. Is penalties going to be an issue just in the way the number that come up, and then also the timing of when they come up?
Yeah, I think we do this thing where we talk about down and distance and not playing behind the sticks, and why were the Texans so bad on third down? Why were they so bad in the red zone? And I think we focus a lot on just the plays that didn't work, or the Nick Caley of it all, or the C.J. Stroud of it all. But it seems like we very quickly forget how often it would be a penalty, and it could be an offensive lineman, it could be a position player.
Jalen Noel had a illegal shift in this game as well.
There you go.
Yeah.
Like, it just always seemed like they were the 1 step forward, 2 step back type of offense, because whenever they might have this glimmer of hope, somebody did something to either kill the drive or to severely wound it, if you will. And that just cannot be. They talk about this and it sounds very cliche and cheesy, but not beating yourself. It is going to start there, of at least just playing clean football, a clean operation. It got to the point where we were almost rolling our eyes at the narrative throughout OTAs and minicamp about how crisp the communication was and all of that stuff, like the pre-snap stuff. Well, that stuff is going to have to be on point in a much tighter way than it was this past season, and specifically in this game.
Well, and I think it's one thing to say that. Sometimes we're just like, you just need to be better. Are there reasonable things to say that they will be better, right? I think Ariante Ursery, just more comfort in playing the position, I think will help.
Yeah.
One of the Titus Howard false start that happens in this game is him lined up against Josh Hines-Allen, clearly just trying to get out early.
Well, and Josh Hines-Allen, you mentioned that because he was the game wrecker of this game, right? Like, it's Titus Howard. He's causing the false start on Titus Howard. He dominated that matchup against Ariante Ursery. Like that, when you asked earlier what were some of the things that stood out, I failed to mention that was like the baptism of your rookie left tackle.
Welcome to the league.
That was it.
Yeah.
It was a quintessential welcome to the league type of moment for your left tackle.
Well, he also had one of those where Byron Young in week 1 basically walked his ass back into C.J. Stroud.
He did. So it was basically like a stretch there.
Yes. He looked like a rookie. And he was a rookie.
Things.
Right. He was a rookie. These are things that he had. The reason why I brought up the Josh Hines-Allen is you're going to, face Josh Hines-Allen, but other edge rushers that are going to pose the kind of threat where you're like, if you want to get this, you need to get out early. Braden Smith and Trent Brown, one of those guys is going to be your starting right tackle. Do they maybe have instances where they're trying to get out early and they have false starts? Is Tay Ursery going to fall into any of that, or is he just going to look wildly more mature? Wyatt Teller, I feel like, is advanced enough where he doesn't have that. But also, here's the scary part. I don't have numbers on what Keelan Rutledge did last year. If he ends up playing, what possibilities exist there with penalties? I'm not saying that they will, but I also am going, I don't know definitively that they're going to cut down all these penalties on the offensive line. And not that you're going to become perfect, but when is the timing that these will show up? And that's going to be a big, interesting thing that can maybe be more of a difference in what this offense is capable of doing than maybe we give it credit for.
Yeah, I wish I knew the answer to this. It stands out to me as I've kind of taken for granted the tackle positions because Braden Smith is so experienced and because Ariante Ursery is an incumbent. Like, you're only bringing 2 guys back from last year's offensive line, and 3 if you count Jake Andrews. We anticipate that he's going to get Wally pipped at some point. But I think by the time the season ended, that we felt a lot better about him. And so I've kind of just taken for granted that they're just good at tackle because so much of the focus was the interior spots. But I don't necessarily know that to be true. Don't know that to be true. And look, we will see. But I think it is worth questioning and wondering.
Yeah, it's one of the few things that I thought about as well as watching this bad game. The other one was that, there's the C.J. Gardner-Johnson play that clearly ends it. The big Brian Thomas Jr. play that happens late in this game.
Yes.
And I go, pink slips soon come. And it makes me want to dive back in and look at how many of those plays, because this is his final week before they cut him, right? C.J. Gardner-Johnson is done with us on the rewatch. Thank you for joining us in this portion of the program, C.J., right? I kind of want to go back and double back because I wonder how many of the big plays or the plays that are made versus the Texans in those first 3 weeks you can actually tie back to C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You were making the point that DJ Bieniemy, ESPN, wrote a fantastic piece about really highlighting some of the ways in which he broke down, but those were like the few big plays that you have to point to in order to make the case. I want to see how many I can tie to him and how much that was the factor in the defense not looking as stellar as we would have imagined through the first 3 weeks.
Yeah, and it starts with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but of course, as we remember throughout the season, that remained, of course, he was their original plan for that position, but that spot, maybe even the lone weak spot for the Texans defense last year. We're hoping that that's a lot different this year with Reed Blankenship.
There's actually one more note that I think is really good. I'll try and find another place to get it. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. As I gave you a little bit more of my rewatching through the 2025 season, that was week 3 at Jacksonville. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get our lunchtime confessions.
Texans training camp. Is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I forgot what I was about to do. Well, because we were talking right up to the microphone. But yes, you are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's do confession. I remember what my confession is. It does not match the energy that I'm bringing right now, B. Scott. I got to tell you. But yeah, honestly, my confession is I got to confess. I have been ducking the smoke on the Caitlin Clark stuff. Like I have just completely
the commentary part.
I have just completely avoided all of the Caitlin Clark conversation. Obviously, on this show, we try and have conversations, especially about things that are on and popping in sports. I have completely ducked it. Like I have just decided I do not want any parts of that. In large part, and I think you will agree with this, I just feel like there's so much of this that feels like it's operating in bad faith.
It is.
On a lot of sides of this.
I was just about to ask, is it just too toxic for you? Yeah. Just decided to eject?
There's some of that. And then there's also a lot of people operating outside of their wheelhouses in it as well. And so it just all feels like something that I would like to stay away from. And I feel, I guess in the confession, I feel like a little bit of a coward for doing that, like taking the coward's way out rather than just kind of standing up, giving the take that I feel is well informed and like is reasonable and just putting it out there. I've just been like, no, I don't want to. I don't deal with any of this.
But you know what? On one end, you can call it cowardly. On the other end, I think that there is, like, how do we find a balance? Y'all help me out. How do we find a balance between cowardice and protecting your peace? You know what I'm saying?
That's a great spin on it.
Because look, sometimes you got to protect your peace, and that might mean being cowardly about something. Or you might need to be a coward about something because it meant protecting your peace.
That's where I fall on it.
And what matters more to you, and especially me at my big age, right? And we all roughly close to the same age. Once you get to a certain point, you're like, you know what? I'd rather protect my peace than engage in this nonsense.
I ain't got time for all this.
And especially since Reg mentioned it on the front end of this, a lot of it is being done in bad faith anyway. And so it's like, well, do I even really want to engage if I don't think that the overall point of it is coming from a good place?
Right. And I want to note, right, when I say that there's a lot of bad faith actors, I think my priors and maybe the way that I say that might lead people to think that I mean a very particular side. No, I think there's a lot of people that are acting nonsensical about this, as evidenced by the fact that the WNBA All-Star voting was done and Caitlin Clark was like the 11th highest voted guard in the league. And hey, man, we ain't got a lot of kick. And mind you, this is by the players, right? So the players have gotten to a point where I don't know if they're like trying to counteract what they feel is happening out there in these streets. But either way, it has all gotten so silly, and I don't want to be a part of it.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of the players essentially saying Caitlin Clark ain't worth a damn when she's tops in scoring and I think scoring and assist combination. She is doing well in a lot of different areas that would at least. She's not the best player in the game, but she's an all-star. What are we doing? And 11th is crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, I will admit as well, as much as I like the WNBA, I've not been as tapped in this season as I usually want to be. So I can't speak too highly. I do know Kelsey Mitchell is hooping for the Fever,
Yes.
and I think that that's also missed. There's a lot of people that maybe aren't watching these games that are, again, not in their wheelhouse, talking about some of these. Kelsey Mitchell has been doing a lot of carrying if you look over there. But even still.
She gets hurt, too. Caitlin Clark is injured sometimes. She comes back, and then she's rusty at first. I think she had like 9 points either last night whenever she played last.
Right, even this is reeling me into the conversation a little bit. But it's like, yeah, man, there's so many things that are happening here, and it all feels so silly. It feels like, honestly, a lot of it feels like it's a proxy for other stuff. And I don't want to talk about that other stuff because y'all don't want to talk about that other stuff. You know what I mean?
The thing is, you could probably talk about that with us because we can have like a real sports conversation about it without bringing in all the motives and all this other stuff. You can't just talk about it just on Twitter. You can't just tweet about it because you're going to get people from all over the place with an agenda.
But here's the thing.
Pick a side.
And I think I heard the guys, Luke and Seth, having the discussion about this morning as well. And which is funny because I decided that I was going to say this before that. But even Seth was like, yeah, and then people want to make it a sociological debate and all that. And I'm like, because it kind of is.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like all those things are indeed pertinent. And that's the thing is it gets uncomfortable having all those conversations because generally as Americans in society, we're all those things. And honestly, those are the things that become a little divisive amongst us.
Yeah, and it's not to both sides it, but you can see from both sides where the bad faith seems to be happening, or from multiple sides, if you will. And so it's like, well, do I really want to even be a part of that and engage in that? Or, kind of to your point, do you feel like as a good faith actor that you have like a moral responsibility to inject a little bit of honesty and some of that good faith into the conversation? Like, because it needs that.
Yeah. I think the other part of this is I feel like because, people always say, oh, the media just stirring this up or the fans online just stirring this up. I think a little bit of WNBA kind of they ain't helping a lot.
No, and that's the thing. It's like
they do a little couple things where you'd be like, why would you say that? Or why would you do that?
Bro, the players don't even like Kathy Engelbert. Like, that's the thing. This is also a lot more complex. Like, shout out to our guy, Rob, who's always listening on the YouTube page. He's like, it's a weird jealousy gatekeeping dynamic.
It is.
Not quite. There's some factors of that again I'd be a little hesitant to just call it jealousy gatekeeping because like there's also again it's way more complex. I'm fighting the urge to walk into the space and then do it because in order to do it we need more time.
But like I think a lot is happening all at once because I don't think it's just the jealousy and gatekeeping. But I don't know how you explain some of the hatred that we've seen from actual players, former players, and then this whole 11th on the list. Voted by players, that seems like if it's not keeping, it's got to be a cousin to it or something similar. But that's not all that's happening either. Like there's some legitimate, hey man, we've been hooping long before Caitlin Clark, right? And there's some not just jealousy but resentment. I think is the word. It's like, oh, so now y'all want to come check us out because we got this. And then now we get into these other parts.
There's so much.
We got this kind of particular girl who's shooting this particular way, and now y'all like it.
And here's the thing, right? Even that is still pretty flat. And on the text line, and I say this not to be a jerk of y'all folks, I really am not. From the 832, right? Y'all know this is about race, truth is the truth. No, it's more complex than that. That's literally what I was just saying.
Yeah,
and
that's an element to it.
And I already feel like I'm doing the thing to myself, like I just want to hit the eject button because everybody's gonna try and flatten this, and it's not flat at all.
And see, that's why you can't have that conversation in public.
It's
man.
not flat at all. There's so many of these things that are a part of it, and I'm being lazy. I'm just saying I don't want to.
I love how we just had a conversation about a conversation that we can't have.
That's correct. But that's the confession is that I will have the conversation about not having the conversation. That's how much I don't want to have the conversation.
And that's the best way to have the conversation.
These are my confessions.
Had to teach my kids a valuable lesson last night, and the lesson was shouldn't have been talking.
Oh, they was talking mess?
Talking smack to me.
Oh,
now,
to you.
Now, look, I'm trying to even remember why we got here, but somehow both of my youngest children thought it was wise to call me broke.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's bold. Pay for all
that. Be Scott.
Right. And the irony of them talking this way, if y'all could have just seen the room that we were sitting in, one of those high ceiling living rooms. My daughter, my youngest daughter, who's one of the ones that's calling me broke, hasn't lifted her head from the tablet that I bought her yet to mention this, right? My son just came inside from riding the bike that I bought him, the driveway that I pay for, the garage that I pay for, all of that, right? And so I ain't gonna lie to you. I took it a little personal because, you do the thing with your kids of like when you explain to them why. Sometimes we could do a better job as parents to just flat out saying no and not explaining ourselves. Yeah. So I'll admit my own fault here of sometimes I'll overly explain and even lie and say, we ain't got that kind of money. We ain't got the money for that right now. Well, that's too much money. Use that as an excuse, whether we got the money or not. The answer is really just no, because I said so. And we don't say that enough, so I will admit that part is my fault. But because I do this so often, apparently, and tell them, hey, that's too much money. We ain't finna pay all that money for that. Now they have convinced themselves that we are broke and for whatever reason got the courage to call me broke to my face. So this is how they messed up their blessing last night, right?
Oh, okay.
We weren't cooking last night. Nobody was cooking, so whatever we were going to eat was going to be takeout. I was going to order food. I was going to order food for the whole family with my broke ass, right? But once they started talking about how broke I was.
He's so hurt. He said with my broke ass. He is hurt. I feel it.
Hey, so
I can feel this.
My feelings was really hurt.
I hear it.
These are my babies talking to me like this, who I've dedicated my life to.
Correct.
I got food for myself. I got food for the young lady that is my young lady.
Mm-hmm.
But them children, I told they it's food in the pantry.
Oh, you ate it in front of their faces?
Ordered myself a steak from Outback.
A steak?
And let them go figure it out with them ramen
He
noodles.
didn't even get a sandwich, not a hamburger, not no chicken tenders. He ate a steak.
I thought you were about to order a pizza or some rice or something.
Hey,
you at the Outback,
I
man.
was so damn broke that I was able to order that Outback for myself.
Outback.
While they figured out, I said, hey, go find you some cereal. Make it happen.
Man.
So this felt like some borderline child abuse, but I thought it was a good lesson to be learned because they weren't actually abused. They had to learn a lesson here. Don't call your daddy broke when he has essentially funded your entire life.
Man.
Was there any, because again, I get where you are. I'm not trying to undercut your decision as the father because I am very much not one of those. Did they come at this where they actually were saying you were broke, or was this like keying, like I'm one of your little friends? You're broke.
It was a little bit of both.
Oh,
it was a little bit of how you joke with a serious, like there's a truth underlying the joke. That's what this felt like. Now, of course, them being 11 and 9, they don't know really the difference, right? They don't know how broke or not broke we actually are because they don't have the best concept of any of it.
They don't have. Do they know the meaning of a dollar? Because that was a problem for my little brother for a long time until he was like 17, 18.
Absolutely not. So much so, one of them asked, hey, are we middle class or low class? So this is my son, my 11-year-old son. And my daughter, before I can even answer, she goes, we're low class.
Oh,
wow. All them lows?
Hey.
As we sit on a lake.
I would have been like, girl, we in Missouri City.
Right.
Yeah, man. We in Missouri City sitting on a lake. There are 5 bedrooms in this house. Plus the movie room.
For the simple fact that somebody had to say, are we middle class or low class?
And she goes, we're low. I was like, wait a minute now. Hold on. You're not low at all. What's with all the lows?
Yeah.
It ain't no such thing as that.
Right. Are you Flow Rider? Why are you saying all these lows?
I'm getting confused as hell.
As my mama used to say, we're blessed. We are blessed.
Man, I had to teach him a lesson, man. Go eat that cereal while I eat on this steak.
Hey, 713, you ain't had to do that. They said Outback is kind of on the lower end of steakhouse. Hey, calm down.
But they don't know that. That's you with your employed self. These are my broke ass kids. All right.
But this is a different type of flex, though. Like, you're dashing it, man.
Yeah, so I paid for just the delivery fee on top of that.
Yeah, that's true. When you're doing the delivery, all them stuff is nothing is low class anymore.
Trying to tell you. Just the DoorDash experience.
Yeah.
Goes just the fact that I got the app on my phone.
At this point, because every time I DoorDash, I look at that price, I'm like, you know what? Let's get in the car and go.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's go eat in person.
Trying to tell you.
Wow, they called you broke. That's crazy.
They gonna learn today. But who was eating cereal though?
They were. It sounds like
wasn't me.
What do they always say? Kids say the darndest things.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I'll be darned.
Yes, you will. All right, that's a little lunch talk confession. here in the audacity. All right, coming up next, on a Thursday, it's a staple here in the Loop. Let's do a little buy or sell. Are you buying or selling what these folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
Sports Radio. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, where all we learned is that broke is relative, apparently. That is what we learned in the last segment. I don't know if you're always supposed to be learning something from the show, but there you go. That was a lesson. Yeah. I don't know if there's going to be a lesson here either, as we're going to play a little buy or sell. Are you buying what the folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610 is the number to text to play along. B. Scott, Figgy, y'all ready for this?
Let's go.
Yep.
I'm usually answering, so this is kind of interesting giving here, but I'll do my best. Let's start here. Let's start with the audio one, if you could help me out, Fig. We're going to start with Charles Barkley. Are you familiar with this gentleman?
Familiar with his work.
Who is that?
Charles Barkley. He a Hall of Famer in basketball in the NBA, and unfortunately, and maybe I should say it this way, managed to do that without winning a championship. Like, he is that kind of player, and even better as a commentator, just because he is wildly charismatic. So much so that apparently, this is what he said about the sports wedding of the year: Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce getting married at MSG. That happened, I think, was it Friday last week? And so the conversation came up as he was doing an interview, and this was what he had to say about the possibility of going to that wedding.
So you didn't get the invite to the royal wedding at Madison Square Garden then?
I did.
Oh, you did get the invite. You didn't go?
I don't go to weddings. That's one of I don't go to weddings or funerals, but I did get an invite, and I politely declined because I thought it was going to be a crap show, and like Travis, Jason, and I've only met Taylor one time, but yeah, I did get an invite, but I said, hey, you know what, that's just too much. I just want to hang out and play golf, and I don't want to dress up and all that other stuff. But I appreciate the invitation. It was pretty special.
Buy or sell, gentlemen. Charles Barkley doesn't go to weddings or funerals.
Yeah, I think it's crazy. I think it's wild, but I understand it, and I'm going to go ahead and buy that. The man says he doesn't go to weddings or funerals. Think about it. If you do go to weddings and you pass up on this one because it's just a little bit too much commotion for your liking, then I got to figure that you probably don't go to weddings. Like, what wedding are you going to if you're invited to Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's wedding and you're politely declining? So I'm assuming he doesn't. Now, funerals is a tough one because, like, who funeral are we talking about? There are certain funerals that feel like you kind of have to go to. Yeah, I'm going to buy this. I'm actually going to buy this.
Yeah, I'm buying it, too. He seemed very confident in this answer, too. I am wondering, I wonder if he showed up to the Kobe Bryant. I don't know if it was a funeral or memorial or whatever. But, yeah, I think I'm kind of buying it, though, man. It seemed like all he want to do is chill and play golf.
Yeah. In a weird way, I'm actually buying this as well. Like, I kind of want to sell it just because, I mean, as what you were getting to, right? There's going to be people in your life that you're close to that you want to be able to pay respects, especially on a funeral or also on a wedding. I just remember, hey, he's Charles Barkley, and not only is he Charles Barkley, he is one of the most charismatic people in all of America. Argue with your auntie. Can you imagine being the person that every time you go to an event like that, you are now on?
Yeah.
Or working? Because
they're going to ask him to speak.
There's no way. One, I didn't even think about that. Like, them asking you to get up and talk is something that is a possibility.
You think they're just going to let Charles Barkley be sitting in the back and not say nothing?
Well, this is the thing. He going to say something because tell me the wedding that you think that he goes to that somebody don't walk over and be like, hey, man, what do you think about? Or, hey, man, we love you or, hey, man, hey, is it really all that funny working the word with Shaq? Like, is that real? I bet he gets so much of that at events like that. Because there's a lot of people that walk up to you on the street, but in a wedding, everybody feels just kind of a little familiar. Yeah. And so I think people would be even more bold in that circumstance. And so I feel like he probably doesn't. He probably's like, let me avoid all that.
And there is something about being known for not just being famous. Obviously, he's famous for being a basketball player. But since then, in the past almost 30 years now, he's famous for talking. And there's something about being a talker and being a known talker, being known for talking, makes people want to come up to you and talk. And so it's not like, hey, there's the basketball star, but he's quiet and we're just going to recognize him, but we're going to leave him alone because he's an athlete. No, there's a professional talker.
Right.
We want to go up there and talk. And you don't always feel like being on all the time. Especially at a wedding or a funeral where the attention is supposed to be on the subject.
Fair enough. All right, there you go. I think we're all buying that one. Moving forward on buy or sell here. You guys are familiar with Christian Pulisic?
Yeah.
Some people have called him Captain America. Did not feel like that in this World Cup stint for the U.S. men's national team, especially when they lose 4-1 to Belgium to bounce out of this tournament.
Man, he wouldn't even Ant-Man. I don't know. Name your least favorite Marvel. He wasn't Doctor Strange.
Was he Hawkeye?
He wasn't even Hawkeye.
Damn, that's tough. That's tough. Yeah. Well, Christian Pulisic, he leaves the match, remember, with a little bit of a lower body injury. I'll do the hockey way of saying this. And he got crushed for not, I guess, thugging it out and staying on the field and really laying it out on the line for his team in a circumstance where they really needed him. Well, today, actually, we find out, per The Athletic, that Christian Pulisic suffered a leg microfracture in that loss to Belgium, and he'll miss several weeks. It was a bone bruise and a microfracture in his leg during that Monday loss. Buy or sell that he actually has these injuries?
Yeah, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to sell it as a real excuse for, not showing up and not being just overall better, say, for, the first half of the first game. But yeah, I don't think that he's lying about the injuries, but I think he still deserves a fair amount of smoke as being the best player on the American team. So, yeah, I think he's legitimately injured, but is it cruel to say I kind of only care a little bit, don't care a lot?
Is it cruel? Maybe, but I feel like we be doing that in sports sometimes anyways.
These is the breaks,
Yeah, and I feel you. Maybe literally with microfracture. Fig, buy or sell?
Yeah, I'm actually buying it too. I don't think it's I wouldn't use this as an excuse on how he played and all this other stuff. Because it was just bad. Buying it.
I am selling this in a weird way. And of course, this is an injury. These are things that we should be able to get. Here's the problem that I have with it, right? Bone bruise, that's one of those that can take a little time to diagnose what's up with Houston Astros. Microfracture, it can also take some time, but I feel like we should have had something towards those ends after the loss, immediately after the loss. Remember, this is a loss that happened on Monday, and today is Thursday when we are learning this.
Yeah.
And so the question I have is, why is it after your name done ran through the mud a few times that now all of a sudden, wait, should we be nicer to him now that we know that he was actually dealing with the bigger injury that's going to have him miss some time here? It feels very convenient. That's not to say that he is absolutely lying. It just feels really fishy to me, and it feels very convenient in a way that almost feels like trying to avoid the smoke that is coming for him right now.
Yeah, the morning show played that audio clip of Landon Donovan kind of saying, hey, man, you wouldn't have been able to carry me off of that field. I'd have punched the trainer if I had to. Kind of putting a little bit of extra sauce on it. But he did say, and this kind of stands out to me once I hear about the Pulisic injury, he says, now, he's talking about Christian Pulisic, all of this in the context of that. He says, now, if we find out that he broke his leg in half the next day, then fine. And then what do we hear later? Now he's saying that he's got a microfracture.
He literally broke his leg.
So it's okay, well, this is the excuse that you've been given from the legends to why you're allowed to come up short or small in this moment. You better literally have a broken bone, and then you look up, and now he's got one.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a little convenient for me. Is that unfair? It's probably unfair for me to have that, but I'm not going to lie. I'm looking at it going, word, dog. Anyways, one more here before we move it along here on this buy or sell. Another audio one. Are you familiar with Jaylen Brown?
Yes.
He's not the one speaking here, but he's the one being spoken about. Brad Stevens is the executive, the president, I believe, of basketball operations for the Boston Celtics. And in a post-trade press conference, he was asked specifically about whether or not the ownership of the team, mind you, the ownership of the team would have maybe made this. I guess the thought process is possibly, making the money or the possibility of a max extension for Jaylen Brown being something that they didn't want to do was the decision for why. And so he was asked, did ownership mandate?
And they do have new ownership there, right?
They do have new ownership
just
in the last few recent years. This is Brad Stevens being asked about whether or not ownership mandated this trade.
No, absolutely not. I mean, this was all about basically trying to win, I think really trusting in our process. I think we have the best front office in the NBA, and they put in their work and they came to the conclusion this was the best way for us to win.
The path looked a little bit more challenging with 70% of our cap and such a high percent of our usage tied into two players. And the reality in this era and in this day and age of the NBA, and you could see it obviously with the last couple of champions and some of the teams teams that were in the league, when it was all said and done at the end of this year, is that, you know, you have to do a great job and you have to have the optionality to do a great job of building out depth that can hopefully replace the irreplaceable individual. And that's not an easy thing to do.
Buy or sell, B. Scott.
Get out of here, man. Selling the hell out of this. Now, the frustrating part of this is that there are some truths baked into this, like the percentage of the cap and just the math of it all, of investing that much or having that much money invested in just two players and them taking up that much of your cap. Like, I get that and I sympathize with that because that is a larger NBA issue, not just specific to the Celtics, but I think every team that's going to be worth a damn at any point is going to have to go down that road. They're going to be faced with that at some point. And we talk about this every year now, ever since the most recent CBA. But that don't have, what does that have to do with the return you got for Jaylen Brown? What about your circumstance dictated that you would get pennies on a dollar for Jaylen Brown, that you would get less for Jaylen Brown than folks are out here getting for Kawhi Leonard, who's way older, and for Desmond Bane the year before? Like, all of these other guys that went for so much more that Jaylen Brown is either clearly better than or much younger than, and this is all you could get back. Explain that return. I know that wasn't the exact question, but explain that return of it all, of like, it gave desperation that you would just give to get back anything to part ways with Buddy. We'll take 137-year-old Paul George and just a couple of draft picks for Jaylen Brown. Like, there is no justification for that. I'm selling this.
Yeah, I'm selling it too for the same reasons. And like, I would have understood if he got a haul back for Jaylen Brown.
Exactly.
But you didn't get a haul back, man. You got 2 first-round picks, which is probably, I don't know how good those picks are going to be. You got, a few second-round picks? Like, I just don't see.
It's not enough.
Yeah, like, I mean, unless you're going to use that to build up the depth, like you said. But I just don't understand that. And on top of the Paul George part of it.
There you go. I'm also selling it. It didn't have to happen right this moment. I understand the idea of the contract and those things. It didn't have to happen the way that they forced it across. All right, that's a little buy or sell here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I promise I will get back to some of your holy bleep moments in sports. But coming up next, you know what? We decided that we are going to establish a little bit of a business now that we have In the Loop LLC going. How about the In the Loop GM consultation firm? I'll tell you what that is next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing and your new vehicle.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Attitude.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. B. Scott in for the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Attitude. The Figgy Fig is on the ones and twos. And one of my favorite things that I've done, mind you, unintentionally, was bring to the table the question of the day that happened today, which is inspired by the 20th anniversary of Zinedine Zidane in the middle of a World Cup headbutting the mess out of a dude, which was very much for me and for a lot of people a holy bleep moment. And so I've asked, and you have shared all day long your holy bleep moments in sports. And so you guys have those coming in. I want to make sure that I continue to appreciate some of those. Like somebody said, when George Brett Pine Tar incident, which I honestly cannot recall off the top of my head. I do remember this. Lawrence Taylor snapping Joe Theismann's leg. Definitely remember that happening for sure. As I track back through some of these, the Nolan Ryan whipping Robin Ventura's ass.
Gotta be up there.
I imagine, obviously, not quite in the fold there when it happens, but yeah, I imagine that absolutely is one of those. Oh, this one I do remember. Remember Ndamukong Suh? Doing when he was stepping on folks and then he kicked Max Shaw in the manhood.
Ndamukong Suh had lost his mind for a little stretch.
He was wilding. He was doing a lot. Somebody said App State beating Michigan.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. That is a huge one. And then this is one that I need to go and do research on because just again timeline of Buddy Ryan punching Kevin Gilbride.
Oh yeah,
on Monday Night Football
on the sideline.
Yeah.
That's one of the Houston sports stories of all time.
Yeah, I need to go back and get back into that one because I don't remember that one off the top. But
that would be a good moment to have McClain to come talk about that because I'm sure he's probably one of the few, John McClain that is.
Correct.
One of the few people who can really give you the story and the breakdown of all of that.
Right. Oh, I do remember this. You remember when Sean Taylor hit the hell out of that puncher?
Oh, yes.
It's the Pro Bowl, man. And even then,
Pro Bowl.
Even then, when we were still hitting, it was still the Pro Bowl. You know what I mean?
Pro Bowl.
Like, we all know what time it is, except Sean Taylor did not.
Yeah.
Blew that man up.
Was that him being a tryhard, or is that just him staying ready? That's just him only knowing one speed?
Yes. All of the above.
All of that.
All of the above. All right. We'll get back to some more of that as we keep going, as I've promised. However, I appreciate all of you gentlemen for being along in this as we have established the In the Loop GM consultation firm. Welcome to our first meeting here, B. Scott.
I feel like I got to get my posture right.
Listener, I appreciate you guys joining in. In the Loop LLC is venturing out into various different business entities, and this is number two, after the development of Luke Morrow's app that will determine where the nearest public bathroom or bathroom that you can use is. We are working on the development of that.
And rating them by cleanliness,
That's right, and rating them by cleanliness and offering upcharges for people that are using peer-to-peer bathroom usage. All of that is on the docket, so we will be working on that, and I'll give you an update at the next board meeting. But right now, we're establishing the In the Loop GM consultation firm because we are in a market of Houston where there is a necessity for these services. 3 general managers in the major sports league, and all of them have a certain distaste, right? So I feel like we need to do our job here as a consultation firm and consult them on how they fix their image. Are we all in here, gentlemen?
I'm ready to go.
Yep.
All right, cool.
And this is important work, by the way.
Very important work. And honestly, I think it could be lucrative. I think if we can rehabilitate this, who doesn't want their GM to be amenable to the people, right?
Yeah. 100%.
All right, so what we're going to do here is I'm going to take this client by client, and we're going to see if we can rehabilitate their image by giving them some next steps. That feel good?
Yeah, love it. Love it.
I think we start with the man who is currently looking for another contract. His name is Dana Brown. Dana Brown is the general manager of the Houston Astros.
Need a lot of work, man.
Gentlemen.
You would start with the most difficult one.
But he's the most pressing.
Yes.
It's the most pressing matter, and we're trying to earn his business as a client. So I want us to put together a real good dossier here. And he's on an expiring deal, man. He's a lame duck. What do we recommend that he does to get in the good graces of the people and maybe even Jim Crane?
Ooh, so can I, at the risk of being overly simplistic, but I'm going to go ahead and just say it, draft more good players. And look, this is something that you could say about any GM, but the reason why it's Dana Brown specific is because this was supposed to be his calling card.
Yeah.
Some GMs are more numbers nerds, math nerds. Maybe they were lawyers, and so they're more corporate guys, contract guys. Like there's a thing that you hang your hat on as a GM that's like your particular strength, knowing that you got to do all these things are part of the job, right? Well, Dana Brown was the scout GM. That was what he was supposed to be. Cut his teeth in scouting, and that was going to be our way, the Houston way, of replenishing the farm system and sort of kickstarting this next era of Astros baseball. And it just doesn't feel like that's quite happened over the last few years yet. And I'm not going to pretend like I'm hanging on to every single note of every draft pick, but I do know that they still have one of the worst farm systems in baseball and no real future to speak of aside from like this awkward space that they're in this year of being just one of many mid to not so good American League teams. So I would keep it really simple and say, for Dana Brown, be true to yourself and true to your own back of the baseball card, your own scouting profile, scout better, and draft more good players.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. The only fear that I have is that he's on a short timeline, and I don't know if it's going to be enough time to make that happen. That would be great. I do wonder if we can take that same skill set and advise him to turn somebody else's trash into your treasure. Right, and I think the tough thing about it is it feels like he's tried. Mike Burrows was supposed to be, and I don't think he's trash, right? I think that Mike Burrows was a young, talented player that you were hoping that you could get and make him better here. Has not worked that way. But I think that you need to validate your scouting bona fides, and maybe we do this in a pro scouting instead of a amateur scouting way, and find a way to, especially since Big Daddy up top, money to go out and shop, right? Especially since you're not getting a lot of money to go shop in the grocery store.
It's on the list.
I think you might need to go and you will get a lot of love if you keep finding Raynell Delgados, where you go and you find someone off the heap and you go, oh wow, that's actually very helpful to what we're doing here.
Renell Blancos, turning Renell, seeing. So Dana Brown has done some good things. He had the vision of Renell Blanco. You know what? That's a starter. I'm gonna make him into a starter.
We need to stock up on a few of those.
He did that, right? So we need to hit on a few more of those, but I can't help myself now that you have already mentioned it and opened the door.
Yes.
Because I did have this written down on my little notepad. Far-fetched as it may be, okay? Just dream with me for a second. Convince Jim Crane to spend bigger.
I mean, it would be a great home run swing.
I wrote it down. I don't know. I don't know if it's a legitimate, I don't know if we might have to workshop that one before we actually present it to the client. But it does feel like that's necessary.
Fig, I want to give you an option here. Is there any other additions that you think we should make to this pitch deck that we're putting together here?
I think the first thing I came across was he got to stop. He got to stop being so honest whenever he speaks
that's
to
a
the
great
media,
point.
man.
Or as the kids say less.
Yes, just say less right now. I know he got radio interviews and TV interviews and stuff like that he got to do. Don't be too honest, man. You're a GM. You don't have to tell the truth all the time or tell what you really think. You could be super generic. Take notes from Nick Caserio, who sometimes don't really say a lot. He might give you something once in a while, but Dana Brown speaks, it seemed like something come back and bite him in the butt. Whenever, if it's, he's 68% healed and just little stuff like that, I think he just need to take a step back.
Yeah, he's a yapper.
That's a good point. But this is the thing. I feel like if you're going to be honest in the way where at least people respect it. I feel like he is honest in the way that makes people annoyed. And I don't know if he's earning anybody's trust by clamming up right now. I think he might earn some people's trust if he's just like, look, let me level with you. Right? That kind of honesty, I think might actually help him out right now.
But see, his honesty right now is coming out wrong.
Yes.
A lot of it is like, man, you said he'd be back in a couple weeks. It's 3 months now. What's going on?
Yeah.
So I think that's the type of stuff that's hurting him.
Like, I don't know if it would help him with his job, but it would help him amongst the people if he goes, look, I only got so much to spend here. Because he's never done that. Which, again, I understand why you wouldn't, right? I don't know if you want to make your boss mad. But it might be worthwhile for him to be like, guys, level with me here.
Yeah.
We're making moves around the edges because we have to be smart, because there's been certain contracts that are still hanging around our neck, and we are working the best that we can. Like, I think there's a level of respect out there amongst the people if you level with them like that.
Yeah, he's got to find that balance of, like, don't lie to me outright, but don't tell me everything. Don't tell me all the truth. Don't tell me lies. Don't tell me no sweet little lies. But don't lie to me. But don't tell me everything. Don't tell me all the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. This ain't the court of law.
Okay. I don't know. Do we have time? Do we have somebody said we have? I'm not worried about it. Yeah, man. Like that. Those are the moments where I would like you to have a different answer there, big dog. So
that's where you gotta take the Nick Casario playbook, man. Just be like, you know what? We're working hard to put the best team out there. You gotta say stuff like that.
I don't know if that one wins it for him. I think you go the other way where you go, hey, man. We hope that we have pitching depth, but it's incumbent on our guys to step up, right? Like push that one over there, or But see, I believe that we'll come through. Obviously, there's obvious concerns with this. Like acknowledge the concerns that are real here, but then you can lean into the sell, but don't just sell me without acknowledging what's actually happening in front of you.
But see, at this point, he's lying. He's saying he got pitching depth. Where? What are you talking about, man? That's the part that's pissing people off because now we looking at you as delusional.
Yeah. And it's like it needs a reality check on the front end and then start talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This pitch deck is a little rough one, man. I'm not gonna lie, but we'll put it together. We'll put it to the client, and we'll see if we can earn his business here at the In the Loop.
Yeah.
GM consultation.
I was rooting for you so hard, Dana Brown. I want you to succeed, brother. I really do. I really do.
We gotta convene again to get to some of these other ones because I don't know if we have time to really dive into these other ones.
I do have one for Rafael Stone, just quickly.
Do you want to do that on the other side, like when we're at 140? Maybe do that.
Maybe we can do it then.
Okay.
Maybe we can do it then because they all need some work. We can admit that, and y'all text y'all's in. Well, like we can kind of interact with the people here on this. Let us know on the text line, the YouTube chat. What are some ways in which you think that these Houston GM
is Dana just a lost cause at this point?
I fear, unfortunately, because I mean, look at what I wrote down.
Yeah, you got a lot happen over there.
Draft more good players. I mean, it might be too late. That ship might have sailed. And then convince your boss to spend more money. Like I'm saying that, of course, tongue in cheek, but it does feel like it would help.
I do wonder though, because I think we did this with when J-Lo was here. I do wonder if like spend more money in which places as well, because like there is the competitive balance tax. I would like to see more like. In pursuant to the conversation we had earlier today about development in the U.S. just with sports in general, on the development side, spending with the actual farm.
Yeah, like, all of that.
Like obviously, I'm not the actual players, the payment that they get is a whole different conversation. But just the investment in the farm, I think, gives you an opportunity to have whatever talent that he has drafted. A better opportunity to succeed. I think that's one of those things that I have some questions about.
And I think for me more specifically, and look, you can do the history on this and look at where they got it right by not reinvesting in some of their core players. But I would like for it to be at least sometimes where you get a good player and you're not doing the countdown to when he's going to be too expensive to be here. Like it seems like we've done. So when I say like spend money, I'm like, I'm really more so talking about like just dare to retain your own homegrown
so just
talent.
Get the Jeremy Pena deal done now.
Get the Jeremy Pena deal done.
That actually could be a winner.
Make sure that Hunter Brown isn't the Cubs in a couple of years, or the Red Sox.
If he gets both of those deals done, we might be cooking here.
I would take either. I don't think either one's going to be here. I would take one of them. You know what I mean? But just kind of speaking to the point, it's like. I am expecting as an Astros fan to say goodbye to both of those guys pretty soon. And I would like to live in a world where that's not, at least not the expectation. Contract negotiations break down, whatever.
Yeah.
But that's the expectation going in 2 years ahead of time. I want it to be different. I would like for it to be different. You have a homegrown World Series MVP in his rookie year. I would like to fast forward to when it's time for him to get his money that I feel like my team's going to be competitive to keep him.
Yeah, I feel that. All right. I don't know how productive it was at the first meeting of the In the Loop GM consultation firm, but I appreciate you gentlemen for being here. We'll put that together and fax it over there because I think that's how official documents move. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you guys joining us on that board meeting. But coming up next, I look at the time and it's time to have a little fun with Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, I wonder how fun this is going to be. So we got a couple wild stories, including a play-by-play person fired for something very, very interesting.
Oh, okay.
We got to see what's going on with this.
Yes, I would love to talk about this next.
Starting this week, the Sports Radio 610 fun doesn't end when the weekend hits.
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury Houston Texans. On Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. Hurt in the accident? Injured? Don't wait. Visit callthesheriff.com today. Now, I think this mixtape, I almost called it an episode. It felt like an episode.
I mean,
because
it kinda is.
It's going to be a lot going on in this one. And I just saw this today. Y'all actually brought this to my attention about a guy by the name of Jacob Toby.
That's right.
Who is the play-by-play announcer for the Spurs, for the San Antonio Spurs, Wemby Spurs. He is out immediately.
Oh, so they did get him out of here. He's fired.
I think, yes, he's fired.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah, so he is.
What could he possibly be fired for, Fig?
Yeah, so he was fired. And earlier this week on his Instagram, this is what was posted in the story. It said, "This is my girlfriend of 6 years." There was a beautiful picture of him and his girlfriend. "This is my girlfriend of 6 years, but I cheated on her with blank blank." Whoever had this Instagram or whatever, which is probably his girlfriend, posted the young lady name that he was cheating on her with. And she said, "So feel free to continue following me if you really think I'm a good guy, because I'm not," with the little smiley face. It ain't even the emoji. It's the old school smiley face with the colon.
Oh, wow.
Colon.
She took it back old school.
Yeah.
Even say you worth of.
Yeah.
She's, I'm not hitting another keyboard. I'm just typing it in. We're good.
Yep. So, this went pretty viral, and it's clear as day that she got to his phone somehow and just left him a nice little story on his Instagram. Wow. And y'all was reading up on this. So, how do y'all feel about this? And clearly he's no longer the play-by-play person now. How do y'all feel about this? And rumor has it that he was having an affair with somebody, I guess a player on the Spurs' sister.
Yes. Are we
So
dancing around the?
That's where it got
Nasty work, dog.
B. Scott, can I have a little aside with you? You are the resident journalist, which is perfect because I would ask J-Lo this as the resident journalist.
Right.
Do we need to keep the name of the alleged woman out of this? Like, is that best practice here?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, good.
Because one of the principles of journalism, not to take you out of J school, but one of the ethical principles is to do no harm.
Got you.
And so the question is, is she married? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think you could make the case of like, what is her level of publicity, and like what harm are you doing to that person? Like, is she basically a bystander? I think this would be a legitimate discussion in the newsroom.
Yeah.
Oh, like whether or not you can
put her name out there.
Because you can't. Just to be clear, you can. Should you?
Yeah.
I looked at a few different articles. Some of them didn't have the name at all, or even the name of the player, but some of them did. And me personally, just trying to use my platform a little bit responsibly.
Sure.
I didn't want to put the name out there.
Perfect.
And she come looking for me.
Right. No,
something
that's
like that.
Honestly, you know what?
So
the lawyers at Odyssey like the way that you thought about it.
I will say all you gotta do is search. I'm sure you'll find whoever.
I don't know if they like that part as much.
Well, right. But you also kind of ask yourself, like, does it take away? How important is her name to the story? Because we got the point. Figgy laid it out, didn't give us her name.
The older sister. Well,
and we all sitting here like, damn.
There are some details that make it more interesting, but I guess interest isn't all that important when it comes to, obviously being fair and proper. So we will not put her name out here. But yeah, old boy, was it Jacob Toby?
Yep.
We will put his name out here. He is indeed the TV play-by-play guy. And yes, so that is the part that's interesting. One, he was cheating on his girlfriend, and I go, how important, or like, can you lose your job for being a cheater, right? And generally that feels like a no, except it feels like, one, this is a public embarrassment, as you established, and there's, obviously that I imagine some level of clause there.
Yeah, that's the main offense.
You're making the brand look bad right now, man.
I imagine also the proximity of kind of someone that is associated with the team, whether it's the sister of a player, gets you to a place where you go, oh, okay, this is a little too close to home, and now does this cause issues amongst the team? And we've seen like the Tony Parker special where we talk about somebody having relations with somebody else's wife, but in those instances, that person is on a salary cap, and that person factors into what we're doing here. We can get another TV play-by-play like that.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, this is one of those where, look, I think it's more about, like, the cheating part, let's just be real.
It be like that sometimes?
I don't want to excuse cheating, but if cheating could get you fired, the economy would be in the toilet. Like, what would be the GDP if everybody was getting fired for cheating?
And here's the thing about the cheating, right? And not to say it sound like I am advocating for cheating. However, when it comes to relations, one of the biggest factors that happens in this is proximity, right? Who are you going to do those things with? The people that you spend time with. So, like, it is likely that you date someone at your job, and obviously not always recommended.
Yeah.
But it is likely that someone you met at your job or met while doing your job is going to be there. Certain instances, you got to sidestep that anyways, big dog.
Yeah. When they say don't bleep where you eat, this is what they're talking about, man. Yeah. And especially if you got such a forward-facing public job like this, you can't be out here damaging the brand and embarrassing us in public.
Here's the question that I have, right? This is his girlfriend seemingly making this allegation. The team actually firing him at this, like, do you feel like they investigated this, or is this just like even the prospect of this is getting a little nasty? Because it is a little uncomfortable if it is just my girlfriend said that I cheated and now I lost my job.
Oh, but it's not that she said she got access to your phone.
So in this instance, we're having him fired because your girlfriend put something crazy on your phone.
Hey, look, my children know for a fact they are not allowed to touch daddy's phone, because if they do something silly on accident, I don't know how much patience.
This nice house in Mo City.
Yeah, I don't know. Right, and how much patience is Odyssey gonna have for? Well, you don't understand. See, that was my 9-year-old that got a hold of my phone, and what you saw there wasn't really true. And even if it wasn't supposed to get out there or whatever.
Yeah.
They don't care about that. They care about, why does your 9-year-old have access to the things that we have given you access for, or has an ability to, right? Like 610's. Sports Radio 610's Instagram and Twitter are on my phone. If my kids decide they want to play some kind of prank and get in my phone and do that, I don't get to just come to Odyssey or go to Parker and be like, hey, y'all don't understand, man. The kids just did this. No, it's like, fool, you got to get up out of here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I wonder if it was more to this story. I wonder if they really just said, you know what, the Instagram post went out and we got to let you go, or was it more behind the Instagram? I mean, outside of the Instagram post. If it was more leading up to it, and this was just a final straw. Because it would be kind of wild. Like, I understand, it would be kind of wild if it was a thing where this one post went out and we got to let you go. I wonder if they already knew, was it some drama brewing behind the scenes, and then just this Instagram post was the final straw.
Yeah, they just needed that excuse. I could see that. I mean, it could be that. And if they're messing with workplace dynamic, certainly that kind of speaks to the point that you're making, Figgy. But I would go back to, like, even the cheating part itself. A lot of times cheating can be forgiven by the significant other.
Right.
But if the cheating leads to public shame and embarrassment, and they got to wear it in front of everybody, I mean, just think about just all of their friends, much less the whole entire public. If you're somebody with some visibility, then it becomes an issue.
But we also let Marv Albert come back after that one thing.
We did. We did let Marv.
I don't know why I'm like, I don't know Jacob like that. Like, I'm out here defending him.
One wild thing, too.
And see, that's why I wonder if it was more behind the scenes where they already did their investigation. Because if they didn't know, if they were shocked at seeing this post, then they probably would have been like, you know, he's taking a leave of absence.
Spurs might be wild. Spurs might be wild.
I don't know.
I'm not gonna lie.
Also depend on how good you are at your job, because if this dude was Marv Albert level, I'm not saying that he's no good or nothing, but he's clearly not Marv Albert. Like, some folks get more privileges to do a little bit more leeway to do different things.
Or
So,
if they
a reminder,
really like
kids.
him a lot, they would have tried to keep him a little bit. They would try to do everything they can to hide this.
Yeah.
So reminder, kids, if you want to be out here doing shenanigans, you better be damn good at what you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's clearly the takeaway they were giving.
Yeah, man.
It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. I'll get y'all out of here on this. I don't know if y'all saw this, but really sad, shocking, and puzzling story popped up yesterday regarding the pilot instructor who decided to jump to his death while training a student.
I did see this. I didn't know that he jumped, fortunately.
Yeah. So here is the story behind it. This is courtesy on TMZ's YouTube.
A 22-year-old student pilot in Argentina was forced to land an aircraft all by herself after her instructor jumped out of the plane mid-flight to his death. Pilot Leandro Bertazzo was flying the plane and instructing 22-year-old Rosario. And then he said, "You know what you have to do, carry on," before then removing his headset, his seatbelt, opening the door, and jumping out of the plane. Rosario was able to land the aircraft safely, despite being in absolute shock, naturally. And according to CNN affiliate TN, the director of the flying school where Bertazzo worked said there were no signs the pilot was planning on throwing himself out of a plane. He had even reportedly been on a flight with a student earlier that day. It is not yet known why Bertazzo decided to exit the aircraft mid-flight, but prosecutors will now reportedly investigate the exact details of this incident that led to his death.
Damn, and they can't even ask him.
Can I start with the uncomfortable part? He was right.
Who was right?
Oh boy, when he was like, "You know what to do," she landed the plane. He was correct.
Yeah.
This is not the part that I should start with, but is the part that came to mind first. Was, well, damn if Buddy wasn't right.
Yeah,
you know what to do.
At least he went out on the right side of history.
The part that got me was, I can't imagine being her.
Oh, that's scary as hell.
And be like, "Hey, you know what? Let me just take all this stuff off. Hey, you know what to do." I'm like, what? I'd have been like, hold on.
I'd have been like, I know what to do, but what is you like? Do you know what to do?
I would have been like, yo, hold on, man. Hold on.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Like, you can't go immediately into crisis aversion, man. It's like, you can't be like, "Hey, buddy, do we need to talk?" Because somebody got to fly this plane, right? Like, it's one thing if it's like, if this happens on the ground where it's like, "I can't do it," and you're like, "Hey, I need to talk to you. Like, let's just don't do anything rash. Let's talk for a little bit," right? You go into that mode that I think everybody would hope to go to in that moment where you're like, "Hey, let me just get you to a place where we can talk about this and we can get you to help." Except, I've got to fly a plane right now, big dog.
Yeah.
Let me ask y'all this. Let's say y'all was in her shoes.
Oh, goodness gracious.
He do what he do. You land the plane and all that stuff. Are you going to continue to learn how to fly a plane? Or are you done with this?
I think I'm still flying planes.
I think I'm finished. I'm like,
really?
You know what? Nope. I'm cool.
Yeah, I think I'm with Figgy on this one. Like, man, the hell with all
just
that
too traumatic.
all that plane flying stuff.
Yeah, I'm good.
Because I'm also wondering, man, what led to was piloting? What stressed him out? Like, what led to him figuring that this is the way he wanted to end it? I certainly don't want to end up like this. Like, am I 15 years from now going to be the pilot instructor that goes, "You know what to do, splat"? I ain't have to do the splat. My bad.
I was not going to say it because I did start with.
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad. I ain't have to do that.
But you know what's funny? Well, shouldn't use that word. You know what's interesting for me is that when I read the story, because I read the story, but this is probably a PSA about making sure that you read things intently. I read it in passing, but in my brain, he jumped out, and I just assumed that he had like a parachute. Yeah, I just thought that like, oh, he jumped out, and this was like him being type thing. I did not get so far to find out that he didn't make it.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it changes the tenor of all of this. Although I feel like this is, in a weird way, that would be worse.
Yeah.
Right? Because obviously, like, clearly he was dealing with something. He was going through something. He just felt like he couldn't take it. I don't know what that was, and I can't speak to it. And as you mentioned, we can't ask him. In the other scenario that I thought I had read, this guy was just being a jerk. Just being like, "I believe that you can land this plane so much so that I will jump out of it. You got it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Like,
I'll
what the
catch you
hell
on the
is this,
ground."
James Bond training or something?
Yeah.
Like, nah, man, sit your butt down.
It's like, I'm going to kill myself, and instead of just outright killing you, I'm going to test you and see if you can make it yourself. Like, what? Why are we doing that?
I guess if you want to find any good of it, like, he could have easily took them both down.
Yeah.
But he said, man, that part was stick in my head forever.
He still could have took them both down, though, if he had been wrong. Like to Reggie's point, he was right. But what if he wasn't? What if
she didn't know what to do?
Yikes.
See, once I land that plane, I'm taking everything off. I'm good. I don't need no license. I don't need no more training. I'm good.
Where did you say this happened again?
This was in Argentina.
He didn't even wait for the World Cup to finish.
Come on now.
I'm just being honest, right? I would have imagined that in Argentina, everybody put everything on hold until at least seeing if Messi win it.
He missed the comeback. When did this happen?
I think it happened a day or two ago.
Oh, so he did see it.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, did he at least see the comeback that we got to see here in the studio?
Yeah, I think he did.
It was a hell of a call. I need to see. I'm good. You know what to do.
I recognize that there's a lot of people in cars right now saying that we're going to go to the hot place. And I understand what you're talking about. I get it.
Full ride. Room and board.
Man.
Books paid for.
Rest in peace to old buddy, man.
Yeah, I guess. I believe so. And
I didn't mean to do the splat.
I'm happy that
I'm real sorry.
Hey, prayers to his family and prayers to the
100%,
young lady.
100%.
Prayers to the young lady.
That I will not laugh about 100%.
I will be scarred.
Hey, I do got to shout out Rob in the YouTube chat. He said, what a messy situation.
All right, okay. That is the mixtape. That's how we do that. Hopefully not frequently that way. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Hit Figgy Fig on social media if you see something mixtape worthy at The Figgy Fig on social media. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas that drive. Before we do that, I think we need to reconvene the In the Loop GM. I forget what we called it. The words leave me here.
We can call it the rehabilitation tool.
Yeah, the consultation firm, the GM consultation firm, will reconvene because we need to talk about Rafael Stone next.
Texans training camp is.
Eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rock with us on this Thursday. Big appreciation to B. Scott for rock with us the first 4 days of this week.
Yeah, man, it's been fun.
Yeah, man, and we will release you to a little bit of a good weekend. Am I willing? I don't know if you said where you going, so I don't want to put your business out here. If
I got a family reunion. I'll be in Austin. I obviously don't love to say when I'm going to be out of town, but come mess with me if you want to. I'll tell you that.
Hold on.
Hey, Missouri City will turn into Mo City real quick on you.
He said, "Don't these babies? The babies called him broke, but there's one thing that he can't afford."
Hey, look here now. Trying to tell you, yeah, man, we're gonna enjoy it. We do this thing every other year where we have a family reunion. Been doing it since the '80s, actually, right before I was born. So they've been doing it since the mid '80s.
Wow.
We do it, and it's a different city every other year. We did a cruise one time. We really,
I bet that was incredible.
Yeah, man, we do it big every other year, man. The family, it's not just a cookout or a picnic or a barbecue thing. It's a 3-day affair. Really looking forward to it. Have not done it since my wife passed away. Have not been. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that, and yeah, just a good family time. And I probably don't get away enough.
Yeah, no, you definitely don't get enough of that relaxation. So we definitely want you to go and do that. Appreciate you making this week as fun as you have. Raheel Ramzanali will step in for you as we continue to bide our time until J-Lo makes it back with some fish. I need to check on see how many fish he caught last weekend, because if he did not reach the number, he owes the Houston Food Bank a little bit of money. Mm-hmm. I'll check on that as well. But and he also we have to let J-Lo in on the fact that we did, in fact, incorporate or at least put together a limited liability company within the Loop, In the Loop LLC.
Yeah, man, business minded out here.
Yeah,
man.
we have done some work here in this slower time of the season, and we also created a general manager consulting firm. And we started at the 1 o'clock hour. I don't know how well that pitch is going to go. I feel like this one might go over a little bit better because we have another general manager in town that I think needs a little bit of work, and his name is Rafael Stone. He seems like he is a lot more redeemable. It doesn't even feel like it's been that long since maybe the general public has, I guess, quote unquote, turned on him.
Yeah, he's done some good things, but overall, it just has not been good enough. But you can point to, and I hate to do this, not to bag on Dana Brown, but you can point to more specifically some things that Rafael Stone actually does pretty well, like the contract extensions.
Yes.
The asset allocation, if you will, or the management of said assets, at least in terms of...
Are we talking about draft picks?
Draft picks,
yes.
and trading for them, and even just the situation that the Rockets find themselves in now, where they can go all in on trying to be as successful as they possibly can be this upcoming year, but they're betting on the failure and the future of the Brooklyn Nets, the Phoenix Suns, and that is a place where you want to be. So shout out to him for doing that, but there's still a ways to go before he actually reaches the point that we want him to reach.
All right, and maybe more importantly, right, because this ain't just about getting them to be, well, I think it's a large part getting them to be a good general manager for the purposes of good team. We also got to make sure that they got good PR with the people out here, and right now he kind of is losing his PR battle. So what do we have on the docket for him to try and kind of help him get back on the right side of things here, B. Scott?
I'm trying to keep it simple yet profound, and I would just say for Rafael Stone, can you aim higher in free agency? Aim higher in free agency. I don't think he's done a terrible job in free agency, but I just don't feel like he's aimed high enough. To date, I feel like his best free agent signings would be from Dillon Brooks, like the first ones of this era.
Yeah.
Right? Of this,
and that's when they had maximum money to just get those guys here, because that's why those guys came.
And do y'all remember how that was received? It ended up working out and ended up being a good thing, and I think history is going to reflect more fondly on him for those moves. But even at the time, they were like, you're going to pay how much money for Fred VanVleet? $100 million? You giving $80 million to Dillon Brooks, who the Memphis Grizzlies seem to not be able to get rid of quickly enough, and the whole league seems to be down on. Now, he ended up being, again, on the right side of history with both of those moves. Yeah. But to fast forward 3 years later and to say that those are your best free agent signings and that you haven't even come close to that ever since. Now, I understand the Kevin Durant trade, which is much bigger than either one of those two moves, but that, in fact, was a trade. You keep looking at it, the best free agent signing that he had last year wasn't his top ones. It wasn't Dorian Finney-Smith, certainly. It wasn't Clint Capella.
Both of those I would love if they were no longer on your books right now.
Or if they had just never happened. If I could go in, if I could be in a time machine and just make it to where we didn't do those things, I would like that. But, like, for your best free agent signing last year to be Josh Okogie?
Yeah, because I was hoping that you didn't have to see too much of Josh Okogie. You saw a lot of him, and it actually wasn't all that bad.
Yeah, and he started games, but, like, it's just got to be better than that. For right now, your best free agent signing is Marcus Smart. You know what I mean? I don't mean no knock on Marcus Smart, but, like, what are we doing here? Marcus Smart and Kogi, like, these are your marquee free agent signings over the last couple of years, and we saw all the movement, or have been seeing all the movement of this offseason and everything that's happened, and you kind of sit back and have either a little FOMO or resentment or just this idea that the guy that's in charge here is just not doing enough, or at least not aiming high enough when it comes to free agency.
Okay, I think that that's absolutely fair. I think that the Tari Eason thing, I would have loved if you had some idea you were going to get him at 16, if he definitely aimed higher, especially on like the Bogdanovich. I love Bogdanovich. Or is it?
Yeah,
it's Bogdan. Yeah, I every time I got to remember which one of them Bogdanoviches. Mind you, not even close to related, those two. Yeah. Somehow having the same Bogdanovich last name.
All the itches mess me up.
All of them?
Yeah.
I was like, at least this one.
I can tell them apart, but they all itches, and I'm just like, which itch
you
is
like
itching this time?
Vucevic and
oh yes,
all of them. Nurkic,
especially the tall one, the Nurkic. Vucevic. Thank God that Nikola Jokic is like one of one.
Not the same, but for some reason feels spiritually similar. Did you see that Jonas Valanciunas is out here?
I did. I wouldn't have minded that.
Would? Okay, good. That was literally where I was like, would?
Yeah.
Okay. He's still out there, mind you. If you can move off Clint Capella. Anyways, that's a whole nother thing.
Probably.
Well, maybe it's not. Maybe that's in line here.
As good of a backup center as you could probably find, more than likely.
Yeah, which means he's probably going to be a little more costly than whatever they're actually willing to pay here.
Aim higher.
And maybe that does come back to your point. The question I will ask in order to get to this is shout out to Ron the Show Hughley jumping in here and courtesy of D&M Audibly Crosstalk. I should remind you, though, that you are listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. We've started a GM consultation firm, and so right now we're trying to put together a consultation for Rafael Stone. I will ask you, B. Scott, as somebody who covers the Rockets frequently, do you believe that Rafael Stone serves at the behest of Ime Udoka, is a little bit more of a straight line GM boss for the head coach, or that they're kind of on the same level?
I would say at the behest at this point.
Really?
Now, should it be that way? I don't necessarily think so. Oh, no, not necessarily. I don't think it should be that way. Let me be very clear. I don't think it should be that way. But I do think that, like, if we were to talk about the pecking order, who's more likely to get gone or to lose the faith or the confidence of the Fertittas first, I think it would be Stone in this.
L. Stone can't fire Udoka.
And that's the thing that
I don't think he can.
That's the thing I feel interesting about, because what I would love, and this again, I think we've established, I don't think this is within his wheelhouse. I would love if you flex your muscle a little bit, at least in that relationship in particular. I think Ime is a little stuck in some of the ways that he wants to do things, and not to say that Ime is a bad coach, because I do not believe that's the case. I think that there's still some things that you absolutely need to get better at, and I wouldn't be mad if there was like a improvement plan type. Hey man, look, you're doing a great job, but right here we need you to be better, because I think that is one of the things we've had conversations about, the places where, if in order to get the development that you're looking for from these players, I think you need better pieces around, which speaks to what you're talking about with aiming higher free agency. I also think, especially offensively, the utilization needs to be a little different, and that comes from Ime Udoka. And he's a general manager, in theory, should be the person that is capable of going, hey, these are the groceries I got you. Let's change a little bit of the way that we're putting this together, though.
Yeah, and you can see some hints of it, like when they talk and they're like up there together. And like Rafael Stone, at the end of the season, it's like, hey, our lineups were significantly better offensively when Reed Shepherd was out there, saying that sitting next to the dude that wouldn't play Reed Shepherd.
Right.
I mean.
And then they went and got Marcus Smart.
Something's got to give, bro.
Yeah. So, I don't know if that's actually going to happen, but I feel like people would like it if you get a little more forceful with some of that, because, again, a lot of people like Ime, but only as far as, hey, man, this is great when we have this defense and we're winning games, but when I'm looking at this thing that's clearly not going as far as it needs to and you're keeping it in the same vein, that upsets folks, I think.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right. Well, I think we could put something together on that one. That one feels like we might be able to make something shake.
I hope he was listening.
I'm down on him, boy.
On Stone?
You're not alone.
I mean, I'm for me, I'm more down on Ime. That is, and the whole staff. That is, it feels like we're in a space where coaching and scheme and the ability to be able to put your players in the best position possible seems to be more important and impactful in the NBA than it has been in the past.
Mm-hmm. Especially as you limit the team building abilities.
Yeah, and I just don't think you just got a lot of players whose IQ is as high as it has. In general, just not just with the Rockets, in general.
Yeah, the development progress. I mean, just the college basketball dudes are not having as much development.
Yeah, it stands out with the Rockets. Let's just be because we all watch a lot of basketball. Run. It stands out.
No, it stands out, but I'm just saying, like in general, like there are times where I mean, the coach, that's fine. It was more about, the zen and how you could get your team together. You put the ball out on the floor, the best players generally, the ones that it's not just that way anymore. I think coaching is really impactful. We see it with Mike Brown. We see it with so many examples. And in a time like now, he just does not appear in his staff to be good enough to match what some of these other teams are getting from their coaching staff.
Yeah, and with Stone, I would say to the point that Show is making here, draft smarter players. I mean, bring in smarter players, the players with a better and more reliable basketball IQ, guys who know not to stand around in the corner if they can't shoot, or a coach that knows to move that guy around if he can't shoot, and to not bait the defense into, or to not allow the offense to the defense to bait you into shooting bad shots as an offense.
Yeah, but I start getting real uncomfortable when we're starting to tell the general manager, hey, make accommodations for the way that your coach does his job. I feel like the coach is supposed to make accommodations for the players that you have. Just generally, if you're going.
I just don't know the coach that's really his. I think there are some older players that I would feel better about designing and putting together offense for the Rockets.
This is the reason why, now that we're hitting on this is the reason why when the LeBron stuff first started happening, when we got clear that LeBron wasn't going back to the Lakers and he was officially a free agent and anybody could do the bidding, and we start having the Rockets conversation and everybody's quick to remind you, well, Udoka called him a bitch in front of the whole world and everything, and you can't, that's probably not going to be a good little mix. And I was like, listen, with all due respect, I would run every red light to take Ime Udoka to either airport that you pick right now and take him out of town to bring in LeBron James. LeBron could coach the damn team for all I care.
I'm serious about that. I think from an offensive, but from an offensive standpoint, guys like LeBron, Steph, Jimmy, Jimmy, but I think some of those guys would look at this and be like, no, that ain't it. Like, let's.
Unfortunately, one guy you didn't mention is probably looking at that right now.
Yeah,
Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, I'm sure that's part of it.
I mean, the reality of it is, guys, everything we're talking about, the development is suspect, the IQ is suspect, the offensive scheme is suspect, and when you're the leader of that pack, that's a tough look. And I would argue the NBA is of all the pro leagues, I would argue the NBA is the most, I don't know if sensitive is the right word, but like most dependent on development and getting guys in position to play to their strengths, because I mean you get them so young.
Yeah, that's true.
And half the ones you get that are young, or maybe not, maybe they spent a few years, they didn't play in a great college system where there was great structure and there was NBA like structure. So I would argue that the NBA, more so than any really professional league, is development and putting them in position to succeed is more important there.
I'd strong agree.
It's just I just think from AAU to even how high school basketball is structured now, because like LeBron didn't go to college, but like he has probably the best IQ we've seen in basketball in 30 years, right? But it's just, for me, it's just shoot and layups. It feels like that is
get boards.
The game. I'm out here fighting, but I'm at these AAU circuits every single.
Literally fighting.
I'm at these AAU circuits too. It literally, they're not running. Most teams aren't running plays.
Right, it's free flowing. Which honestly,
and I'm gonna tell you what, it bleeds over to high school too. But most teams aren't running plays like these. Like they're just not. Like we could see it, man. He needs a Wemby. Like I don't know how great Mitch is. To be honest with the Spurs, he needs a Wemby. I mean, because they just
didn't look great in the finals.
Like De'Aaron Fox is just rolling around, just doing whatever the hell, And it just seems like coaching is much more important now than it used to be. I mean, like Doc Rivers has KG and Rondo, and all of them would be better coaches. And KG, Rondo, all of those guys, he just rolled the ball out the floor. There's not a lot of coaching. He's got like coaching X's and O's that he's got to do. They haven't thing anyway.
And what's funny is
that's not happening
in the NBA space. Like some of the retread head coaches that you would typically expect, they're not getting jobs again. We're now seeing like the Charles Lees and some of the younger assistants that are becoming. Yeah. So those guys are becoming head coaches. We've got a lot of dudes who have been head coaches that are just kind of on staffs. Why don't you have one of those here? Is a thing that I just don't understand.
Yeah, in the early days of Ime Udoka here, we gave a lot of attention to the culture change and just the vibe change and all of that, like the mentality change. And now we're at a point, I don't think we asked this question at the time, but now we're forced to ask it. It's like, okay, what happens after that?
Yeah.
Once you've changed the culture and the attitude around the team.
And it was big.
What are we building towards?
Now what?
Yeah.
Then what? And that's the part that's the unanswered question that they got to address at this point.
Mark Jackson.
Yeah. No,
Mark
you
said,
needed somebody else
to culture. Then they went and found Steve Kerr
to go final mile service.
Well,
there.
Yeah, I mean, you change your culture, you get all the cancers out, you get guys that love the game.
Tom Thibodeau.
It's just like football. You can get to 10 wins, and today in 17-game season, that'll get you to 10 wins.
Tom Thibodeau. Culture change with the Knicks. Bam. Let's go get Mike Brown.
Get the right
talented bunch. Culture was right. All of a sudden, you bring in a guy that's a weapon on the sideline or a weapon on the bench.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, that's a fair point. Isn't it funny, though, B. Scott, we were talking about like the development system in the U.S., and it comes back again in this conversation that we have right here with the five fellas of the drive.
Yeah, we call that full circle.
We do indeed call it that. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, or at least you have been. B. Scott, have a great family reunion of sorts.
Yes, sir.
I'll be back tomorrow with Raheel Ramzanali for a Friday show. But until then, we appreciate D&M Auto Leasing again for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live. You remember that time David Blatt drew up that play at the end of the game with the seconds left, and LeBron went and said, "Nah, man, his days were over right then and there, over." He shut that down. Yeah, man. He said that's. I wonder how many times KD's almost done that. I wonder how many times KD's almost looked over there with Udoka. Hey man, let me hold that clip. Let me hold that.
Let me get that dry erase one time.
Let me hold that real quick. You remember that? Hey, you remember that time they was down by 3, and Reed Shepherd had made 5 threes in the game, and they had 2.3 seconds left, and the coaching staff said, "We're gonna have Josh in."
Let's go, Rocket.
For defense. We need 3 points.
We're going to have Josh Okogie in with Reed on,
with a hot Reed on the bench.
Man, that is wild. But the drive is live. We appreciate you joining us. You can be a part of the show on the text line 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well. And as you always jump in, I see you, Joel. I see it's Chewy, Space Age in the building, Cornbread as always, Brandon and Jordan. I see you out there. It'll be a fun Thursday here as we are live on the drive. And before we get into it, on Sport Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. And Do we officially have a Spencer Arrighetti problem? Is that official?
I think that's safe to say.
Maybe he kind of slowed it up a little bit his last start when he went 6 innings and gave up a run. But I mean, good God, guys. I mean, we're not giving it a chance. I mean, he gives up 8 through 4. 8 through 4, and This was, you know what it reminded me? His performance last night as they dropped the series to the Nationals. His performance last night reminded me of Team USA facing Belgium.
That's painful.
Ass.
And the reason why I reminded, like, you remember Belgium didn't score until about the 9th minute, somewhere around 9th minute. But do you remember watching, like, man, it's coming.
Yeah.
You know
It's
what I
a matter
mean?
of time.
Like
Nobody
it was so much pressure
Yeah.
being put on, and you're just watching. You're like, whoo! There's a shot on goal. He's already. 3 minutes in, he's had to make his best save of the tournament.
Yeah.
Like it was pressure. Them first 2 innings, he might not have given up a run. But I'd be damned if they wasn't slamming that ball. I mean, there was a loud out that Cam Smith had to catch. There was a double in the first. There were walks. They hit his ass hard the first 2 innings, and the thought was, well, you hope maybe just gets it together or something. But you could tell they are not confused. They are seeing the ball well, and it is just a matter of time before they find gaps, they find holes, and they hit the ball over the wall. And they started doing that. And this is, as I said, I think we've officially hit a problem with Spencer Arrighetti. And right now, to me, the Astros are down to one reliable starter and a push. And that's you, Peter. And I'm giving you respect because, as Clint has said, it just feels like you're just waiting. You're just waiting. You're hoping it don't happen, but you're just waiting if Pete's going to do what all of them has done, and that's kind of going back down to earth. And Spencer Arrighetti completely has done that. He would not start game 2 of a playoff series to me right now the way he has pitched, because this is now about 6 weeks, Clint.
Yeah, this is disappointing. The 6 walks alone are a problem. I don't want to hear nothing about, well, he's not getting ahead of hitters and he's not, this and that, and he's got to get over the middle of the plate, and then they're barreling it up. I don't want to hear about all that. This is Spencer Arrighetti. This ain't MI.
Don't be a knucklehead.
This is Spencer Arrighetti. We've seen him. Hell, we've seen him this year be really, really, really good. So even though those reasons, I guess, or excuses, if you will, may be accurate, I don't want to hear that about Spencer Arrighetti. Spencer Arrighetti's got to be better. Game we watched last night, and by the way, I don't want to hear about that lineup either. It is a good lineup, but damn it, this ain't MI. This ain't Thung.
We didn't think it was.
Right. This ain't Burrows.
But what he's doing, Homer Mike's in a separate category. But what him and Weiss, they're in separate categories. But what he has done, though, Clint, when you say he's not those guys, when we're looking at this 6-week sample size, he has pushed himself into being in that group.
Oh, statistically and production-wise, yeah, absolutely, he deserved. But what I'm saying is, when we talk about MI, when we talk about Thung, and when we talk about even Burrows, it's one of those good Lord, we made excuses for Burrows for 6 weeks. Hell, a month, 2 months.
Yeah, some of us did.
Golly, man. I did. I was there. I tried to hang on, but that's not. I don't mind being patient with these guys that, hell, we didn't know who they were before the season started. I don't mind being patient with Peter Lambert. Hopefully, he doesn't push my patience. Hopefully, he keeps doing what he's doing.
Good things with Pete.
Yeah, good things so far. But Spencer's a different deal. Spencer's one of them guys. I expect him to be a good middle of the rotation pitcher. Last night was bottom of the barrel. That guy deserved to start the season in minors in Sugar Land.
Fellas, we were in Gaylord, Michigan. He was 7-1 through 8 starts with an ERA of 1.34. And now we're here. Now we're here. It is, Clint, when Peter Lambert is your clear-cut number 2.
Yeah.
Right, there's no argument. No one has an argument right now. He is your clear-cut number 2. That gives you concern about making a playoff run. Even in this AL, even with the West. I'm just saying that gives you a concern. And be honest with you, we would like for Hunter Brown to start to get into form quick here, right? Because Hunter Brown has not been the Hunter Brown that he was last year. I mean, he's coming off of giving up 6. Now, he had been awful, right? I mean, since he's been back, that was really the one bad start. But he's not exactly been a chalk it up, there's a W. So you could really get him to pick it up now. But the pressure just the rest of the way is, you're not winning things. Peter Lambert's your clear cut too.
Yeah, no. You asked a question yesterday, and I think the answers may change if you'd ask it today. I think it was yesterday when you asked about do the Astros need to make a move for a frontline starter to make. I think you framed it as in making the playoffs, but again, I mean that need, regardless of how you frame it, I think has gone up significantly with Spencer Arrighetti's struggles.
Yeah. Yeah, that was rough last night. That was rough. You got, and that's the thing is, man, you can send Mike down. I don't like. It feels like Arrighetti's got to be in this.
No,
I mean, there's no like right now with him. There's more, boy. I mean, we got to hope he can pull this together because there's, like, I mean, you've run out of guys you can send out, right? I mean, I get like. I mean, I'm not feeling great about a switcheroo with him and Lance. Right? I'm still not ready to do that. But, like, that's the other part is he's got to fix this. Like, Mike, it was time to roll out, and you felt like you had a viable option. By the way, they are still open. TBA on Sunday. Christian Javier got him an inning and threw 30 pitches. I'm going to hope and tell myself that was a side day for him. Is what they did, just a side day, and then he pitched. He still
on Wednesday.
Yeah, until
Wednesday
Sunday.
Turn around and start on Sunday. He needed a little work, a little bullpen action.
I'm just telling myself that because they ran him out there in the 8th for some reason. But it made sense with Mike. There's a viable starter. Like I like right now, there's not a viable option. I mean, Ronel Blanco is not ready. Right? I mean, and Lance to me is not a viable option to sit him down. So that's the part, man. Spencer Arrighetti is struggling. Joseph calls him Spaghetti. Spaghetti needs help, man. Come on, man.
He does need help. I'm glad you brought up that Javier deal because I sure enough thought he was going to be sitting in that hot seat and going to start on Sunday. And I thought, okay, it's all right. Come on, Javier.
30 pitches. That's side day. That's a bullpen day.
Okay,
gotta have it.
Okay, you better get lucky for that Petco kid.
He's not starting.
That kid that's washing your dog.
He's not starting Sunday.
Go buy fish.
Tyler, is he starting Sunday? Javier?
Petco finna start.
I would guess no.
When was the last time Petco had touched the mound?
Well, I don't know. I'm just not ready to take the point to start keeping up with the Sugarland rotation. I do know his ERA is above 4, but he is the pitcher of the month for the Space Cowboys in June.
If he's a Dana Brown, is he a Dana Brown guy?
I'm sure.
Is he a Dana Brown guy? We're gonna see his ass now.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Yeah, we appreciate that about you, Dana.
Side day. Christian Javier gets the ball on Sunday.
Bullpen day.
Little side, had to get him some work. Side day.
Go break a sweat, man. Get ready for this Sunday.
They could have brought Mike.
I know it's a big ass series for the Stros.
Well, yeah, get Petco in.
Well, I'm just talking about the
against the Rangers.
You got 3 against the Rangers, boy. If you ever gonna win one or even sweep, boy, this would be the one to do it.
You could jump in, right? I think the Rangers. Am I wrong, Tyler? The Rangers are the team that's above the Astros in the wild card.
Rangers and the Mariners are above them in the division.
But the wild card, I think the Rangers have the last wild card spot.
Yeah.
And
right now the Rangers have the Twins are half a game back. The Astros are game and a half back. The Rangers in the wild card.
Oh, yes. I forgot the Twins got a little hot there. Twins passed them up earlier in the week. It was the Rangers. Only the Rangers and the wild card were in front of the Astros. So
you're a game and a half back. Obviously, Texas in the division as well. You're 2 games back. Seattle. Handling it. Now this is one of those series for me. Like you mentioned, Joe Espada, how he handled Game 2 in this Washington series.
You
got to attack this series with everything you got. I know you're shorthanded with these starters, and I know you're not real sure what the hell you're going to do on Sunday. But your decision making has to be, we got to go get all 3 of these.
Yeah, and it's got to start with not choosing your guy who pitched in Single A earlier this year. that just jumped up to AAA when you have a guy who's making $21.5 million who's stretched out and ready to go, who's been a playoff guy for you.
That may be.
There's probably it starts with taking it that serious. Okay.
Just telling you, it's a lot to ask. I think you don't set yourself up to be disappointed.
I'm going to set myself up. Christian starting on Sunday. Coming up, we've got some important dates that we need to pass along to you about the Houston Texans, and some important dates that we're going to be excited to see, because we're going to be able to see maybe what some of these position groups we have questions about are made of. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Let's get it on, baby.
video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Can I admit something to you guys? I will get to these important dates real quick.
I would love for you to mention something to us.
Guys, I just got hammered last night by myself for no reason.
Really?
What happened? How'd that?
I don't know.
Should have texted me,
I mean,
man.
you left here with your son in tow.
I know it.
Must have got some apple teenies.
Hey, he must have got his tail ripped for the way he set Trey up.
Oh, no.
He was drowning his sorrows. He felt bad.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Everybody in the house was on me about it.
They
As soon
should.
as I walked in, walked in and all the kids are in their rooms.
Astro, you better be glad Astro Granny wasn't listening. Oh, she'd really be mad at you.
Yeah, it comes from the lady who said, "Yeah, I'll babysit him, and I'll lock that dog in the closet." God, did she want Bear? She wanted Bear
to show
for
you,
a weekend.
boys, I can get Bear.
She wanted him for a week. No, Nick, you, that was terrible what you did to Trey. First thing he said to me, Lauren too.
Oh, but your brother was just terrible.
He wasn't terrible. He just lost. Jordan Birch. Anyway, but I got back, man, and we're chilling. And right now I'm banging out Yellowstone.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm rewatching Yellowstone. But before that, for some reason, I got stuck watching a wrestling documentary on Jeff Jarrett and the rise of TNA. And then I moved to Yellowstone, and I don't know, Tyler. I don't know what happened. It was 6
mules
that just, and I got them in a cup. I got them in a coffee.
Copper cup.
Yeah,
I mean, you're really feeling
rolling, man.
Those mules get you.
And I'm making them myself, and I'm probably getting a little bit more aggressive. And I looked up, man, and I mean, Rip had beat the hell out of somebody, and I look up, and I'm like, wow! I got up to go to the restroom, and I took a hard left, just tumbled.
He was sitting on the edge of his couch watching Rip whip ass, and then he stumbled to the bathroom.
I just said, man,
the guy is
like, what in the world happened, man? I'm just in season 1. Please don't give it away for me.
Rip's a bad man, ain't he? I mean, he whoops ass, and his glasses never fall off.
That man said, "There's no fighting here. If you want to fight, you can fight me." Where I got into it was him and Casey. Casey kind of took over. His dad tried to get Casey to take over, and Rip decided to take one for the team, and he didn't go down quiet. He really made him earn it. That's what I woke up. I said, "Damn."
Enjoy it. Show gets worse from here.
Just said,
wow, in my opinion.
My goodness. But
I mean, you can't talk about it like that.
I just don't know. I
don't disagree with your overall point that it did get a little bit outrageous with the shootouts in the middle of the street in broad daylight, and the office blowing up and all that.
Coming. All right.
Well, I mean, it's like it does get a bit like unrealistic from a standpoint of like, I mean.
Well, I don't know. I mean, season 1 they pull a bull into a bar, and
yeah. Look, I mean, but it's just like whatever the stuff that goes on the ranch. Okay, I'm not one to say that can or can't happen. I mean, there may be bodies getting dumped off the side of a hill somewhere in middle of nowhere. I mean, I'd be shocked if it ain't happening somewhere.
You never got out completely on the show, though. You watched it all.
Oh yeah, hell, right? I'd watch another season. I'd be in. But I agree with your point of toward the last season it got a little squirrely with some of the scenes, but the storylines were still absolutely tremendous. And Rip and Beth are just
they're my favorite character. That's why I've moved over to Dutton Ranch. That's what got me to come.
Have you seen the most recent Dutton Ranch?
Oh yeah, I'm there every Friday, right there.
That show's thriving.
That most recent one was
I was on a plane.
I can't. It's the first one where I can't wait for the next one.
Was the last episode? It was the end of the season. They stuffed it.
No, don't stop at 9. It's either 8 or 10, right? No, there's got to be one. There's got to be
9. No, that was the season finale.
No, you can't. No, it was not.
It was. I've looked it up. It was the season finale. That was it, man. I was hoping they'd land on 10 episodes.
I'm hoping.
I'm telling you, 100%. I'm not wrong. I've looked it up.
I don't trust you.
Oh, thank you. You may not trust me, but you can trust the Texans in their press release. This is what they've come out with. The team will host 8 practices that are going to be free and open to all fans, including a joint practice with the Las Vegas Raiders. So they've got the schedule out. It will start Saturday, August 1st will be the first practice, and then it will go all the way to August 18th. And the Texans actually, Clint, have 2 different joint practices. One with the Raiders, which will be here, as we said. It'll be open on joint practice, and we'll be there. And then they will face the Panthers, and we'll have a joint practice there as well. So I know we're big fans of the joint practices. You can control it. They're even better than the preseason games because you can control it. You can kind of put together things that you want to work on and talk about things. We watched Mike McDaniel when he was here with the Dolphins and D'Amico come together about things that they wanted to work on. But these are 2 interesting teams. Now, I don't think these are 2 teams that are on the level of the Texans right now, but there are always some interesting watches, like Mendoza. We'll see him for the first time here, and then Brock Bowers. Will we see him get matched up with the Jalen Petries of the world? Linderbaum, I know you want to see I can already feel it, Tyler. A topic being, look at this. You can see he's controlling everything.
Oh,
the center's controlling everything.
And last one on the stance, I guarantee.
And the Texans are going to be one series. Rutledge one series.
The thing is, because usually it'll be ones versus ones. Do they go out there and just drop Mendoza back and do to their quarterback what this crew did to CJ last year? Because our defense is capable. They got to have a plan to give him answers. It'll be interesting to see how that. I wonder if Tom shows up.
Ooh, that'd be nice if Tom's out there.
You got all this New England around here. They come down here and have a reunion.
Get him a good sweat. Yeah, Tom probably will come out there, and then. Max Crosby,
that's right,
against the Texans tackles, and he's talked about his matchups with Braden Smith in the past. Said he's difficult. And then the CJ and Bryce situation, and I think Derek Brown and Jalen Phillips against the Texans O-line, J.C. Horn and Nico. So there are some interesting matchups and things to be able to watch to just kind of see where either one just really fun matchups. Nico and J.C. Horn are both going to be on the top 10 list that we've been talking about all week. And then, hey, you want to see how good this offensive line is, this interior offensive line? Meet Derek Brown, who, by the way, is on the top 5 on the defensive tackle list that came out today. And meet Max Crosby. Let's see what that looks like. Ursery, him against Max Crosby when they go one-on-one. So there's some good stuff.
The only complaint about joint practice for me is it all goes on at one time, so you can't see it all.
Yeah.
Last year I'm trying to watch the Texans offense, and I got was it last year, 2 years? I got Matthew Stafford behind me doing work. I guess that was 2 years ago. Yeah. But nonetheless, like I'd like to see more. Unfortunately, I can't. But by the way, I wouldn't mind going out to. Boss man, if you listen, I wouldn't mind easing on out to Carolina and reporting. Where's
their camp at?
It would be
Spartanburg.
I don't know, but I wouldn't mind going out there and spending a couple of days out on the East Coast and just holding up in a hotel and maybe doing some hits with the other guys from down there and then doing a drive from right there in the joint practice. I wouldn't mind doing that, even if it's just me. Even if it's just me.
If it's just you want to go by yourself.
Yeah, I'll take
the boots on the ground.
Yeah, I'll take a pack. I don't want. I'd prefer to go with you. I'd prefer you go.
Why don't you take Lowe and the kids? Make a full trip out.
Well, no, I don't know if that's conducive. I don't know if one hotel room, radio show, and them 2 kids and a pregnant wife is a good idea.
Yeah, probably not. It looks like it is in Charlotte.
Yeah, I think it'd be a good little good idea, man.
Trip
that's who we are, right?
Yeah, and we're right there on the ground.
Mm-hmm. But that's.
I don't think we could really take care of it here, though. Really,
you're right. We could
really take care of it here. We will be there for the Raiders, though. We will be there for the Raiders joint practice, and if Tom is out there, I would assume we won't probably have an uptick in media. Tom's out there. Tyler's going to be out there with them hot black pants that he's
no question getting picked.
I just bought some new shorts, baby. I'm ready for camp.
No, you better
did not wear
shorts. You better get in a tanning bed.
Tyler, I've not seen you. I can count on one hand how many million shorts.
Yeah, after doing this for 5-6 years now, I'm sorry to my My very best friend when he was alive, my grandpa, my pawpaw, told me that rule I told y'all about. You always wear pants to work in church. But camp days, I think I'll wear some shorts.
Yeah. What inseams you go with?
Not nutters, but not to my knees either.
Coming up next.
Well, I wanted to know, man. He's got some pasty fungos, man.
Texans running back situation. Do you believe what people are saying? We'll do that coming up next.
Yordan Alvarez is an all-star starter. No surprise at all. The big fella is well on his way to an MVP season and will be representing the Astros in a big way as the American League's designated hitter.
State. So many great individuals: Ben Hogan, Byron Nelson, Kathy Whitworth, and many others lead the way in making golf in Texas known around the world. Now you can experience the history of Texas golf digitally at texasgolfhof.org and share with your family and friends. See you on the course.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tito's. Someone asked, what kind of vodka did you use in your mule?
Best out of the Lone Star State.
Now, I will tell you, you never know now. A mule for me ain't always vodka, baby. I am a whiskey mule guy through and through now. I will bang one of those out. You know, we were sitting here, and I told Clint this the other day. They got me with that Belvedere commercial. That Grey Goose commercial, excuse me. I hadn't had Grey Goose in a while. They got me with that.
I don't think I've seen a recent Grey Goose commercial.
It's with Zoe. Maybe that was part of it. But
I did see it. Never mind.
They got me. I might try Grey Goose again. It's been a minute. Yes, yes.
Why wouldn't you?
Usually we had Tito's in the house. Usually my vodka of choice is the hell's it called? Damn it.
Belvedere?
Talk.
I'm
little rock gut.
The tall, skinny one. Jesus.
Schnatschvetka.
Wow. I am drawing a blank.
One.
I didn't play that much football.
I'm blanking too. I'm not big into vodka.
I've heard you talk about it, and I can't think of which one it is.
Ciroc?
Yeah, Kettle One. Jesus.
Kettle One.
Man, I could not fight. I was fighting that one. I'm usually a Kettle One guy, but Tito's in the house. But I'm going to try this
good
Grey
Texas
Goose.
Choice.
Try this Grey Goose.
Tito's is a good Texas choice.
We had up there.
I don't think you can go wrong with the Kettle One, Goose, Belvedere.
All of them. Party.
I don't think you can go
probably
wrong
steer
with it,
clear
man.
away from Ciroc now.
I think father-in-law. I think he's on that Dripping. I think there's a Dripping Springs vodka that's Texas, made in Texas. Dripping Springs.
There is. I
Hill
don't
Country.
remember the name of it, but I know.
I think
what
it's
you're
called
talking about.
Dripping Springs.
Oh, it's called that.
I think so.
Yeah, dipping myself out of Diddy there.
Yeah.
I was listening to 8-Ball and MJG.
Wonder how the sales are doing on that one.
I was listening to 8-Ball and MJG earlier today. I feel like they regret some of the that time when they signed with Bad Boy South and old Diddy's all over it.
A lot of years and baby oil later.
I was sitting there thinking, boy, I've been 8-Ball. Damn.
I don't know. I don't know. He probably enjoyed a few of them parties. It probably one of those where you look back
now,
and go,
I'm just thinking it.
Was it worth it?
One of them said, got 100 on something. I said, oh Lord. All right. Let me pose this to you. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in. There have been talking points, I would say, coming out of Houston, and I think it's coming from the Texans. I think you can hear it from the national media because I think it's being pushed from that building as well. Things that people are talking about with the team. And I want you to let me know if you believe it or not. Do you believe it or not? The first one, we heard this earlier this week, Clint. Aaron Wilson had talked with Danny Barrett, the running backs coach for the Texans, and he said he believes that David Montgomery is a 3-down back. He can do it all, is what Danny Barrett said. Do you believe it or not?
I believe it. I believe he's a 3-down back. Now, I don't believe he is a back that you look up and go, in every facet of the running back game, he's better than any other option that you have, which I think that typically is the typically how we categorize a 3-down back. But is David Montgomery, he's definitely an upgrade to anything we've seen since Joe Mixon on first and second down, downhill between the tackles. Vision, change of direction, all of that. He's definitely better than anybody we've seen, not named Joe Mixon. I believe he can handle third down. So is he a 3-down back? Yes, I believe that. However, I think we're going to have better options in the running back in third down situations, so he'll probably be cut short a little bit.
I think what you said yesterday or the other day was good. Yeah, he's a third down back. If we're still within,
ahead of the chain,
2nd and 5, third down and 2. Yeah, he is. Like, to me, not to say that he won't be involved in the passing game or won't be there on 3rd and 7s in the backfield at times, but it makes no sense with Woody Marks out there that you have on your roster to not have him out there on 2nd down and 9 or 3rd down and 7.
Yeah,
to me.
That is my holdback. My drawback is, I think you look at a guy like Joe Mixon. I'm pissed. In fact, I think we talked about it when he was here. I'm pissed when he's not on the field on 3rd and 8. You know what I mean? He's a guy that can go line up in a 2-point stance in the slot and do work. I mean, against a linebacker. I don't know that David Montgomery is the guy you want to plan doing some of those things. So, is he a 3-down back? Yes, I see what they're saying. I don't know that I'd go screaming it from the mountaintops. I don't know that it'd be something that I would necessarily be just hell bent on proving this year. I think you've got a really good 3rd down option, a really good spread 2-minute hurry up type option in Woody Marks, and should be used accordingly. But David Montgomery is definitely a guy that can play all 3 downs and can catch the ball out of the backfield. Again, I don't know that it's when I hear 3-down back in today's game, you think yes,
Jahmyr Gibbs,
yes, even Kamara, Alvin Kamara. That stylistically, that some of the things that he does is a 3-down back. So yeah, it's some of that term is probably thrown around a little too loosely. But yeah, I'll give them. I believe that.
Yeah. All right, do you believe it or not, staying in that running back area, Clint, Woody Marks, he said himself earlier in the offseason, Nick Caley is doing a great job right now, got me doing all types of routes, learning the entire route tree, just getting outside and using me as he can so I can be productive. Do you believe that we will see him used not just as a running back that catches, flat routes or screens, but we will see him used as somebody that runs the route tree?
Don't believe it. I think it's an aggressive, slightly out of pocket, thought that Woody Marks is going to go from a 3-down back and doing everything out of the backfield, and hell, they didn't even use him in a screen game, to a guy that now is out running the route tree. I just don't buy it at all. I do not believe it one bit that Nick Caley is going to go to the extent of. I mean, I'm still hoping that he moves Nico Collins around to get him some free him up and get him some easy touches. I find it hard to believe that Woody Marks all of a sudden is going to be this guy that you're going to put in the slot and you're going to move around and he's going to run. I think Woody, if he is out there doing it, he's probably wasting his time.
I think we may see some, two-way go routes. We may see some wheel routes. We may see some maybe getting him on a linebacker and he gets downfield. But I don't think it's just going to be, hey man, he's basically like a receiver. I'm not saying they're in. Marshall Faulk used to run the route tree.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He used to, and I know that for some reason that's the first name that came to my head as a running back that you would actually see receiver kind of stuff.
Well, to be clear, like when I hear that from Woody Marks, he's not outside running an 18-yard comeback. I mean, I hope not. Good God, he's really wasting his time if he's doing that. But I mean, the route tree he's referring to is clearly the slot route tree.
Yeah.
The option routes, learning when and how to sit down, the crossing routes, the flat routes, the Texas routes, the whip routes, some of that stuff. Maybe a handful of downfield stuff. All stuff that I think Woody Marks can do. I just don't believe that. I don't believe that is going to be part of this offense. Highlighting Woody Marks in that capacity, I just don't see happening in this offense. So I do not believe that part.
I don't either. By the way, Clint Tyler, I slipped into some. Let me watch a little David Montgomery action.
Yeah, Detroit.
Mm-hmm. Last year, 2025, David Montgomery. I want to watch this highlight, and I think he is clearly an upgrade over Nick Chubb. think he's really, really great for this team and impact him in short yardage and some of the stuff that we watched at the goal line inside the 5. I think David Montgomery is going to be a huge, huge upgrade over what they had last year. But, boy, we have got to factor in.
I'm Swiss Knight.
Hey, fellas, I know I sent you a steal shot. Hey, man, the amount of times – I know it's just highlights, but it was 9 minutes of highlights. And the amount of time that David Montgomery was able to hit the handoff and go 5 yards, and I'm not talking about 5 yards from where he took the handoff. I'm talking about 5 yards from the line of scrimmage without being touched was something else. Mm-hmm. I mean, it was something else. I mean, we have got to take that. I'll be honest, I watched that, and I watched Woody Marks's highlight tape last year. I was more impressed from Woody. The amount of times that Woody got the ball with somebody, at the line of scrimmage or he's making to miss at times, I was like, I'm not saying Woody's better than him. I'm just saying when you watch it, it's like, boy, Woody had to negotiate some guys in the box where he had to make some guys miss immediately. I'm not, and I'm not going to say that was never on David Montgomery. I'm just going to say, like, I would say 75-80% of the time, like he's hitting the line of scrimmage and not getting touched.
Yeah, the push is ridiculous in Detroit.
Like that,
the O-line getting that crazy push. Yeah, that's going to be the biggest thing here.
We got to factor that in.
That's the biggest thing. There's no doubt about it. David Montgomery is an upgrade. There's no doubt about it. David Montgomery's a really good back. David Montgomery's probably a back that in all these different rankings probably feels a little bit slighted, and I'll be honest with you, maybe a tad bit disrespected. But the reality of it is he's fixing to live in a different world.
Yeah.
And we don't know what that's going to look like.
We think he is. Now, I think the Texans have, in their minds, put together an offensive line that is physical, that strength you would think would be running the football, run blocking. I don't know if it's going to be like that.
It looks anything like Detroit, I'll kiss your ass in Times Square at a city meeting.
You don't have to kiss anybody's ass.
I'm just telling you. That would be
I know it's just telling you, but I'm just saying you don't have to.
If in the first month of the season, if it looks like that, I'm betting on the Texans winning a Super Bowl.
If it looks like that, no, I'm telling you, man, they were. I mean, he's just running through the holes. Against good teams, he's just boom through them bad boys.
How was he doing it?
Boom. Man, Woody Marks is taking handoffs. He's having a jump cut between Jeffrey Simmons and another linebacker blitzing.
Woody Marks just touched leather, and the best player on the defense somehow is right in his face.
Man. He had a jump cut on Jeffrey Simmons. I said, damn. Come on, man. All right, coming up, Dana Brown. He is moving his mindset about the number one thing they've been trying to get since the offseason. And listen, maybe I'm being too simple. I've been accused of that. Maybe I'm being too simple on this. But I just feel like he's doing too much with this. Of course he is, because he's Dana. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Starting this week, the Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
One hour down, and by the way, France and Morocco. That's probably not how you say it, but France and Morocco have started as they're in Boston, and the round of 8, the quarterfinals have started at the World Cup. We'll see if Mape and company can go ahead and get past their favorite in this, get past Morocco. So that has gotten started. Other news: the Clippers-Raptors trade is on hold amid a investigation on this Kawhi Leonard situation. Kawhi Leonard's gonna really hate Pablo Torre for really uncovering and investigating that sham that was just paying. But we'll see. That might really mess up things with the Raptors and the Clippers with that trade. So a lot happening early in the show here as World Cup is up, and one of the big NBA trades may be on hold right now. But speaking of trades, fellas, as we watch the Astros ended up taking an L to that series with the Nationals. The pitching just didn't really give them a chance throughout the series, to be honest with you. And gotta believe, Clint, that is going to be something that is maybe starting to become more of a priority at the trade deadline for Dana Brown and Jim Crane and the rest of the bunch. But what Dana Brown has said, and he had a conversation with Chandler Rome and expressed to Chandler Rome, Clint, that the Astros, they were unsuccessful and tried last offseason to acquire a left-handed hitting outfielder. That remains one of the front office's top priorities as they prepare for next month's trade deadline, as Dana Brown tells Chandler Rome. And to me, Clint, that would be great if you get a left-handed bat in the outfield. Clint, right now, they just need bats in the outfield. They need left-handed, right-handed, switch hitter. It doesn't matter. Their outfield is bottom third at best in most offensive categories from a production standpoint. They are bottom third, and they've been whipping these guys around, man. You got Cam Smith is the only one that is appearing to be a mainstay, but Taylor Trammell and Bryce Matthews and Jake Myers in center and Joey Lorpafito and who's junior? What's
Lamont Wade?
Lamont Wade. Lamont Wade Jr.
Lamont Wade
Jr. He's in there. Zach DeCenzo, who was in the lineup yesterday. I mean, they've just been swinging these guys around, and then maybe the 6 or 7 times Jordan has played out there, which has probably helped. I keep doing it for you, which has probably helped some of the numbers when he's been in the outfield. I just think we're at a place right now. I agree. They need that. It'd be nice to get a left-handed bat out there. They just need a reliable bat that is a serious threat that you can get a professional at bat from in the outfield.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. With the flexibility of Jordan being able to play left in games that ultimately matter, I don't care what position the guy plays, to be completely honest with you. Obviously not a shortstop, but the other spots, second base, I saw a report where the cat out of the Giants, good hitter, think he's a righty, I think, second baseman, could they could be sellers, and he could be a move. Hell, I wouldn't be opposed to getting his ass in here and then moving. And again, in the playoffs, Jordan's going to play left field, so moving Altuve to the damn.
I wonder if they will have him play left.
Well, look, I just, to your point, I don't know that we're in a position to be real picky about what we're going after. If you get a chance to get your hands on a bat that would add to this top 5, then I think you got to be aggressive and go get him. But I'll be honest with you, I don't. Watching the Astros, I don't even know how he shapes his mouth to say anything other than, starting pitching's where we're going to be. Unless he's playing his cards tight to this.
It's getting worse. Like it's getting.
But even if Spencer was all right, I mean, you're still like, I mean, you're a starting pitcher. Assuming obviously it'd be nice for you to be able to go get a top of the line, top of the rotation guy. But even if it were just a middle of the rotation guy, like you're a pitcher, like you're in desperate need of a guy.
Now this was before Spencer and I think Mike's blow-ups, but it was saying left-handed bat in the outfield and right-handed reliever were the two top priorities, and maybe
that bullpen ain't too shabby as it is,
and maybe that will change some. I'm curious. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What do you think is a bigger issue for this team? The lack of anything almost in the outfield from an offensive perspective, or the rotation in the pitching right now? Which for you is worse?
I think it's starting pitching, and there is a large gap between 1 and 2 for me. We can piddle around with the outfield if we want, but I mean, you have no chance if you can't pitch. I mean, you have no chance right now. Like as you said, I mean, Peter Lambert is your number 2. If a playoff series started today, Peter Lambert would be your number 2.
Say goodnight to the Astros.
You're desperate for starting pitching.
Yeah, I think if you just set down, I think the outfield is the worst thing on the team, but obviously pitching is more valuable. I mean, their outfield. I mean, they can't even keep anybody in there to. I mean, besides Cam Smith,
but again, like I agree, obviously, but again, Jordan's going to be in left field. I got faith in Cam. I know he's not having a great year, but like when Cam's at the plate, I feel confident. Now, maybe I may be dead wrong. I may get okey-doked here, but I feel confident with him. I mean, somebody's got to bat in the 7-8 hole. Somebody's got to fill that void. I mean, somebody's got to fill that spot. So, the center field, the turnstile that has been center field is the one, once again, that just is it's wild to think that this is where we've landed after years of rotating center fielders. So I'm less worried about the entire outfield.
Yeah, you have, as you mentioned, you have the eject button of, all right, we're going to put Jordan out there, and, we could put Altuve at DH and then Bryce or somebody at second. Like you have that eject button that right now, what's your eject button, Taysha? Christian Javier?
Yeah, who seems to be a cleanup man.
Right. Yeah. You're right. Christian Javier, instead of his glove, Tyler, has mops and brooms. He has mops and brooms because he's the cleanup. He's the cleanup man. The $21.4 million cleanup man is what Christian Javier is. No, it's just, and hopefully they can accomplish both, because both are really bad. They just get nothing from the outfield, but pitching is obviously more valuable for this group. We'll see, man. I just cracked up when I saw my man's out here like, boy, we really need a lefty. Yeah, I understand you need a lefty. But, Jack, you got Taylor, Jake, Zach. You need anything. Like, there's no way. Well, man, Byron Buxton, boy, I like him. He's righty.
Yeah, right.
If he was left-handed, man.
That is interesting. If you're looking for a lefty, you got Taylor Trammell, Loperfido's lefty. What are the odds of a left fielder that's better than those guys being available for you to go get at this point in time?
Duran for Boston is the one that comes to mind. Now, his season hasn't been that great, at least last time I checked. But they were asking for big stuff in the offseason for him. He would be somebody that comes to mind. But again, if you could get him, that's fine. But it's that bad.
But I guess where I'm going with that caliber player, I don't get to your point. I don't give a damn if he's left or right-handed.
No,
you're talking about a player. You're talking about a left-handed bat. That is, it doesn't matter who's on the mound he's playing.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah. That guy, the guy you're talking about. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
We've got rotational pieces right now that are left-handers. So the guy you're talking about going to get, the significance of him being left-handed is to be used situationally. You've got a bunch of those guys.
Yeah, I just like for me, you look down and if it's Byron Buxton and who's right-handed and a center fielder, right, and it's Duran and who's left-handed, like if you that a chance to get either one of them, go get it. Duran to me shouldn't be higher. Or somebody, all right, that I'm really risk to get. Like, man, I gotta slide Buxton down, man. Let me get another lefty. I'm with
you on that.
That was just like, man, you need anything. Your best outfielder is a DH. Get up out of here. Text line coming in. Dana has no plan or vision. Now, don't say that to Dana. Dana got a plan or something. I don't know if it's gonna work. He's got a plan or something. All right. I was listening and saw this yesterday, and it was Keith Hernandez, who was one of the best New York Mets in the 80s. Played for the Cardinals too, back in the day. But he has been the Mets for years, and he is somebody that's. It's gotten away from him a few times. He's gotten in trouble a few times. I mean, if you told me he's had some drinks up there a few times, I wouldn't be surprised. They were in a 9-9 game between the Royals and by the way, Tyler, did you get that? Did you get the under on the Royals? And
yes, I hit every bet except for the damn Astros.
Okay, that Royals was getting close. It was 1-1 in the 8th, and then the Royals went Royals and gave up, I believe, 6 or 7 in the bottom of the 8th.
Again,
that really put you because our whole house was saying, man, Tyler might not get this one. we were saying that they were saying Tyler might not get this one, but Keith Hernandez was on 9-9 game, and his partner, what's his name, Greg Cohen. He did not help him whatsoever, and he starts talking to him and having him explain to him about a comment he made in regards to his bloodline just coming to an end. Now listen, thank goodness for Keith. He's not married to any of these kids' mothers. He's been divorced twice.
Got to carry on the family.
And I believe boys or girls?
Both. Okay. But here's his explanation. And I don't know why this is in his mind in the 5th inning of the Mets-Royals game. And I don't know why his coach just allowed him to just drown like this. Because I feel like Keith got in trouble when he went home. Here's Keith Hernandez talking about, and as Tyler points out, an interesting term, the way he uses to his bloodline coming to an end.
You were talking about burning out the line.
Yes.
I didn't think that we could leave that unattended.
Very convoluted. Jessie, my oldest, has 2 kids. She's my adoptive daughter, so she's not in my line. So my brother has 2 kids, and they're in their 40s, and they're not married. I don't think they're going to have kids. My 2 in their 40s, they're not going to have kids. I won't go into to one of them. How that's not going to happen. So the line is burnt. It's burnt. It's burned down.
Just ended.
I've got 2. Jessie's like my own, and Maggie and Charlie are my grandkids, and I love them very much. But there's no passing down. We're done. My brother and I are done. We're done.
That all of your collective athletic skills and your charisma that you and Gary have brought to this earth, it's all just fizzled out.
It just seems like a terrible waste.
I'd have to say that you're
Hey,
right.
Buddy just said, I have to say you're right.
Yeah, I didn't catch that he co-signed it at the end.
Oh, he co-signed
it. What the hell is wrong with these dudes?
Oh, that is great.
Man, he tried to walk it back with his adopted kid. Love her like she's butt.
Lord,
they're not mine.
Some folks don't want to have children.
He wasn't going to go into how that one wasn't going to have kids.
I just don't know why he said that.
I don't know either.
Why?
I mean, that is grinding his gears.
And maybe they know their dad. and they do know their dad, and maybe they're just, all right, man. I got to believe that's not the first time Keith has gotten a story got away from him about.
Well, he's got me wondering about the other one now. Like, I picked up on
Not
one.
going to go into that one.
Well, we got the other. We got the one. We got the one. Got to feel like I got an understanding about how that one.
Are they both? Are they Jesse and Charlie? Are they both girls?
I don't know. I think Charlie's.
It could be.
I think Charlie.
Charlie is more typically a man's name, but I actually really like that name for a lady.
Yeah, let's see.
Jesse Hernandez, Charlie Hernandez.
Could be two boys.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Chuck's a boy. I don't.
It's a slippery slope here with Keith now.
No, they had two daughters. You're right. Yep, two daughters. Yeah.
Damn,
So I wonder why the other one's not going to have. I guess she's 40, so she's up against it.
Too old, and his brothers, his kids are too old too.
They dropped the geriatric age.
Yeah, they dropped it.
My wife is considered geriatric pregnancy now at 35. I said, well, they done figure something out. They done figured out instead of 40 being the geriatric age, if they call it 35, they get 5 more years of extra doctor's appointments when you're pregnant.
Just sitting up there.
Really?
My wife, 13, I'm talking about geriatric pregnancy. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
Like you're the one having it.
But I mean, she's young. She's young.
Here you go.
I mean, it's like, well, what are we doing? I didn't marry 13 years younger, so I can hear words like geriatric used to describe yourself.
Blue hair pregnancy.
What are we doing here?
Here's the deal, though. Like
extra doctor's appointments. No, how about we minimize it? Just come down. We're healthy, baby.
With this broadcaster we just heard that's pissed off at his kids for not giving him grandkids. It's gotta definitely is in a situation where the ladies are incapable of getting pregnant, right? Or he wouldn't act so mad.
Yeah, I think
talking about it.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that one of them is gay.
One of them's gay and one of them's 40 and not married, probably.
Yeah, they just don't want kids, dude. Some people don't want offspring. Chill the F out.
Well, he's a little pissed off that his is coming to an end.
Well, he's probably heated that he didn't.
More Hernandez.
Yeah, he's probably heated that he didn't have boys. A boy and his brother got them, and then they didn't have offspring, and so this has probably been brewing. In fact, I mean, it has definitely been brewing for a while.
I mean, Lord, dude.
I mean, Bill said it. They're filling air. I mean, it was 9-9. It wasn't a compelling game. It just
pisses him off.
It just hit him. And it's burnt up.
I'm not going to get into why one of them's not having kids. I mean, that's got to borderline get him in trouble, right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes.
Not that his family name's coming to an end. No, it's burnt to an end.
Coming up, I am surprised that we're hearing so much of this with the Houston Texans. We'll discuss.
Look, everybody always asks me what makes
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 222222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, a save! Sorry. Got away from you there.
Hold on, so.
France had a chance with Mbappe for a penalty kick, and Morocco, the goalie, stops it. Still 0-0.
Is he all out guessing, or is he reading that foot angle?
I don't know.
I'm still trying to learn what offsides is, man. I don't know.
Hey, man, it took me 12 years. I still don't know it. But I don't know. I would think some of it has to be guess and fortune. I don't know. That stutter step didn't trick nobody.
I know in PKs they're guessing a lot, right? Because they're so close to them.
I don't know. I don't want to be disrespectful because I just don't know.
It's just Europeans.
Well,
man.
there's no question. 75% of the PKs, it looks like they dive one way and the ball goes the other.
Yeah.
It looks like they're guessing.
I think I personally know anybody that was a goalie in my life.
My cousin was. I guess I could ask him.
I just don't think I personally know anybody that was a goalie in my life. So I don't know. Maybe they are.
I think I would stand flat-footed and just trust my instincts. Trust my ability.
Smart. Maybe you watch tape though. I don't know. Maybe you watch tendencies and you watch tape and you think, all right, man, yeah. Especially if you know the ones that are going to kick it. You know, he tenderly goes right. Let me go that way. All right. The return of T. Mill's Turds List is coming up.
Oh, hell yeah.
At the
Turds
bottom
List
of the
is
hour.
back?
Yes, the return. If you missed it, you're in for a treat. Turds List coming up at the bottom of the 3 o'clock hour.
Well, you've had some time to really gather your turds.
Yes, I have. Plenty of time.
Ryan liked that
played.
It's a full bowl today, boys.
Good, man.
Full bowl today.
Yeah, good. There you go.
Hell yeah.
I'll be honest with you. Cameron Wolfe, NFL Network, he made this comment, and he's not alone. We've been hearing this a lot. NFL Network did their schedules. I mean, their records for the Texans, and I think about 6 or 7 of them, and there were a couple who had 13 wins, most between 11 and 13 wins, a couple who had 10, but most people thinking very highly of them. A lot of people look at them as kind of a sexy pick to get to the Super Bowl. Here's Cameron Wolfe and his thoughts on the Texans.
Don't be surprised if the Houston Texans are in the Super Bowl next year. That's really the buzz that I've been hearing around the league. They've already got a defense that is elite, top 3, maybe best in football last year. This is a prove-it year for that offense. Can they get better in year 2 under Nick Haley, the offensive coordinator? They made a lot of moves this offseason to get physical like their defense is. And the 2 that I'm eyeing is an offensive line improvement, 2 or 3, including their first-round pick, Keelan Rutledge, and David Montgomery. I haven't heard anything but good praise about David Montgomery, who should set up as their feature back. They believe that getting him going and getting that run game going will make things a lot easier for C.J. Stroud. Talking to a defensive coordinator, he said that it looked like C.J. Stroud had too much on his plate last year, from protections to trying to throw everything in difficult routes. Easier plays happen when your run game has good success and your offensive line has good protection. They should be much better in both areas, and hopefully that allows C.J. Stroud to be a lot more effective over the middle of the field with intermediate routes, something that he was really good at his rookie year. And if he is, then maybe he can be back at the table next offseason for a contract conversation and say yesterday's price is not today's price and rack up.
Listen, again, Cameron Wolfe is not the only person that has been saying this. They are becoming a sexy pick. And listen, we've talked about it. Their defense is got a chance to be even better than it was last year. I am just surprised, Clint, that people are believing the Texans can be a sexy pick to win or get to a Super Bowl, if then most of the time it's followed up by what he just did and there's questions about the quarterback and there's concerns about the quarterback. That to me, usually scares people from thinking, yeah, man, that's a team that has a chance to go to the Super Bowl. Great roster, but I got questions about their quarterback. I'm just surprised that there are people that on the Texans when there's such questions on the quarterback and I think on the play call.
Well, it's a ballsy call simply because you follow it up with, well, it's a prove it year for the offense, and it's a gotta have it year for the quarterback. It's a gotta have it year for the play caller. It's a gotta have it year for everybody staying healthy. So it is. I agree with you. It's an interesting dynamic. That's how good this defense actually is. Is a lot of folks believe that you can win 13 games behind this defense. And that would be a huge task. I mean, if you can win 13, if they could get the number 1 seed in the AFC and get a bye in the first round behind this defense, I mean, Super Bowl, here we come. I think that is a. I mean, you win 13 games, you're in the mix late to be the 1 seed in the AFC.
Yeah, no, and again, he's not. We heard Mina Kimes and Kevin Clark talking about it on ESPN. Saying, I think that, like Kevin did, he said, I think the Texans have a chance to get to the Super Bowl. I really like them as a team to get to the Super Bowl if C.J. Stroud can just be average. And I'm just like, you just don't hear that a lot. Yeah. Like a couple years ago, Clint, the Texans were a sexy pick to get to the Super Bowl when they went and got Mixon and Diggs and Hunter. But I think a major reason for that is because people really believed in the quarterback. And I'm surprised that people, when you look at the other quarterbacks and teams that are in the AFC, have that big of a thought. I think they're a playoff team. I think they're I have them at 11. I think you had them at 10 wins right now. We'll relook at it after training camp. But I'm surprised that many people nationally have that thought process without the quarterback.
Well, look, I think there's a big difference. Like I would. If we were just having a quick, general, basic conversation about the Texans, I would not balk at, hey, they got a chance to make it to a Super Bowl. I think their defense is that good. C.J. Stroud's ceiling is that high. Nico, when he's healthy, his abilities. I mean, there's a path to a Super Bowl with what they've done. But when you go from there's a chance to, well, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Or, boy, I really like them to be there. To me, that's a little aggressive.
Yeah. Yeah. There's some teams that you could like. I can understand how people look at the Bears and say, I think that's a sexy team. That's a sexy pick.
Yep.
Because of there's such belief in their quarterback and their play caller. Hell, I can see it with the Chargers. Right, with their quarterback and their new play caller and their head coach. You can see it in spaces.
You can see it right now with New England getting A.J. Brown.
Yeah, you can see it. You just generally don't hear this many people, especially at a national level, think that and then come around and tell you that their concern is the quarterback. Yep. Like you don't see that very often. But as you said, good this defense is and how good people perceive this defense to be. All right, coming up, it's been a minute. T. Mills Turds List. It returns. We'll do that coming up next.
Turd Ferguson.
Sports Radio 610 listeners, wow. For a second straight year, you stepped up in a massive way. You helped us.
markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. Last website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live on The Drive, and what used to be a Thursday staple is back. It is back, and Tyler Milner has brought it back. Tyler is the origin story. Tyler is the developer of just calling people turds. He really enjoys it. James Harden, I believe, is the originator when it comes to turds, and it has expanded, and with that, we made a turd list. He would do it every single week. He gives you the medal stand, the bronze, the silver, and the gold medalist for turds. One thing we have mentioned, I think nearly every person at Sports Radio 610 has held one of the podiums with the exception of himself. He never ever calls his own number, never believes he does anything turdish, so maybe he will do that as he has started this now. But he picks people in the sports world that he believes that week were turds. And it's been on a hiatus, but it is back now, baby. Here we go. Every third Tyler's turd list.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
Which is not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is so back.
It is back.
It is so back. The Drive family demanded it. Been a couple years.
I miss that music. Has it really been a couple years?
Yeah.
It has been.
Been a couple years.
Bronze here we go.
Yeah, we got a bronze. We got a full podium, as we will always have here on T-Mill's Turds of the Week. And we'll get started with the bronze. I do want to let the Drive family know real quick that tomorrow, right at this time, in this segment, 3:40, we'll have Roflo, Robert Flores, join the show, talk little Astros, all the latest at the MLB trade deadline, so be ready for that. But turds, without further ado, the return bronze medal this week. It's going to go to every lady playing basketball for the WNBA not named Caitlin Clark.
Every one of them.
Voted on a certain ranking list for players within the WNBA. And I'm going to let Candace Parker, WNBA all-time great, let her lay this out for you, and then I'll explain.
I wholeheartedly believe that there needs to be some rules with the WNBA players because this is getting out of hand. Caitlin Clark voted 11th best guard by WNBA players. That's crazy. But I think people need to look at themselves in the mirror and realize, like, man, you got some insecurities if you sitting down and put Clark at 11th best guard. Like, y'all need to go to a therapist and figure out what childhood issues you have.
Could not have said it better myself. Candace Parker out there laying it out for you. Caitlin Clark is doing things for this sports league, this pro league, the WNBA, that has never been done before. She's bringing an audience to your league, to your sport, that has never been seen before. And she's doing it while balling out and being the clear-cut number one very best player in your league. And
that's not accurate.
All of your other players are so petty. They are so petty and do not like Caitlin Clark that they are going to vote for her, and she's dropped from number 9 last year, improving herself this season down to 11 amongst her peers within the WNBA. These ladies are just being petty. It's awful. It's stupid, really, and that is why they're getting the Bronze Turd Award on a Thursday here on The Drive.
Yeah, it's stupid. They deserve it. Kelsey Plum, who was second in the league in scoring, was 12th. Voted.
Caitlin Clark leads the league in points plus assists this season.
She was one step behind her. Kelsey Plum, only Asia Wilson, who is the best player in the sport, by the way. Only Asia Wilson scored.
I shouldn't have said clear-cut number one, but she's a top-tier player. She's
the only one who scores more than Kelsey Plum, and Caitlin is top 10 in scoring and second in assists. So yeah, that is stupid. They got Aaliyah Boston 8th. It's stupid.
Yeah, so bronze turd medal to the WNBA ladies not named Caitlin Clark that voted her player in their league, which is just not right. If you do not take your sports league, your pro league seriously, how the hell am I or anyone else going to? Be better.
Was it 11th best or 11th guards?
Guards.
It was guards, not just in the league. Yeah, it was guards.
Sure, and it's still stupid.
That makes it even a lower ranking if you throw everybody else in there.
Right.
That's
true. Yeah.
Her and Kelsey, 11 and 12, best guards.
So be better, ladies. You get the bronze turd today. Silver turd time. A fellow we have affectionately known to know by the name of Homer Mike Burrows. Oh. You might know of him. He's been starting games for the Astros every fifth game lately, and he shouldn't be. But Homer Mike Burrows gets the silver turd. He's got a 5.99 ERA. That is the second worst ERA amongst those that qualify for starting arms around Major League Baseball. We saw the worst of it the very last time he was out there on the mound in his last start before his ass got sent back down to AAA. Mike Burrows gets the silver turd, and in his last 7 games, that ERA is bad enough as overall for the season. Last 7 starts for Burrows, a 7.18 ERA for that guy. So he's clearly going to get the silver turd. Any pushback on that one?
I just think it's unfair.
I had a feeling.
Well, I think it's Joe. I think it's Joe and Dana who's ever running his ass out there.
Captain Joe?
At one point it was Mike. Now Mike's not running himself out there. And I'll be honest with you, if you'd have told me 5.9, I would have thought his ERA was above 6. I thought it was, even though it is worse.
Well, my only complaint is I don't know how he's not gold, so I can't wait to hear what you got going on at the top of the podium here, Chief.
Well, there is a gold, and if you're watching with us on YouTube and or Twitch, I have the Golden Turd trophy in my hand. It's still been hanging around here in the studio. The top of it, the tip of the turd, looks like it got snapped off somehow. But the Golden Turd Award for the return of T-Mill's Turds of the Week, it's got to go to our men's national squad. U.S. soccer team now eliminated, of course, as the World Cup rolls on. France and Morocco in action right now. We'll update you on that later. But the U.S. soccer squad has got to be the gold turd because, really, soccer as a sport itself in our country, in the USA, it's kind of been a golden turd of sports in general. It's just a sport this country cannot seem to find any success in. And there's some audio here I wanted to play for you from Bomani Jones. I know this tickles Ron. And it'll tickle all you Longhorn fans that listen to us every single day. Appreciate y'all. This is Bomani Jones talking USA soccer in a comparison to collegiate football.
The fact that the U.S. lost in the round of 16. In college football, we have what I like to call an 8-win school. There are some schools, no matter who they are or where they go, they are just 8-win schools. Texas A&M is the grand example, and maybe that's what this comes down to, that the United States is the Texas A&M of the soccer world. We definitely have the first characteristic you must have to be Texas A&M under those circumstances, which is a very large population, and number 2, a bunch of dorks as fans. But then on top of that, Texas A&M has just historically, no matter what the resources are, no matter what shakes out, no matter what it comes down to, it's an 8-win school.
You're a dork. 11-2, sucker.
I feel like it's a little harsh to give the gold to the U.S. team. I thought it was just going to be given to Bomani. That's what I thought Bomani.
Well, he gets one, too. It's like a group effort.
Listen, and Bomani is, first off, I love him. He's a Houston native as well.
True.
But he's dead wrong on this, just in one piece. See, A&M, yes, the parallel is there. All right, that the 8-win, yeah, the parallel is there. But
we're 11-2, bro.
But A&M has had the best players in the sport, though. They've walked out there with the best players.
About to do it again this year.
The United States has not had Myles Garrett on their the equivalent of Myles Garrett on their team, to where he's the best player on the field. They have not had Johnny Manziel when he won the Heisman. They've not had Mike Evans. Now, these jokers got players, right? We never said.
What about Kellen Mond?
Well, okay. Well, we never said the United States got the best recruiting class in the country for multiple years. No, that part is wrong.
That's a good point, but to elaborate on that, because y'all both said, man, didn't expect U.S. Soccer to have the golden turd. I give it to them not only because of their elimination in the World Cup and the state of soccer in the U.S., but the way they lost that game to Belgium.
Oh, they
and the way they looked just, it was too big. They were not ready, something. So I give U.S. Soccer and Bomani Jones talking his ish on my Aggies the golden turd of the week, and it's back.
To be clear, I totally understand why you gave the gold to the Americans. That was awful.
I think they gave almost their best. But I would like an honorable mention to
yes, please, honorable mention.
In that vein.
Well, let me tell you, I'll give you my honorable mention.
Who?
You. For what you did yesterday. You deserve a turd.
I still don't understand that.
You deserve a turd.
No. It was
if I was making my turd list, you'd have got a medal.
It was at random. Is what it was. All of those, Landon Donovan being at the top of the list. All of those who were taking out Christian Pulisic for subbing himself out, as it came out today that he had a microfracture in his lower leg.
Yeah.
And he's going to be having to sit for weeks. I think maybe we should cool out a little bit on the guy. Had like a fracture in his leg. That's why he came out there late in that game.
That's a good honorable mention.
I feel like maybe we should take a step back there a little bit on Christian.
Landon Donovan said you would have to drag me off that pitch.
Okay.
Well, he had a fracture.
I mean, certainly wasn't helping his team. All right, that's Tyler's turd list. Good to have that back. What you got coming up at the 4?
Well, I got some headlines that we keep seeing out there, Ron. A lot of times these headlines we kind of just sweep under the rug. There's a couple of headlines that keep appearing, whether it's on my Twitter feed or in audio that we hear or on the news or in some kind of publication. I'm telling you, the headlines, these kind of headlines, not come training camp time, damn sure come regular season times. I got a couple of Texans headlines that might get these boys in trouble. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, we got to talk about generation.
done.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, yeah, before we get to that thing, we got to give a little love here, man. Powered by Dirty's Daily today is powered by Desiree Romero.
Dez.
Oh, Dez. The random act of kindness, Ron, is not dead. The random act of kindness is not dead. Dez just kind of, she peeks her head in every now and then with a random act of kindness. And today it was the old Chex Mix. It was a homemade Chex Mix. And I'm going to tell you, appreciate the random act of kindness. Not sure if Tyler does, but Ron and I do.
I didn't get the kindness.
Well, I'm gonna share mine with you. Because it's so good, I can't quit eating it.
They're really good.
Chex Mix.
I got
got a full bag.
The Chex Mix is big time. In fact, if you're out there and you're thinking about advertising here on Sports Radio 610, won't you call up and just ask for Desiree? Call Odyssey Houston, ask for Desiree. Does a hell of a job, and you may even get your own bag of Chex Mix, man. You never know.
Maybe.
Tyler, you shape up a I'm Maybe you'll get you some too, bud.
Yeah, it's a two-man show, man.
Right. Big shout out to Desiree.
And I'm not gonna lie to you, Tyler. This is really good.
It is.
I mean, it's worth it.
She gave me enough where I'll share it with you, Tyler. I promise.
Well, thank you.
I may have to hold on to this, Tyler, because I've got kids. But it is really good.
Well, I don't know, Ron. I don't know if this is. That's a good call. I'll probably take it to my kids too.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tyler. Tyler, you're out of luck, bud.
Thank you.
I'll find a small cup.
I'll give you a small cup out of the back of the kitchen.
Get some presents one day around here.
Talking about random acts of kindness, Ron. In the off season.
I don't know.
In the off season, we get a lot of audio. We get a lot of audio. We get a lot of takes. Some hotter than the others. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of them, even some of them coming from, like the CJ stuff. He's got to take ownership. He's got to bite. Man, we're never going to know if that happens or doesn't happen. Really, we're never. I was going to say until it happens. We're never going to know. Period. If CJ plays well enough to get year, that ain't gonna mean he's bought in.
Yeah,
I mean he's capable of playing well, even if he knows, hey, this ain't the system for me. If he goes out there and messes the bed, right? We don't know if that's going to be a buy-in issue. It could be, hey man, they're asking him to do all the communications at the line of scrimmage, and it's too much for him, and he's overwhelmed, and he can't play he can't play free that way. Whatever it may be. Point is it's really smoke and mirrors, right? But there's some comments out there right now, Ron, that have been I've seen them all over the place that I believe might get some folks in some trouble, and we may be talking about it come mid-year. I think we absolutely will be talking about it one way or another mid-year. I'm going to use the example of Texans running back coach Danny Barrett when talking about David Montgomery. David Montgomery is a 3-down back. He can do it all.
Do it all.
Right? I like David Montgomery, y'all. I really do. I think David Montgomery is exactly what they were looking for. I think he's a perfect fit for what DeMeco Ryans, a defensive-minded head coach, wants to do offensively, which is that physicality and that downhill, have a dog, that Joe Mixon level dog. I think he's a really, really good fit for what the Texans want to do. And I'll be honest with you, I think he's capable of being a 3-down back. I think he can do some things. Now, I think he's definitely a 3-down back if you got a good enough offensive line to stay ahead of the chains.
Yeah.
You keep it fourth short, I think he's definitely a 3-down back. But I don't know that David Montgomery's the caliber running back that we ought to be out there talking about. He's a 3-down back and he can do it all. I don't know. I don't know if that's the approach here. I think he is really good between the tackles and really good downhill. If we expect David Montgomery to help us in the pass game in any given situation outside of a check down because they took away the deeper routes, we're going to check this thing down today. I think we're getting set up to fail.
And who in your mind, when you think of, I mean, I don't even have to be great, but when you think of third down backs in the NFL, who are the ones that come to mind to try to get an understanding, a comparison of?
Well, clearly the Bijan Robinsons, the Jahmyr Gibbs, the if you think back, the old school Alvin Kamara was absolutely one. The smaller, shiftier backs
Saquon is one.
Saquon's an every down back, but you look at Derrick Henry. Although I would leave him in on third down at all times, yeah. They don't. So it's not a knock to David Montgomery. It's just the reality of it is I think he fits the mold of more of a first and second down back, a stay at the head of the chains type back, and I think he lacks in the department of being able to have the speed to turn the corner outside and make something out of nothing. I think he lacks the or could potentially lack the ability to make something out of nothing the way that we saw Woody Marks even did last year because he's a little bit of a shiftier back, but the way we saw Joe Mixon do a couple of years back. So I would just pump the brakes on that piece just a little bit. If I were Danny, if this is just Danny Barrett, I mean, look at that. It's been reported over several different outlets that this guy's a 3-down back. I don't disagree that he can do some 3-down back things, but I don't know that a 3-down back approach is the best idea with David Montgomery.
Especially with the personnel they have. Like, if David Montgomery is going to be a 3-down back and everybody's healthy, I mean, what is the role for Woody Marks? I mean, that seems to be the role that is most suited for him. And we say third down back, basically anything where it's, 2nd and 7, 1st and 20, things like that, 3rd down and 7 or plus. Like they don't need him. I mean, almost similar, although they're not the same player. I want to make sure this is clear, but similar for them. The Lions clearly had somebody that was a better option to be a third down back.
Well,
and Gibbs, and I think. Even though they're not the same player. I want to make that's very clear. I am not comparing Woody Marks to Jahmyr Gibbs, but I'm just saying he's more suited to be a third down back.
Well, look, if you look at it, I mean, it's interesting the Texans' approach to the and now this doesn't surprise me because Nick ultimately I think is running things, but the thought that in today's football, in today's world, they don't have the undersized matchup nightmare that a lot of teams have. You maybe don't even know his name, right? And he's that guy. Either you don't have him, or Woody Marks is that guy, and you need a number 2 to spell David Montgomery. I would argue, Ron, that I think the Texans will make another not top tier 1 move, but I think the Texans are going to be really aggressive in bringing in another running back.
Do you think that the aggressive nature of bringing in another running back is a thought of somebody that would be over Woody Marks, or somebody that is?
Well, he would be different. I think he would be a low volume guy that would assume the same duties that David Montgomery has if he ever were to get hurt, or if he's tired in a game.
But he wouldn't be the second option. Like, he wouldn't be the guy that you think is getting the second most. I wouldn't even say touches, but the second most snaps.
No, I think Woody Marks would still. I think because Woody would be a situational back for me personally. But the David Montgomery piece is one thing, and the reason I like these headlines and this noise around these running backs, Ron, is because we're going to be able to see really quick. The first month of the season, we're going to know if David Montgomery's the truth or not. I mean, this is the level of talk about David Montgomery. I know he's not a top 20, but the level of talk about David Montgomery, it better be a noticeable It better be a noticeable improvement. And I expect it to be, but it better be a noticeable improvement given what all's coming out of NRG Stadium. The second piece to this thing is also a running back, Woody Marks. And it's Woody Marks learning the route tree. And I'll even take it one step further. You know, the talk has been about him learning the route tree, Ron. And then, you know, again, Danny Barrett, the running backs coach, earlier in the offseason when asked about Woody Marks, you know, his comments are his role is going to pick up some third down, some special teams, some kickoff return, but more importantly, probably in the passing game. All right, so that leads me to believe now you got your third down back who's a scat back who caught a lot of balls out of the backfield and caught a lot of balls in general in college. Clearly, I mean, I know you and I differ a little bit on this. I think he is best fit to be a how can we keep Woody Marks fresh to be our third down guy? I think that's a best case scenario. Our hurry up offense, our no huddle offense, our 2-minute offense, our package guy. How can we keep him healthy? Fresh, and don't overwhelm him mentally and let him go out there and play. I think that is the perfect role for him. They're leading us to believe that he's out here running the route tree. All right? They're leading us to believe that his role in the pass game is going to pick up. All right? Again, a headline and a report that is going to be blatantly obvious in the first month of the season.
Yeah.
I mean, if Woody Marks is out here running route, I don't believe he's running Nico's route tree. I believe he's running slot receiver, running back type route trees and getting out and learning the intricacies of these routes. So I'm not saying he's running 18-yard comebacks, but when you talk about Woody Marks in the offseason after the year that he just had where he ended up having to be your lead horse out of the backfield, and now all of a sudden, hey, we're running route trees. Responsibility is going to pick up in the pass game. More third down responsibilities. I'm telling you, man, that's the weapon that you and I have been talking a lot about this team missing. That's the weapon that you and I have talked a lot about. We know Woody Marks could potentially be and probably best fit to be. I mean, in that first month of the season, if we don't see Woody Marks getting involved in the game, now it may be in spurts, it may be situationally, but if we don't see him getting targeted in the pass game, the way you see other backs get targeted in situational football, I think it's I think you got to ask if these guys are blowing smoke or not.
Yeah, and this one, I don't know if he's going to be running slot routes, but I do think in terms of in the passing game, and I think he will do more than just what I think David Montgomery will do in the passing game, which is pass protect and then leak out. I do think he will do more, but it has to make sense. It makes sense with what this offense has done, and especially when you talk about the New England style of this offense, what they've done. I mean, he had 83 catches at Mississippi State in a season. Not in one of his seasons, he had 83 catches. Like that is like, I mean, he's
a natural catcher of the football. Most running backs are not. He is a natural catcher of the football and should be used. Again, if we're talking about using our players to their strengths, putting them in position to use their strengths, he should be given the opportunity multiple times in a game to get that done. I mean, I'm thinking more along the lines of, 20, 21 personnel, and instead of the traditional 21 personnel, the two backs would be David Montgomery and Woody Marks. Like you could do both. Those guys are so good in pass protection. You could even for protection reasons, you could go with that package, right? But if you go with that package and you put Woody Marks in the slot and they got to bump a linebacker out, and he's running routes on a linebacker. He's running quick. He's running quick, routes as a linebacker and presenting himself to the quarterback. That's the kind of simple, stupid stuff that's been around forever that high schools do.
That's why
that you've got to find a way. But when you tell me that his role is going to increase in the pass game and that he's running route trees, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. This can't just be catching checkdowns.
Yeah, can't we just? How about the thought of let's get him in matchups?
Yeah.
As opposed to let's let him run the route tree. Let's design things that gets him in the matchups like you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, the start there is let's find out what routes he can run, which I'd be willing to bet you that the majority of the slot stuff, with the exception of getting vertical, which he can run. So many intricacies. Is the corner falling off from the outside? Is the safety coming over the top? Is the Mike linebacker carrying you in some kind of two-hole? Like, there's so many. Like, it's and he's a smaller build, so throwing the ball to him over the middle of the field, that's not ideal. But all the stuff underneath, the quick hitters, the using tempo and getting him the football right now with a for sure completion, the screen game picking up, like all of those things should be major Woody Marks roles, man, in this offense, assuming that they're not blowing smoke. Right, you got a kid out here that you're telling him, hey man, your third down responsibility is going to pick up. That your responsibilities in the pass game are going to pick up. You know, you're not going to be the lead runner like you ended the season. That's David Montgomery, but you're going to do all these different things, and we need you out here running routes and catching balls. Well, I hope that's not all for none.
Yeah.
Most importantly, again, headlines that we're hearing in the offseason that I hope are absolutely spot on and 100% true. When rubber meets the road within a month of football, we're going to know how true they actually are.
Yeah. I don't know how many routes he's going to be running. I don't know if we're going to see him run all the, like you say, slot receiver routes, like Noel runs or something. But I do think we're going to see him heavily involved in the passing game. I think we will see that be as impactful as him getting handoffs in Woody Marks. All right, coming up as we continue, it looks like the Astros officially have an issue. They have an issue because right now their number 2 starter is clear cut, and it is Peter Lambert because Spencer Arrighetti has pitched himself out of that position. An issue is this with Spencer Arrighetti. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Starting this week, the Sports Radio 610 fun doesn't end when the weekend hits. do. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Astros are off. They will head to Arlington to take on the Texas Rangers in a huge series as the Rangers, I believe, as we look at the standings, the Rangers in front of them in the West. They are a game and a half in front of the Astros in the West. They are also a game and a half in front of the Astros in the wild card, and the Twins are the only team in between the Rangers and the Astros. So they got a huge series coming up. They're off today. That's big. That feels like college football. You're playing the Citadel before your big game. You get a day, you get a week, you get a day off before you go into what arguably is the biggest series of the year thus far. Against the Rangers coming up, and you can gain some ground, major ground on them. You sweet, man. You might fool around and be in that wild card round. By the way, World Cup, it took 60 minutes, but Mbappe scores and France takes a 1-0 lead. He has had plenty of chances, including a missed penalty kick, had another one about 5 minutes before he just scored, and he finally put one home. And Clint, about 2 minutes prior to it, said, "When is somebody going to score?" Sitting here, 0-0.
You kidding me?
Yeah, they do.
I'm gonna tell you what. Now, again, I'm a casual soccer fan, so I don't know if these two teams are playing different defenses. But the way that these guys pass the ball around and the way that they dribble it up and down the field and around defenders, the USA ain't had no damn chance. I mean, they ain't
we
got
saw what they did against Belgium.
They ain't got. I mean, these cats. There's a guy. I mean, it was probably a 40-yard kick a while ago, and my man damn near caught it with his foot. He had it so he could just dribble it. It was. I mean, it's just these cats are different. Now, again, I don't know if it's different defenses that are being. I know playing American football, it's a slightly different look when you're facing a team that's going to play a bunch of zone and just let you nickel and dime them to death than it is when you face a team that's going to pressure you. So it may be a total different look, but hey, man. I'm just telling you, them Americans against these cats in this round, no chance.
Yeah, I think that's pretty clear.
No chance.
The way they rolled out, and we saw them against Belgium, the number 9 ranked team, and they obviously weren't good. All right, Clint, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Please jump in this conversation. How big is this Spencer Arrighetti problem? He allows 8 earned in 4 innings last night. And listen, it's your fault. You knew when you came out, you had those runners out there that they weren't going to get them out for you. You knew it. You knew. So you know they were going to get tacked on for you. So I'm sure certainly you gave up the 6 when you were out there, but you knew that those inherited runners were going to come across. So 8 runs in 4 innings. That is 8 earned runs in 2 of his last 3 starts.
Say goodnight to the Astros.
6 in the one before that. I mean, besides the one against the Rays on July 3rd, it has literally been 8, 8, 6, 4, 3, 4. Those are earned runs.
Yeah.
It's been about 6 weeks now, and this sample size is damn size he had to start the season when he was 7-1 in 8 starts. How big a deal is this, and how much of a problem for the Astros is it?
Well, it's a major problem. It's a major problem. Maybe it's a tad bit unfair to Spencer Arrighetti because I think the expectations and really what's needed of him right now is probably outside his ability. I mean, we need him to be a number 2 starter right behind Hunter Brown. He got our expectations and excitement levels up with how he pitched the first 6 or 7 outings, 8 outings, however many it was. And so but it's a major problem. The reality of the situation is the Astros need Spencer Arrighetti to pitch and pitch extremely well. And it doesn't look, obviously, as you just laid out, it's damn sure not happening.
The 6 walks
recently
was just, it's just ridiculous. No, I'm with you. It is a major issue. Someone texted in, Ron, it's a huge deal when You were finally starting to get reinforcements. Your best pitcher at the time just starts to play like he's never played baseball before, right? Yeah, you were thinking it was maybe a 1-2 punch with him and Hunter Brown going together because he was pitching at a top of the rotation level. Clint, I think a big reason why it's a huge deal is France is just letting the floodgates open now. Morocco's just let go of the rope here, 2-0. But I think a major reason, Clint, is I mean there's not an option to remove him right now. To me,
not right now.
There's not an option of, all right, man, let's take him out of the, because listen, we've watched it. His numbers, they scream, all right, this is not just a slump. This is a 6-week. You have been giving up runs, and now 2 of the last 3 starts. I mean, he's in MI in Burrowsville where you're just not giving the team a chance. Right, 8 runs in the first 4 innings. I mean, you don't have a chance. But they just don't have any. Like, they could send Homer Mike down and bring in Javier or something like that. Spencer Arrighetti, he's got to take the ball every 5th day. And there's just really no option to really send him unless they go and trade for somebody right now. But again, it's crazy. He's done that, Clint. I mean, this is 20. This is 33 earned runs in his last 6 starts. He's done that, fellas. And I still trust him more than Imai.
Yes.
You know what I mean? They're like, it's not that you can't take him out. There's guys that you trust you trust less than him. So that's the big concern to me is he's obviously struggling and something's happening, but he's got to keep pitching.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's too high on the pecking order right now to be a guy that can be replaced, if you will. I mean, like as you mentioned, there's too many guys below him and too much need below him for him to be even thought to be missed starts. He's got to go. He's got to improve. He's got to be a part of whatever they're going to finish the season with. He's got to be a part of it.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, we said it, man. You just say it out. You just close your eyes and say it out loud, without a shadow of a doubt. If this team played a playoff series right now, Peter Lambert is getting the ball at Game 2.
Yep.
Without a shadow of a doubt. There is nobody who has anything to stand on right now that says.
And you can win his start and still not feel real good about where you're at.
Yeah, because I don't know who's going next. Who is third? Is it Spencer?
Got to be, right? Or do
I'd
you
run
do
Javier out?
Javier right now is not an option. They're pitching. I mean, he's cleanup man. There's.
You're asking me.
I mean, do you push Mi out there and just hope they're chasing and he's throwing strikes?
Hoping it's good Mi.
Hoping it's good Mi. And if it ain't, then you backdoor him with Javier.
Take his ass right out.
Yeah, I mean that's where you're at. Where's Thung, man? Where's old Thung Master at?
Would you be open to trading back for Framber?
Oh, hell yeah!
Nah, I'm good.
Are you
doing what they did with Verlander? Remember Verlander?
Serious.
They let him roll, then they got him right back.
Yeah. I'd take Framber right now.
I get the thinking 100% for any Astro fan that
he's healthy right now. I'll take it.
Given the circumstances, I do get the logic, but I'm good. Keep that psycho up in Michigan.
You know how I feel. Anything to get Joe and Dana out.
Yeah,
he'll save their jobs.
Dana's got
he'd save their jobs. So you don't want nothing to do with it, huh?
Like if Joe and Dana, if they make the playoffs,
they're going to make the playoffs.
Do they get contracts? Is that it?
See you in October.
Hopefully Crane's not. I mean, hopefully he sees through all that. But they're going to make the playoffs.
Ooh. Dana getting a new contract made me puke.
They're coming on. They've got the best record in baseball since the end of May.
If they don't make the playoff, it's going to be about 1 or 2 games, and we're going to really cuss that bunch.
How long is Peter Lambert going to hold on to this?
Oh, Peter, my boy.
How long is because what was it? month, 2 months for Spencer. Before he let go of the rope. They have got to do something. They've got to do something here. But the Spencer Arrighetti thing is a huge problem because there is nowhere for him to go. Somebody texted, and maybe I agree with this, Joe Espada needs to have a shorter leash. My thing is, how many guys does Joe have a short leash with?
Come on, Joe!
Imai, damn sure with him, he yanked his ass out yesterday, the other day, and he should have.
That ain't good enough.
I mean, look, he can damn sure justify a quick trigger on all these guys.
Yes.
I mean, with the exception of Peter, I'd have a quick trigger on anybody not named, like I said yesterday. I mean, obviously, Hader's in the ninth. You ain't going to have a trigger on him, no way. But Peter and Hunter right now, I'm going to give y'all a little bit of leeway. The rest of these jokers, no, we're quick triggering them.
God, that's where Peter is.
I'm not going to let you get me down 8. 4, maybe 8. No, 6, 8.
Yeah, 4. You get somebody up. You say I could do 4.
Can't do
it. Not 8. Yeah.
Astros ain't loyal.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. Like I said yesterday, I really liked the urgency that Joe managed with, but obviously you can't manage that way every game. Like you can't, like every game on July 9th, you can't, to try to get to October, you can't just manage it that way. So, I mean, some of these guys, you can't have 3 guys in the rotation. You got a short leash.
Sure you can. Why not? Your bullpen's killing it right now.
Yeah, man. I know you're going to kill them is what you're going to do. You're going to kill every one of those arms is what you're going to do.
Push them, man. Push them.
Yeah, you're getting pushed. We get them pushed in September. Let's start the pushing there. All right, coming up, finally a list where, I don't know, maybe the Texans may not have somebody on the defensive side of the ball. ESPN talked to executive coaches and scouts about defensive tackles. The Texans have anybody on the list. Spoiler alert, they don't. But I still think there is a good conversation there about what they have and potentially if they are good enough there for this defense. We'll discuss that.
All right, when you least expect it, man.
joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live on the Drive. 5 o'clock fire coming up here in just a bit, which means T. Mill's best bets. And he had a good night last night. Make a little cash coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. So stay tuned for that. France, they continue to lead over Morocco 2-0. And we are moving up to the 79th minute. So it is time to get moving for Morocco to try to come back in this thing. All right, we run these every day as ESPN, Jeremy Fowler are talking to executives, coaches, and scouts, and they do this each year and rank the top 10 players and then honorable mentions off of that as well. And I think there's been a conversation for every space, every defensive. I think every single position on the defensive side will have, I think, at least one player in every position group will have at least one player in the top 10. I think Kalen Bullock will probably be a top 10 safety. I think Petrie may have a shot at it. We'll see. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised. Reed Blankenship is somebody that is a player that people really like, right? So everywhere defensively, they've got a guy, except for this position, the defensive tackle position. There were no Texans on the top 10, the honorable mention, or the names. There were 18 names there in that listing. No Texan there. Not a major surprise. I thought Sheldon Rankins may sneak in a little bit, but no major surprise. Before we get into the Texans part of this, I feel like this is the one position group where it is potentially hard to immediately say the number one player in the group. Like, I think everybody probably knew who the corners were going to be. You probably just needed 2 or 3 guesses. I think everybody knows who probably who the edge rusher would be. I think everybody knew Myles Garrett was going to be at the top. I think most businesses you know. In the break, Tyler, I gave Clint about 5 guesses. I mean, he ran through just about everybody on the list. Just could not grab the number one spot. Like in your mind, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Who's the best defensive tackle in football? Who do you think's number one on the list? Like, I think the one they have number one on the list, I just don't think a lot of people think of. I think when you finally hear the name, you're like, oh, yeah. But it's just a player no one thinks of.
Number one was a shock for me.
It was a shock?
In the top 10. Now, I still wouldn't have guessed his name because he's typically not on my radar when we start talking about interior. Now, he should be. It's disrespectful. It's not disrespectful. It's just
but you're shocked he was one.
Oh, yeah. If you just said, hey, this cat right here is top 10, even top 5, I'd be like, oh, okay, cool. Let's move it up. Keep it moving. But number one, that's a
Leonard Williams. Leonard Williams,
You just made the list.
Seattle Seahawks. I don't think a lot of people would have. That's the name that would have came.
I didn't watch the Super Bowl and go, yeah, man, you got the best interior defensive lineman in the game playing.
Yeah, he's first team All-Pro.
Right, right. I'm not saying I shouldn't have, but I'm just saying that's just when I think of interior defensive lineman, he's down the list for me.
Yeah, he was
obviously.
Yep.
I think I gave you 7 and never picked him.
Yeah, you did. By the way, the guy next to him, Texas, he was right there. He was right there at 11, right behind him. So they had number 1 and 11. Ain't that a damn shame? You're too interior. That's why they don't need to have great edge.
Seattle and Philly.
Yeah.
Both had 2 interior guys.
Because people are texting in that cat in Philly, Jalen Carter. I think a lot of people. He's third on the list behind Jeffrey Simmons.
Hell, the other cat, Jordan Davis was.
Jordan Davis
was he
10,
honorable mention? Or he's 10.
10, yeah. So they have 2 as well over there. But the Texans don't have any, and I think the player that is the closest for them is Caden McDonald, right? He's the young kid they drafted. I know a lot of people like Tommy, but I don't think Tommy is in that kind of conversation. But Caden McDonald, you use that second-round pick on him, and he is somebody that you hope and you love his qualities. He was a guy that a lot of people has a first-round grade, and he is one to watch. I don't know about next year, but over the next couple of years, Byron Murphy, this was 2 years, and he is like getting close to jumping on that list. Is Caden McDonald, I wonder, is he a guy that you look at that potentially can be on a list like that?
Yeah, at some point. I mean, at some point, yeah, I hope so. I mean, when you look at the size, you look at the resume and kind of the reputation coming out of Ohio State. I mean, he's a horse in the middle, and so the question becomes, right? Is for me, he is probably. I'll be honest with you. He's the one I have not seen yet that in training camp I'm probably looking more forward to just laying. I want to see him. I've seen Keelan Rutledge, and more impressive than I thought he was going to be. But I not just like, wow, that's a specimen. With McDonald, I do wonder, is that, what'd you say, 325, 330?
He's 6'3", 326.
6'3", 326. So not as tall as some of the guys on the list, but bigger, thicker. Is that is he closer to like a leaner, more mobile, more agile, more well put together? Is he thick from his ankles to his nose, or is this one of them top heavy cats that's baby fat, that's soft, that needs a couple of years in an NFL weight room before we start seeing his real maturity kick in? Is he mature beyond his years? Is he already there or not? I want to see that, and I think we'll be able to tell that piece just by laying eyes on him when he's walking across the field.
Yeah, and just like, and he is not, and obviously, especially right now, this team doesn't necessarily need that, but he is not going to be the Chris Jones or Leonard Williams. Like, he's not like those guys had 7+ sacks. Chris Jones has had 15 sacks. I like DeForest Buckner. He is not a pass rushing. Right. He's more closer. You brought up Jordan Davis. He's more closer to a Jordan Davis. That is a guy that may push the pocket, and a guy that is really good against the run.
Look, I think he's a first and second down interior defensive lineman. He's a Tommy Togiai. Could he have? And this is why when you're talking about like the rookie of the year stuff, and we had that conversation right after the draft, it's obviously a long shot. But if he is a man amongst boys and he can play early on, Ron, when you got the two edge rushers that we have, he's going to see a lot of one-on-one matchups. He's going to see a lot of. So I mean, that's why I think the Tommy Togiai thing is a little bit blown out of proportion. But when you're constantly seeing one-on-one matchups inside because there's so much attention given to our edges, those guys should go out and win one-on-ones. They should go out and win a good chunk of their snaps. And so Caden McDonald, if he is, obviously fell into the second round, but if he is a first-round talent and he failed and he truly failed and he's ready to rock and roll, he's going to get some pretty good opportunity on the inside. Now, I think he's a first and second down. I think he's a short yards. I think he's a goal line interior defensive lineman. If he can just give us that, it's a huge win. But, boy, if he's more than that and all of a sudden he's ready to play early, look out.
Yeah, he had 3 sacks in his career at Ohio State. They all came last year. All right, but that is not necessarily things. There are a lot of D tackles in the league that weren't big sack guys in college that developed that.
He probably got a lot more attention at Ohio State than he's going to get here with these 2 edge players we got. I know they always got dudes, so it's pick your poison against Ohio. I will be interested to see what that looks like, man. He to me is the one. I think it's a real long shot for Rutledge. But I think
really earned that long shot.
Well, it's not just about being ready to play. I mean, I heard Ross Tucker talking about it the other day on Houston Stressens, I believe, just talking about how, boy, they're really going to challenge him mentally and physically, and I mean, Boy, that's a huge ask in this offense. But we'll see, especially when you've already got a guy out there that knows the offense like the back of his hand, supposedly. So, we'll see what works out. I think the Caden McDonald piece for me is one that I think you're definitely going to get good production out of him, really good production out of him on the defense, more than probably you would expect out of a second-round pick with this group. But the ceiling is really high.
Yeah, and I just think the point is, like you made, how long does it take before we start to see him be, an above-average player? Yeah. How long is it? Because one thing that I've talked to a lot of people who played football, like that is maybe the most difficult position to come in as a rookie and make an impact, an immediate impact, is at the D-line spot, because you're going against grown men every game out, and grown men who have been up there, interior linemen. It is that is the most difficult position, and we'll see how long, because you brought it up a little bit, but it's like, is this a Kenyon Green type of that is kind of ready to go, immediately?
Well, it's
Will Anderson type. Will Anderson's body immediately was ready.
It's just a reality. A lot of it, sometimes guys can't help it. They're just not physically built to last at this level with this kind of physicality. But a lot of it is brought on. It's brought on by the damn self, right? They don't work out. They don't eat right. And you hadn't done that for your whole life, really. You've always just been successful because you were bigger, stronger, faster. And then all of a sudden you get to the pinnacle, and the genes are very common. And now the time spent in the weight room, the nutrition, the taking care of your body, the getting sleep, all that stuff matters. And if you hadn't been doing it for 4 years in college, all of a sudden you get to the league, it catches up with you, you have a bunch of injuries. So, is he a guy that's for years has gotten it and he's taking care of himself? Or is he a guy that, is going to get up here and the physicality is going to take a toll? We'll see.
Yep. 5 o'clock fire coming up next. Some important dates that the Texans have released in regards to training camp. We'll let you know that coming up next.
There's a hot link place that I used to eat at way back in the day.
Sports Radio 610 listeners.
online at metalsupermarkets.com.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and Team Mill have the latest. And the latest is we have a member of the semifinals. France. They won 2-0. That has just come to an end. They beat Morocco 2-0. They will face the winner of Spain and Belgium. Spain, that would be, I think they're going to whoop their ass. Spain has not given up a goal yet. That would be a hell of a matchup. Spain versus France. We'll see what happens, but they're the first team to move on to the semifinals, Final Four, whatever you call it. So who has France up there?
Old Patrick Creighton.
Patrick Creighton hanging in there. There you go. There you go, PC. And our little 6'10".
Like a bouse.
Our 6'10" World Cup race. Tyler, did the United States take you out? They finish you up?
No, I still have Holland and the Norwegians.
Oh, you got Norway. Okay.
Which is like the squad I'm kind of mainly following now, I think.
Hey, you had a hell of a draw.
That big-ass Holland fella cracks me up.
I had Iraq.
Yeah, I think I'm in second.
Germany really hurt you.
Yeah, they hurt.
Germany, yeah, that really put a. And that was 2 rounds ago, wasn't it?
And Turkey, they done.
Didn't they change their name?
Turkey. They were done after the first two.
I like that.
The first 2 years.
Turkey!
Upset from Australia. Yeah, and then I needed Iraq to really hold it down for me in Scotland.
Hold on, Joe.
It did not.
Hold on, Joe.
Just saying.
The hell on.
I needed Iraq to hold it down for me.
That's a phrase I never thought I'd hear on the drive. Really needed Iraq to come through for me.
Let's make sure you do that. Take that out of context. Go ahead.
Wild.
That's the only one today. Mbappe scores a goal. They had a lot of chances, but they win. They move on. Ocho chiming in. I really tried hard to watch soccer, but it's basically like Kendrick Lamar's music. So great. Good. You enjoyed it. Sounds good. All right. So that is the latest there with the World Cup. France moving on. Now, the Houston Texans, they have announced their schedule for training camp, fellas. And the big news and notes for you, the fans, if you're just tuning in, the team will host 8 practices that are free and open to all fans, including 1 joint practice against the Las Vegas Raiders. So they will have practice dates open, 8 of them ranging from August 1st to August 18th. So check out those dates that are open for the public. A couple of weekend dates there on August 7th, which is Saturday. That'll be a day that is open. So and also the first one, August 1st, that's a Saturday. So to check that out. So it should be another fun, hot time out there.
Yeah.
But Clint, I think the big thing is they will have two joint practice on the schedule. One against the Raiders, and then that will be obviously at NRG, and then they will have one against the Carolina Panthers, Clint. And I think those are always really, really interesting because I think they're getting more out of the joint practices than they are out of these preseason games, because them and the coaches are going to come together from both teams and talk about what they want to work on, and you can get more controlled things. So we'll get to see certain matchups between those two teams. But, Clint, the Raiders and the Panthers, although I think those are both teams, the Raiders clearly, that are below the Texans. The Panthers, even though they made the playoffs and won their division last year, I still think they're a team that's below the Panthers. I don't think anybody's saying the Panthers are Super Bowl contenders. But they do have different players and parts on their teams that could be something to watch for with matchups for the Texans.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's that way every year when you bring a team in for joint practices. I love the fact that it's right in the middle of preseason games as well. So they will have already faced the Chargers in the preseason before they have the joint practice with the Raiders. They'll get a couple of weeks of practice, Ron, with against themselves and just long enough for the DBs to learn all the receivers' tendencies and to be able to jump routes, and offensive coordinators will need to throw some double moves in there just to keep guys honest and all that kind of jive. And so right when practice starts to get a little bit chippy, all of a sudden you got a preseason game, you got joint practices, and things start rolling from there. But yeah, Ron, the joint practices are big, man. I mean, it's not only great just simply to break up camp, but it's also to go against an unfamiliar foe and to go against guys that don't have all your tendencies, and then the competitive aspect of it obviously is ratcheted up a bit when the other team is wearing a different uniform. So yeah, man, I'm here. I'm here for the joint practices for sure. I love them.
Yeah, a couple of matchups there. I think there are questions about the interior offensive line still. I think the offensive line in general. Hell, we just did the thing there where they said the weakness was the Texans' offensive line from ESPN, and saying that it's maybe the most shakiest offensive line in football. But Derek Brown, who we just talked about, was fifth on this list, voted by executives and scouts and coaches. He's on the Panthers. That will be a good kind of litmus test for a guy like Rutledge, Andrews, the other guys in the interior, Ingram and company, and then Max Crosby. Boy, that'll be really good for. I mean, hell, it's not like they don't get to go against Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter every day, but Crosby, another premier guy, and some of these corners and receivers out here will be good. And I think Bowers, the tight end, one of the best in the league, if not the best in the league, against this secondary, will be some good watches there. So good action, I mean, yeah, it's not the Eagles or somebody like this, but there's still going to be some.
Well, it's if you're a fan of the Texans and you get out and you want to get out to practices, you get out early on and you catch it just the Texans practice and watch them kind of go about their business with them against themselves, and see if D'Amico Ryans is just blitzing the hell out of CJ again, and then the next time you come out, you obviously it turns it up a bit when you get a chance to come see them play an opponent. So. Training camp is one of my favorite times, and the joint practice aspect of it just ratchets it up a bit.
Yeah. All right, so make sure you look at those dates. It should be a good time, and of course we'll be out there, especially for that Raiders joint practice, to let you know what's going on.
5 o'clock fire.
The shortstop Abrams, ball game over. Nationals win the series, taking tonight's game 8-2. Astros now 46-49 on the season. They will have a day off tomorrow and get ready for the Rangers on Friday in Arlington.
All right, that day off tomorrow is today, which is huge, and they will start the biggest series of their season thus far. 3 games under 500 behind the Rangers, both in the division and the wild card. The Rangers have the final wild card spot right now, and Clint, they have their 2 best guys going. I don't know who the hell's pitching Sunday, but they've got Hunter Brown and Peter Lambert going in this series. They've set it up perfectly. They should have, even though the bullpen had to throw a lot in this series, they get a day off going into it, so everybody should be decently rested. So this is a perfect scenario. They're as healthy as arguably they've been all season long, but the pitching has got to come together. Here is Joe Espada talking about the starting pitchers and kind of where they are right now as they have a TBA on Sunday.
No, I will not say scrambling. We have to continue to help and prepare these guys to pitch. But we do have the arms and the talent to do it. We just have to be more consistent in, putting quality starts together, so we can protect our bullpen and give our offense an opportunity to score some runs and win some games and win some series. But as a whole, it's been better the way April started and where we are now. It's a completely different pitching staff.
Yeah, I mean, in this series, they didn't get anybody pitched Nobody got past the fourth, I don't believe, in this series. Maybe, yeah, they pushed Mike's ass out there for some reason. But, I mean, they gave up 12-8, and then the Imai starting. He wasn't great. He had to come out in the fourth inning, and they gave up 3 in that game. That it has to improve. They cannot do this. This is not going to be something that is going to work where you're spotting teams. Now they tried. They were up 6-1 in that one, and then gave up 12, and you're down 8 runs through 4 innings. This pitching has to get better, and it's got to start with their ace, Hunter Brown.
Yeah, well, and thankfully he's up. He's up Friday, and the second best pitcher, as you mentioned, Peter Lambert's up Saturday. We'll see what they do Sunday. You also get, I believe they're getting Pena back, and so Pena, I think last report I saw was he'd be back with the team on Friday in Arlington. So, yeah, I mean, this is a series where even for the struggling, coming off the backside of a series that you lost, where it was not just you lost a series, it got ugly, got sideways quick in a couple of those games. You got to feel good about how things fell here with your starting rotation against the Rangers and with your injury issues with getting Pena back. So, look, as you said, this is a monster series, man.
Huge. Yeah, absolutely.
You're chasing this team in both the wild card and the division, as you mentioned. So it's now or never.
By the way, as we said, Sunday, TBA and Christian Javier did pitch last night. He came in the 8th inning for his second relief appearance, and he went 1 inning, 1 hit, 0 earned, 1 strikeout with 2 walks. So a scoreless inning. Now he has pitched 3 innings since he had big club and given up 1 earned run. I don't think this takes him out of the running to start the game on Sunday. Because, 30 pitches is Wednesday, and the game is Sunday. 30 pitches, that could be a side session.
You're trying. You're trying, ain't you?
I'm just saying it could be a side session.
That would be a ballsy move.
What just doesn't make it?
In a game where you're getting your doors blowed off, let me throw my Sunday starter out there.
Yeah, side session on Wednesday.
That was a no-brainer for me.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, a little side session.
You're trying. I hope you're right.
It just who else makes sense to start?
Well, it would have made sense if he was going to start to not push his ass out there last night.
Well, maybe
that game.
Maybe a side session. It was a game that wasn't close. And they just get some in.
I guess the score would tell you that it had to be just getting him some work in. For some reason.
I just honestly, what are they going to go bullpen game? I don't understand what
the Christian combo.
Nah.
He's
got to be Pecco, right?
It's not. Stop it. It's not going to be Petco.
Thung going to be back?
Don't be a knucklehead.
No, don't think so. Oh, and they're not running Lance out there, I don't think.
You don't think that?
Bury me in the H.
There's 77 pitches and 43 balls. I don't think they're doing that.
I could see him throwing a little bullpen game. Now I can see Javier backdooring Lance.
How come he can't?
That didn't come out right. That didn't come out right.
No, it did not at all. But let's move past it. But how come he can't? How come it can't be a wink bullpen game? And let's just start Javier and see how long he can go.
Okay.
It just makes no sense why he would start. Silly to me.
Backdoor and needing help from Iraq. The 5 o'clock fire is hot.
I'm just saying. I didn't say I needed help from him. I just needed him to hold me down.
I get it, man. It's fine.
5 o'clock fire.
Those scoring at home, they did not hold me down. They did not. They
hold on, so.
All right. Team USA got the doors blown off of them and looked terrible in the game against Belgium. But not only was the loss the big story, I think a big story was their best player, Christian Pulisic. He left the game early with an apparent lower leg injury. And I don't know if you could see him. He clearly was not moving the same. It looks like it happened when he tried to kick the ball, but he kicked the defender's leg in front of him. And he tried it for another 5+ minutes, and he just...
Well, he was banged up before that as well.
Yeah, at the calf before that where he missed some time. But he was injured, and I'm telling you, he caught a lot of flack for that. Former players for the U.S. men's soccer team, Landon Donovan, you heard it mentioned right after the game on the set. A lot of commentators talking about him taking himself out of the game for the World Cup, for their World Cup lives. Well, it has just been reported today that he has been diagnosed with a microfracture and bone bruise of the tibia and fibula in his right leg, suffering that during the match against Belgium. He is going to miss several weeks and is on a recovery plan to get ready for his team at AC Milan. So he had x-rays and an MRI showed the injury. So
they still got the golden turd. Doesn't change it.
No, he does. I do wonder, like, there's always the deal for me of, all right, hey, man, play through it or play like this where you got to run and move, and we need you to run and move, and you clearly can't do it. I never looked at that and thought he is checking out because he doesn't want it anymore. I mean, he was clearly injured.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's you want to talk about probably arguably, I mean, at least from a play perspective, the harshest indictment you could place on a player is he quit, especially like that, and blame it on some kind of accident, right? I mean, it's one thing to have it out with players and coaches, and there's something internally going on, but to say like, hey man, we prepped, we're here, we're in the moment, we need you. Oh, I'm checking out, right? Like that's a serious indictment. So I'll be honest with you, I'm glad that what we're seeing is there was an actual injury. There's proof that there was something wrong with him. To maybe get some of these folks off his back. Now, that doesn't...
Now, he sucked. He
previously.
Let me say sucked. He did not play
He was
up...
non-existent.
Yeah, he did not play up to the standard that many people thought he was going to play. They thought this would be a breakout tournament for him, and he was not that. He was... A lot of it was based in injury. The calf injury first, and then the finish with this one. So, heal up, and hopefully as you back a little bit. All right. Coming up as we continue, it's 5 o'clock hour, so that means T-Mill's Best Bets is looming as he had a really good night. And this right here, I want to have a discussion on this because this is starting to become a talking point about the Houston Texans, and not just locally, but from a national level. And somebody from a national level from the NFL Network really spoke it up. And I want to play this and discuss something that is really surprising me in a conversation with the Texans. We'll do that coming up next. But before we go there, DraftKings, baby, it's live in all 50.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's Best Bets coming up a little bit later on in the 5 o'clock hour. Just a little programming note. Tomorrow, 3 o'clock hour, we will be joined by our guy Robert Flores as the Astros are making a we'll talk to Houston's own Robert Flores. I'll be honest with you, I hope he's had a few by the time he gets to us.
You think so?
Yeah.
You think there's a chance Friday afternoon?
Faded as hell right now.
Getting done. Oh, yeah, going to the weekend, finishing up with MLB Central. He's done for the weekend.
He's East Coast, so it's going to be, what time did you say?
3:40.
So 4:40 his time.
Oh,
that's about right. Happy hour.
Yeah, he'll be playing some video game, probably MLB The Show, sipping on some tequila or something.
Roflo doesn't strike me as a guy that when he leaves the office, he eases by the old ice house.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, I hope he's had a few, and maybe his isn't having a few.
I think it is. It's just at home playing video games.
Well, it might be, but I think his is in a different direction of him.
Don't you put him in that category.
Of being impaired. I mean, hence, I'm faded as hell.
Yeah, he was that day.
I'm faded as hell right now.
Maybe he was faded off tequila. That might have been.
It's just a little slur.
I mean, he does seem like he does track as a tequila drinker.
What's that mean? He's Hispanic?
No, it just seems like that looked like that'd be his nice drink. And he just happens to be Hispanic.
He's told us.
I didn't know about Bob. I did not have light on the cranberry and vodka from Bob Nightingale. I did not have that. Big burly son of a gun like that, I would have thought he's going for maybe some sort of
some dirty water.
No, I was thinking that he's a beer drinker. That's what I was thinking.
Old 2 Chainz.
Yeah. But see the chains and I think he's got a pimp gold ring to it, or he's got a ring somewhere. Yeah, I think he's got a pinky ring.
Yeah, when he walked up and you see him in person, live, it's definitely cranberry vodka.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean his veneers were out of this world too. I mean,
so straight and white.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, shout out to Bob Nightingale. All right, but Roflo tomorrow 3:40. He'll join the drive. We'll talk a little Astros with him. Probably Texans too. He'd like to get into this conversation. But this is something we've been hearing on a national level more and more. Heard Mina Kimes and Kevin Clark on their football show talking about the Texans and the Super Bowl. Heard people pick them. NFL Network did a lot of picks. A lot of people had them winning 13 games, winning 14 games. I forgot the guy's name, but he said he's got them as a team to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl. And then Cameron Wolfe, NFL Network, also spoke about it as well. Here is him. Here he is talking about the Texans and the potential surprise of them being in the Super Bowl.
Don't be surprised if the Houston Texans are in the Super Bowl next year. That's really the buzz that I've been hearing around the league. They've already got a defense that is elite, top 3, maybe best in football last year. This is a prove-it year for that offense. Can they get better in year 2 under Nick Haley, the offensive coordinator? They made a lot of moves this offseason to get physical like their defense is. And the 2 that I'm eyeing is an offensive line improvement, new pieces, including their first-round pick, Keelan Rutledge, and David Montgomery. I haven't heard anything but good praise about David Montgomery, who should set up as their feature back. They believe that getting him going and getting that run game going will make things a lot easier for C.J. Stroud. Talking to a defensive coordinator, he said that it looked like C.J. Stroud had too much on his plate last year, from protections to trying to throw everything in difficult routes. Easier plays happen when your run game has good success and your offensive line has good protection. They should be much better in both areas, and hopefully that allows C.J. Stroud to be a lot more effective effective over the middle of the field with intermediate routes, something that he was really good at his rookie year. And if he is, then maybe he can be back at the table next offseason for a contract conversation and say yesterday's price is not today's price and rack up.
I am really surprised that the buzz is starting to get to a point where people feel like the Texans are Super Bowl, like sexy Super Bowl picks, and they have questions about the quarterback. Like that generally doesn't, like this is a team that doesn't have a lot of history, sorry Tyler, a lot of history of where you say, all right, they're an experienced team that's been there a lot. They've been, to the divisional round, so it's not like they're in a hugely experienced team that's been there a lot. I'm not surprised that people would look at this and think, but I'm surprised that people would. I like them as a Super Bowl team, but immediately start questioning the quarterback. That generally doesn't mix when that's your I think on a lot of people, C.J. Stroud, the quarterback, is the biggest question for the Texans, and that to me is something that you would think that most people would hold them back from not quite being to somebody that I would pick.
Well, that's why I think on a national scale, I think there's a lot that people are, I think, a lot closer to your take on CJ. Should have paid him already. He's done enough. The ceiling's high. The expectation is to play really well. I know it ended bad last year, but I do believe that big picture. The further we get removed from that game, I do think people probably look at it a little bit more through the Ron the Show Hughley lens of the resume in totality over 3 years and not just the way it ended. So, but I agree. It is an odd combo of. Hey, man, he's got – because it's not just, hey, man, it wouldn't shock me if they ended up in a Super Bowl. It's like a super excited, hey, man, the talk is they're going to be in a Super Bowl, expecting to be in a Super Bowl. That's a little bit of a odd combination when you follow it up with, boy, the offensive line's got to get better, the quarterback has to get better, the play caller's got to get better. It's a prove-it year for damn near everybody but Nico Collins in this offense.
Yeah, and you know me, I am high, as you kind of talked about, I am higher on CJ. I don't think CJ, to me, I don't think CJ is the person that played in the playoffs. I mean, he just hasn't been that. Those are outlier games when you look at the bulk of his career. So I'm not one that questions if he is going to be a good football player this year, but many people, well, boy, who do you like? Who do you like as Super Bowl? I like the Texans. Only if C.J. Stroud can play. There's some other teams that have had some really. I mean, the Lions before they started to come about, the people and Jared Goff probably had a better feeling, or at least numbers wise, you could put up there. And they would say, boy, I don't trust the Lions because of Jared Goff. Hell, you're trying to, it just doesn't make sense to me that, yes, I question your quarterback, the most important position on the field, and it is not like Andy Reid or Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan is behind him to really help him guide him through. I don't think people feel real good about the OC either. Yeah. But you said this earlier. It must be a major credit to D'Amico and the defense. Yeah. And how good they think this defense potentially can be. But
well, when you look at what they did last year, I mean, you look at the way, and unfortunately for CJ, it's hard to point anywhere else. I mean, the defense, week in, week out, performed really well. And this is the thing about this defense is this is not just a defense where you look up at the end of the year and there's some pretty good numbers. There's some production. They're a tough-ass defense that's been good over 17 games. They are a defense that, yes, they do all those things, but they also just create havoc constantly. Right? I mean, that's the thing is it's not just after 4 quarters of play, You've kept them out of the end zone, and you've got off the field on third down. This is an offense that, I mean, again, they scored 32 points and gave up 32 points in the playoffs, right? I mean, like in the playoff wins. I'm sorry, the last couple of years. So I mean, it's one of those where it's like, I mean, they create havoc in the backfield. They turn you over. They hit your quarterback. They scored touchdowns last year. So it's more than just a good defense. So I think folks are obviously leaning into that as well.
I will tell you, Clint Tyler, some of this is me. Like if I don't feel good about your quarterback, like I'm like I think the position is that important. If I don't feel good about that's like, to me, I'm not as high on Denver. I don't feel great about their quarterback. If I don't feel great about your quarterback, man, it's hard for me. There's a ceiling on what you have to do. And again, I think I know CJ than most of them do. Like I'm not my explanation about the Texans isn't, well, if CJ can just play average, because I believe he can play ahead of that, but more than that. But when you have a quarterback where your question is the quarterback, there's so, like, everything has to go right, right? Like that, everything, almost everything has to go right. You need a blizzard. You need a you need
Sonic.
You need the other. I would like one. You need the opposing team's quarterback to break his ankle on his on the way there. Like, you need some breaks. So, yeah, text line coming in. Ron, what's Ron smoking? Chargers and Bears haven't done anything in the playoffs. I think Ron needs the Turd Award. No, I don't think they. I don't think
Tyler's got one.
Can't
believe Ron didn't get one anyway.
I don't think they've done anything in the playoffs. I mean, the Bears did win one last year, but I would just say, to me, I can understand how people would look at the Bears and feel like they could be a sexy Super Bowl pick, because I think they really believe in their quarterback. I think people could really believe in their quarterback, which is the most important position. He almost drugged them past the Rams last year. If you don't believe in the quarterback, I find it hard for you to be like, man, I like them in the Super Bowl. All right, coming up as we continue, T-Mill's best bets. Had a big night last night, 3 for 4. See if he can continue this run. He said if he needs just a couple of days and he can get himself into that green. We'll see what's next.
T-Mill coming at you live.
Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths that the media has created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on the drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
There you go, man. I'd like to become rich. I'd be honest with you. That would be something I would. You could become rich. As, hey, Tyler has turned the corner now. Forget about what happened Monday and Tuesday. Forget about it. He is now rolling in the green on Wednesday, 3 for 4, as he was screwed, but 3 for 4 as he rose through the Astros, the only ones that couldn't help him out. Everybody else had him. And he's feeling lucky.
Like that's the way it goes.
I don't know, man. These Astro bets, I'm not going to lie, all week have shot you.
The hometown squad's always the one bet I didn't hit and didn't get a perfect slate with because of them.
Paredes didn't screwed you. Jordan didn't. He said to hell with you. And then the team as a whole yesterday.
Yeah.
It just said, learn your lesson, punk.
Escalating over the week.
Bet on us on a day off. All right. You can find on Twitter all of his best bets every single day at Space City Sharp. At Space City Sharp. You can find him each and every day right there. Let's get to him. You got 4. He's got a 4-pack of best bets. What you got tonight?
Yes, as Ron said, a 4-pack more of Major League Baseball wagers for your Thursday night drive family. And do go follow that Twitter account he's been mentioning, at Space City Sharps. Not only going to be posting all my bets there, but I'm going to try to get some good stats out there too and numbers regarding the Astros as the season progresses. So
more than just bets.
Yeah, get you all the numbers. All right, 4 best bets very quickly. The lowly Oakland, soon to be Vegas Athletes. They're going to be in Detroit taking on the Tigers, and I'm on under 9 runs in this one. Under 9 runs. They got Luzardo, I believe, on the mound. Or that might be a different game. I'm getting ahead of myself. But A's Tigers under 9 runs. Framber is pitching. A familiar face is pitching for the Detroit Tigers.
No hitter.
He's been pitching decent as of late.
Yeah, he's got he's got like 3 Homer Mike type of games in him.
Yes. Yeah, it's like a few games where he just
somebody
gave up
Somebody got him for like 11 in one. They just left him out there.
Yeah. But I like the under. A's Tigers under 9. Second best bet is also an under, but with a hook added in. Under 9.5 runs tonight between the Phillies and the Reds. That is where you would find Luzardo on the mound tonight. He's killing it. Low ERA this year. Bet the under 9.5 on that one. Third best bet, Cincinnati Reds plus a 1.5. Another hook as they host the Philadelphia Phillies this evening. And then your fourth and final best bet is a money line wager for the San Francisco Giants as they host the Rockies over there in San Francisco tonight. Those are your 4 best bets around baseball.
Like, check that. Framber's got 9 earned runs his last 2 starts, so maybe that's a little.
I'll take him.
5 and 4 his last 2 starts.
Okay.
9 earned total.
At first, I thought you meant 9 in the last start, and I was
his last 2 starts. Yeah, his last 2 starts. So,
how many innings did you give him?
6.
6 each time.
5 and 6.
Okay, I'll take him right now.
Espada would have let him go 7.
Yeah. You know, Yenner and Christian, they also basically like Maldi. I don't mean to. How much?
Let's go.
Like he is really a boy. You talked about Maldi's ass like a dog. Many of you did.
Uh-huh.
I mean, this pitching staff has just been just up in the air from a consistent standpoint ever since. Framber, we lost him completely.
Yeah, he tried to take out the reserve catcher.
He tried to take out the reserve catcher.
By the way, did y'all see the first pitch of the game last night with the Astros? It was in here. It was the first or the second pitch. It was clearly a cross-up.
Oh, was it?
On accident, obviously. It was the first pitch of the game, right? Nobody had any reason to be pissed off. But if I saw it right, I'm that big lefty that had a hell of a night against the Astros.
Oh yeah, Force.
I mean, that sunbuck, it never hit anything but the catcher. I mean, it was fast. It was one of them but you could tell there was a cross up, and that damn pitcher's got his glove over his hip, and he's doing it down there where he's not looking at it, he can't see it. Boy, if I was that catcher, I'd still be hot.
Yeah, but I mean, bend
your big lanky ass over and make sure you're hitting the right button over there before you plug me like that.
That's a bad button to miss, right?
Oh man, it happened so fast, Ron. It happened so fast, like there was no ricochet or anything. It happened so fast, I'm not even really sure what happened, but I'm pretty sure that he got crossed up and it
nailed in the chest.
Yacked him.
Yeah, I know he couldn't hit worth a damn most of the time or run. And that his importance, you are really seeing the importance of Martin Maldonado since he's left. And
I'll take him right now. I don't even know what shape he's in. By the way, I bet when he's done, I bet he's the guy that could.
He's probably trying. I think he's trying to. Oh, let it go. I was going to say manage, but you went in a different direction.
No. I mean, he seems like one of them old fellas that just let it go and not really give a rip about it. Like he'll in 5 years he'll have to tell people he was a Major League Baseball player.
Moldy. I don't know. Maybe he goes. You don't think he goes the other way, like offensive lineman, and just drops his.
I don't think Maldonado was keeping weight on with his diet just to play the position.
Just sweating it out.
I think it's probably been a pretty constant battle with him to stay stay where he can jog.
Hey, Martine, I know that battle. I know that constant battle. All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They'll hold it down. They'll be talking with the Hall of Famer John McClain. They'll be talking about Texans training camp, especially with all these dates that we know of. I'm sure we'll hear them talk about the joint practices with the Raiders and the Panthers, but they will be joined by the Hall of Famer, the General John McClain. And then Area 45. Following them, they got you from 7 to 11. Sean Bijani, I already see him back there. Patrick Creighton, and our guy Colin. He's already rolling through as well. He's in a good mood, too. He was just really jovial. Shout out to Colin.
I just passed him back there. He looked like he was completely lost until I scared him when I walked in the door, and he changed directions, told me he was all right. I don't know what he's got going on.
Just happiness, man. He was fired up. He really liked the intro to Tyler's Turd List. He was over there jumping and bouncing.
Was he? He probably wasn't here when the Turds List was around.
Oh, not the first go around. Not Turds List. I mean,
Best Bets.
Best Bets. Yeah, he was really into that.
You're right though. Seabass was not working here yet. Last time we had done Turds.
Seabass is that old boy who runs around with a little bed head from time to time, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's that Huntsville in him.
Yeah. He just rolled out of the old biscuit, man, and got threw on that old hoodie and got to work, man.
Yeah.
Bed head.
Oh, yeah, he's
an interesting cat.
He's got some bed head, man.
Yeah, we love him.
Ain't seen a comb or a product in months.
You think he uses product?
I don't think. Ask him what his preferred hair product is.
Yeah, like what does he use?
I don't think he uses any. That's that shaggy. I mean,
there's a good chance he will not know what you're referring to.
Most likely.
So
what?
If we did a game,
wait a minute.
If we did a game of 5 different hair products that you would think most guys, let's be honest, most white guys would know.
Five's a lot, though.
Do you think he would? How many do you think he'd get? You think he'd get as many as Trey did yesterday? Trey got
4. No. I mean, I don't know. If you just asked him to name 3, no, I don't think he's got 3.
No, I'm saying if you came up with hair product, you said, all right, have you ever heard of whatever product?
Yeah. This product or not? Ooh, no, I don't think he'd be good at that game. I don't think he'd be good at that
product.
Come on, man.
Product? What do you mean? You mean advanced hair? No. Product.
If he does, he's probably got that old school like Galaxy hair gel or whatever it was.
Oh, I bet he does.
Or LA Galaxy.
I bet he got some LA looks, bro.
That's what it was. I said a soccer team name.
Oh God! All right, the fellas are coming up behind us.
Hair's all hard.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you to this, and I know it's hard with Dana, but obviously the Astros need some things. Dana is locked in on getting a left-handed outfielder for some reason because it matters which side of the ball or which side of the plate a hitter hits to get outfield production. You don't have any outfield production. It should matter if he's left-handed, right-handed, or switch hitter. But it is also becoming very much apparent that they are going to need starting pitching. They need starting pitching in a major way, and it looks like it's becoming a bigger deal by the day as Spencer Arrighetti goes. And I mean, they just had a bad run. They had to run Mike out. They had Imai who had to come out.
The wheels came off Hunter.
He did. But these last three starts have been rough. So it looks like they're going to need a starter. We've seen him trade-wise have some success. Do you trust Dana Brown to make good trades to help this team?
I do. I mean, look. I mean, didn't he go get Kikuchi?
He got Kikuchi. That year, he made some pretty good moves.
Yeah. Look. I mean, I trust that he's going to go out there and get the best available in terms of what we can afford, and what we're looking for, and what makes sense. The thing is he doesn't have a whole lot to work with. If he makes a move with a player that everybody likes, I mean, it's obviously not going to be a good thing, and from a prospect's perspective, he doesn't have much to work with. So, but I'll trust whatever he can go get.
Yeah, you know what? To be honest with you, there's not a lot that I trust Dana to do from the general manager spot.
Yeah,
but that I agree with you. He has made some moves to get some guys, and then especially to me, moves that made sense, right? And he's been right on some that we didn't know. Like Kikuchi, I think a lot of us wondered about Kikuchi and thought, I don't know, man. Should they?
Kikuchi
should they?
A lot of us wonder about it all the time.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, you too, Colin. But that one worked out, and he was huge.